Sacramento, California. Saturday, August 17, 1996, 6:47 p.m. Tall, dense oleander provided cover within the shadows of the night as he watched the front door to the Andersons' house. Behind him lay a field of tall, dry grass, which would be useful in keeping him hidden when it came time to get to his car, parked on the other side. The dry grass was a fire hazard. If this were his neighborhood, it would have been taken care of already. One thing he'd learned from watching the area for the past 2 months was that the people who lived here were complacent. No neighborhood watch signs, no regular meetings, no communication. Idiots. Didn't they know that the best protection against crime was an informed public? Be vigilant about what's going on in your community, people. Be observant. Be alert for strangers or unfamiliar vehicles. He shook his head. The media experts insisted the recent killings were about control and playing God. It wasn't about that at all. It was about patience. Not only did he have the patience of a saint, he was a saint. He wasn't a maniac or a lunatic or any of the things the reporters like to call him. If he were a crazy lunatic, he'd go after each and every one of those so-called experts and call it a day. Retired FBI agent and now author Gregory Ogin referred to him as a loser, asserting that he was an outcast, a failure who thrived on torturing the innocent. Gregory Ogin gave Harvard a bad name. But what did he care what Ogin thought? He knew the truth. He knew what he was doing and why. He knew the difference between right and wrong. If the author spent more time investigating the lives of the dead girls, he'd see that they were far from innocent. They were bad girls. They were disrespectful teenagers who had forced him to take action when no one else would. If Ogin knew the whole story, he'd be calling him a vigilante, a hero, a man obligated to ignore the due process of law and execute justice on his own terms. He kept his gaze fixated on the Andersons' front door. Glancing at his Rolex, an oyster perpetual sea dweller, he swallowed the irritation nipping at his insides. Despite having an aversion to all forms of water, sea, ocean, pool, he'd always wanted a sea dweller. His dad used to wear one just like it. With 31-joule chronometer automatic movement, the watch was water-resistant at 1,220 meters. It was solid, not as heavy as those beefy Omegas. The watch had been milled from a solid block of ridiculously expensive 904L stainless steel. The dial was easy to read, even in the dark. A gift to himself for a job well done. 3 girls in 3 months, all menaces to society. He narrowed his eyes. Where was Jennifer? For the past 8 weeks, like clockwork, Jennifer Anderson's parents went to dinner and a movie every Saturday night, leaving their 16-year-old daughter home alone. What they didn't know was that within 5 minutes of leaving the house, their daughter crept out the front door and walked to the neighborhood park to meet her boyfriend. Shame on her. Convinced she would sneak out eventually, he decided to wait as he thought about the other girls he'd recently disciplined. The experts had speculated that he got his kicks out of torturing the girls, which was ridiculous. He got more out of the morbid curiosity of the public than he did out of taking the girls home and doing whatever he had to do in order to teach them a lesson. Was he the only one who refused to let insolent, spoiled teenage girls rule the world? Saturday, August 17, 1996, 7:00 p.m. Lizzy Gardner crept down the stairs, hoping to escape unnoticed, but when she reached the landing, her sister's lipstick dropped from her hip pocket and slid across the tiled foyer. "Where do you think you're going, Elizabeth?" Dad asked from the kitchen. She sighed and looked his way. Mom stood behind Dad and waved a dismissive hand through the air, letting Lizzy know it was okay. Dad was just blowing off steam the way he always did before she went out with her friends. "It's my last night with my friends," Lizzy lied. "Emily and Brooke are heading to San Diego tomorrow." "That's for the best," her father replied. "You should spend time with people closer to your age. Who's picking you up?" He opened the front door and glanced outside, where Emily waved from her VW Bug convertible. "Hey, Mr. Gardner." Her dad gave a gruff response before shutting the door. "You don't have to go out tonight. That killer's still out there." Not this again. The so-called teenage killer hadn't struck in months, but after taking the lives of one 15-year-old and two 16-year-old girls in just 3 months, he'd turned every parent into a nervous wreck. "Dad, come on. Be back by 10. "Tom," her mother cut in, "I already told Lizzy she could stay out until 11:30. It's her last night with these girls. They're going bowling, then back to Brooke's place. You know Brooke's parents. She'll be fine." "I don't like it," her father muttered, shaking his head. "Go ahead," her mother said, waving her off. "We'll see you later." Lizzy didn't hesitate. Forgetting the lipstick she'd dropped, she bolted out the door without a backward glance. Saturday, August 17, 1996, 11:25 p.m. Lizzy wished the night would never end. As Jard drove toward her house, she stared out the window at the dark, perfect sky. He turned onto Emerald Street. "Can you pull over up there?" she asked, pointing to the curb at the end of the block. "I'll walk the rest. If my dad sees you dropping me off, he'll freak." Jard steered his dad's Ford Explorer to the side of the road and cut the engine. Lizzy unbuckled her seatbelt, leaned in, and kissed him. When she pulled back, her eyes stung. "What's wrong?" he asked. "I don't know," she admitted. "I just hate this feeling, like I'll never see you again." Jard drew her close, kissing her nose, her cheek, her chin, then finally her lips. Each touch felt electric like the first time. And now he was leaving for college. Life wasn't fair. "I wish tonight would last forever," she whispered. "Me too," he murmured before kissing her again, deeper this time. She loved everything about Jard Michael Shane. His looks, the way he made her feel, his scent, the sound of his voice. "Jard, you won't forget about me, will you?" "Not a chance." After a pause, he chuckled. "Look at us, acting like this is goodbye forever. I'm only going to LA, not Mars, 5 or 6 hours away. Just call me and I'll come back." "Promise." "Promise." He kissed her again. The dashboard clock read 11:25 when he parked. Her dad was probably already pacing. "I should go." She reached for the door, but his hand stopped her. "I love you, Lizzy. This isn't the end. It's the beginning." She forced a smile. "You're right. I love you too. Call me before you leave tomorrow, okay?" "I will." He glanced down the street. "Let me drive you closer. It's too late for you to walk alone." She appreciated his concern, but sometimes he treated her like a child. After enough Sunday dinners with his family, she knew where his overprotectiveness came from, his controlling father. She didn't need anyone dictating her choices. Besides, if her dad saw Jard dropping her off instead of Emily and Brooke, she'd be grounded for a month. She gave him one last quick kiss, then climbed out of the car. "I'll be fine," she said, shutting the door and blowing him a kiss. He mimicked the gesture, and she turned toward home, feeling lighter. Before turning onto Canyon Road, she glanced back, but Jard was already driving away. She waved anyway. Her house stood at the end of the block. The silhouette of the willow tree her father had planted in the front yard stood stark against the night. The sharp clicks of her shoes against the pavement echoed unnaturally loud, as if they might rouse the dead. She paused, slipping off her shoes, and suddenly the only sounds were the persistent croaks of countless frogs calling from a distant creek. A streetlight flickered out. She glanced up as she passed beneath it, realizing with a sinking feeling that the darkness had deepened. Even the stars seemed to have vanished tonight. She'd forgotten how much she despised the dark, how much worse it was to be alone in it. Jard had been right. She should have let him drive her closer, or better yet, allowed him to walk her to the door like he always did. She could have lied to her dad, said Jard had picked her up from Brooke's He would have believed her. He always did. But her stubbornness had left her here, beneath an endless black sky, utterly alone. A rustling noise near a neighbor's side gate sent chills racing up her arms. She froze, listening, hoping it was Fudge, the overly affectionate chocolate lab. But then came the unmistakable thump of footsteps. "Jard," she called, turning sharply. "This isn't funny." The street behind her was empty. No lights in the neighbors' windows, no curious faces peering out, no barking dogs. That had to be a good sign, didn't it? She was overreacting. But the sensation prickling through her was undeniable. Someone was watching her. Her father's words echoed in her mind. "Trust your instincts, Elizabeth. If something doesn't feel right, it probably is." Then again, she'd also been told she had an overactive imagination. A cool breeze brushed her arms, except there was no breeze tonight. She should run. She should have run the moment she felt those eyes on her. Thump, thump, thump. She spun around so fast she nearly stumbled. A man was charging straight at her. "Run!" Her brain screamed, but her legs refused to obey. Her feet felt rooted to the pavement. Whack, whack. Something solid struck her leg, then the side of her head. White-hot pain exploded through her skull. Her knees gave way, and the world dissolved into black, black jacket, black mask, black sky. Sacramento, California. Monday, August 19, 1996. 9:12 a.m. Lizzie's eyes fluttered open. A searing pain tore through her skull, forcing a wince. She lay on her stomach, hands bound behind her back with thick, coarse rope that had already rubbed her wrists raw. Worse, her entire upper body was wrapped in tight coils, leaving her barely able to move or breathe. Her ankles were tied too. Where was she? Her vision blurred. Gauze covered her head down to her eyebrows. The man had beaten her legs and head, then wrapped her in gauze. He'd spoken to her too, his voice distorted through some eerie microphone, sounding like the robot from Lost in Space. And that mask, straight out of an old Batman episode. How long had she been here? Hours, days. As her eyes adjusted to the dim light, the pain dulled from a crushing weight to a relentless pounding. Shapes emerged in the gloom. The room was small, about the size of her bedroom. Dark blinds covered a rectangular window, thin slivers of light squeezing through. Cobwebs stretched from the window's corners to the ceiling, their delicate threads glinting faintly. A shudder ran down her spine, fear clawed at her, threatening to consume her completely, but she understood panic wouldn't save her. Cardboard towers loomed to her right as she tested the ropes binding her arms. No give. The grim statistics flashed through her mind. Missing girls, none recovered alive. Something skittered up her leg, its weight palpable against her skin. She froze. Had it paused to strike? The crawling sensation resumed, something thick-bodied, deliberate. A spider-cockroach hybrid, perhaps. Her body twisted uselessly against the restraints. Nausea rose, but she forced it down. Breathe. The others didn't escape, but you will. She remembered Opera's advice. Calmness was survival. Eyes shut, she inhaled until the sickness passed. When she opened them, spiders darted across the floorboards near her face. Then she saw it, the glass tank teeming with scorpions, centipedes, a writhing mass of trapped creatures mirroring her own predicament. The thing on her leg crept past her knee. Just a bug. Focus. Light was her one advantage. Darkness would bring him back. Memories of the missing girls sharpened her desperation. She writhed, ignoring the searing pain as she mapped the rope's knots. Then clarity cut through the terror, her double-jointedness. Spider-Man, the name stuck, had miscalculated. Blood's metallic tang threatened to overwhelm her, but she leaned into the pain, twisting her left shoulder with practiced precision. A crack, then tears. The dislocation freed her arm enough to gnaw at the ropes. One hand loose, then the other. Ankles next. She popped her shoulder back with a gasp, the relief momentary. Adrenaline propelled her upright. A spider tumbled from her hair, hairy, brown, grotesque. She kicked it away, shaking insects from her tangled locks. Every second counted. The door loomed. She ran. She'd been bitten multiple times by the spiders crawling everywhere, across the floor, around the boxes. Fighting dizziness, she stayed still until it passed. Move, Lizzy. Get out. Her leg nearly gave way as she took the first step, but she braced against the wall to keep upright. Pain didn't matter now. Escape did. Peering through the blinds, she saw iron bars on the window. Limping to the door, she was shocked to find it unlocked. Voices murmured in the distance, a television playing somewhere. Cautiously, she stepped into a carpeted hallway. The house felt new, fresh paint, bare walls, pristine carpet, slow, quiet. The front door stood ahead, ordinary except for the heavy chain secured by a thick lock. Her pulse raced. Oh, God! She wanted to bolt but forced herself to stay controlled. No sudden movements. A dog food commercial droned on the TV. Her tongue felt swollen. Then she saw him, the monster, Spider-Man, asleep on the couch. Unlocking the front door would wake him. There had to be another exit. She found it, a sliding glass door near the kitchen, almost free. But then a child's cry cut through the air, a long, pitiful moan. Boy, girl, she didn't know. Someone else was trapped here. Outside, dawn broke, painting the sky with light. Hope was so close. Then the cry came again, weaker this time. Damn it. She turned back, her eyes drawn to the man on the couch, still unmoving. His face was boyish beneath a neat beard, his dark hair cropped short. No gray, just a deep tan and high cheekbones. He looked normal, not a monster. Forcing herself forward, she ignored the pain in her leg, the throbbing in her skull, the nausea rising in her throat. 3 doors, one led back to the spider room. The next revealed a guest bedroom, unsettlingly ordinary with a patchwork quilt and a frilly lampshade like her grandmother's. None of this made sense. A house of horrors with cozy touches. The third door opened to a stench of rot, mold, eggs, decay. A bed dominated the tiny room, its posts topped with skulls. Not clean medical specimens. These had remnants of skin, hair. She gagged. Movement caught her eye, a child, skeletal limbs bound to a bedpost. 13, 14. The source of the cries, the child's gender, was unclear at first glance, but the delicate silver necklace suggested she might be a girl. Her choppy light brown hair looked hacked unevenly with a dull blade. Gaunt and pale, her wide brown eyes seemed too large for her thin face. The tattered clothes clung to her frame, stained with blood. Without conscious thought, Lizzy found herself moving toward the girl, fingers working frantically at the ropes, teeth tearing at stubborn knots. Hot tears blurred her vision as she worked. When the girl collapsed, unable to support her own weight, Lizzy scooped her up and bolted from the room. She clenched her jaw against the scream building in her throat, not daring to glance back at the motionless figure on the couch. Survival instinct propelled her forward. At the sliding glass door, Lizzy had no choice but to set the girl down momentarily, to wrench it open with both hands. The sudden sunlight blinded her as she stepped outside. The girl clutched tightly again. Towering oak branches stretched toward them like skeletal fingers. Then she saw him, standing motionless by the fence, waiting. The girl in her arms must have spotted him too, judging by the strange, panicked sounds escaping her lips. Sacramento, California. Friday, February 12, 2010. 6:06 p.m. Lizzy commanded attention at the front of Ridgeview Elementary's multi-purpose room, pointing directly at a young student. Heather, what's your first move if you sense someone might abduct you? Make sure people notice me. Good. And how might you accomplish that, Vicky? Yell and fight back. Exactly. Though 8 girls had registered for tonight's self-defense class, only 6 appeared, a decent turnout for a Friday evening. Over her decade of teaching these skills, Lizzy had faced worse attendance, including complete no-shows. The past hour had clearly separated the engaged students from the distracted ones. "Nicole, come up here and demonstrate how you'd react if someone tried to force you somewhere." The room fell silent as Nicole shuffled forward. Lizzy nodded toward Sheriff Bob Stuckey, whose daughter sat among the students. The stocky lawman, only slightly taller than Lizzy, had slipped in 10 minutes earlier along with other waiting parents. "Sheriff, could you assist us?" After a brief hesitation, he moved toward Nicole, who stood rigidly with arms pressed to her sides. Lizzy signaled for him to simulate an abduction by wrapping his thick arm around her neck. Though visibly uncomfortable, he complied. "All right, Nicole. If someone grabbed you like this and demanded you get in their car, what would you do?" Nicole gulped. I don't know." Her weak attempts to twist free proved useless. "This is terrifying," she admitted, voice trembling. "I can't even process it. Just let me go, please." Tears welled in her eyes. Lizzy shot Bob a look, and he immediately released his grip. Nicole clearly needed more preparation before participating in demonstrations. Lizzie's attention shifted to the girl slouched in the back, likely 16 or 17, but the multiple facial piercings and hardened expression added years to her appearance. She sat isolated from the others, radiating defiance. Her black hair was cropped short in a spiky style, and despite the biting February cold, she wore only a dark blue spaghetti strap top, a miniskirt, and scuffed sneakers with no laces. The tattoo of an angel on her collarbone stood out starkly against her pale skin. Lizzy winced at the sight before asking, "What about you? What would you do if someone grabbed you?" The girl popped her gum, blowing a perfect bubble before smoothly drawing it back into her mouth, no sticky residue left behind. Impressive. Her brown eyes held a cold, detached expression, but Lizzy sensed deep loneliness lurking beneath. "What's your name?" Lizzy pressed. "Haley Hanson." The girl peeled the gum from her mouth, stuck it under the desk, then stood and walked toward Sheriff Stuckey, who looked increasingly uneasy as she approached. "Go ahead," Lizzy told the sheriff when Haley stopped in front of him and faced the class. Stuckey wrapped his arm around her neck, securing the hold by gripping his own forearm. "Okay," Lizzy said to Haley. "You're in the park, and this guy just put you in a chokehold from behind. What would you do?" Haley looked utterly indifferent. "I'd bite a chunk out of the motherfucker's arm." And then she did. "Ow, shit!" Stuckey jerked his arm away, stumbling back. Jesus! Blood seeped through the torn fabric of his long-sleeved shirt. Lizzy rushed across the room for the first aid kit, thrust it into the sheriff's hands, and steered him toward the bathroom. Parents exchanged uneasy murmurs. A few stifled giggles broke out until Jane Stuckey, the sheriff's 15-year-old daughter, shot a glare at the others. "It's not funny." "No," Lizzy agreed firmly. "There's never anything funny about someone getting hurt." She turned to Haley, now slouched back in her seat. "Haley, I'll assume you didn't mean to hurt Sheriff Stuckey, but let me remind all of you." She scanned the room, locking eyes with each girl. "This is serious. And because of that, I'm using what just happened as an example. How many of you think Haley would have escaped if this were real?" Every hand went up. Lizzy nodded. One mother, who had sat silently until now, sprang to her feet. "I don't see how biting an officer could ever be the right thing to do." Lizzy exhaled sharply. "That's because you, Mrs. Goodmanson, have never been held against your will, have you?" The woman opened her mouth, but Lizzy cut her off. "Have you ever been forced to do something you knew was wrong, touched in ways you didn't want, had a knife to your throat or a gun to your head?" Mrs. Goodmanson shook her head and sank back into her chair. Lizzy turned to the girls, whose wide-eyed attention was now fully hers. "Swear, curse, bite, kick," she commanded, pacing the front of the room. Do whatever it takes to get away. Scream, "Help, I don't know this person." If you're on a bike, hold on to it. If not, run against traffic and yell as loud as you can. Tucking loose strands of hair behind her ear, Lizzy continued moving, her gestures sharp and emphatic to drive the lesson home if you find yourself trapped in an abductor's car. Roll down the window and scream. Shout every obscenity you know, anything to draw attention. At a stoplight or stop sign, leap from the vehicle and run. If the car is moving while you're in the passenger seat, yank the keys from the ignition and fling them out the window or into the back seat. Use the distraction to escape. Her eyes swept the room before she asked, "Do you understand?" The earlier laughter had faded, replaced by a heavy silence. Every child nodded, except Haley Hanson, whose expression suggested she already knew too much about the cruel people in this world. The kind who preyed on the innocent, driven by twisted desires that festered until their next hunt. Sacramento, California. Monday, February 15, 2010. 9:12 a.m. Lizzy wedged Old Yeller, her weathered 1977 Toyota Corolla, between two cars on J Street and stepped onto the sidewalk, heading toward her office. Even past 9, a dense fog clung to the bare branches lining the street. The chill bit into her skin. Rubbing her arms, she shoved her hands deep into her coat pockets. Cold, always cold. Her sister Kathy insisted it was because she was too thin, lacking enough meat on her bones. Maybe. But someday she'd move somewhere warm. Arizona, Mexico, maybe Palm Springs, where gloves and double socks wouldn't be necessary. Her fingers had just begun to thaw when she pulled them free to open her office door. She paused to admire the freshly etched sign, Elizabeth Ann Gardner, Private Investigator, a gift from her sister. As she lifted her elbow to wipe a smudge from the glass, the door swung open unexpectedly. No clients scheduled. No husband, ex, boyfriend, or kids. Her intern was on vacation. Her niece and sister didn't have keys, which meant she wasn't just burglarized, she was being burglarized. A faint rustle of papers came from the back room. Lizzy slid a hand beneath her jacket, fingers brushing the grip of her Glock .40. She unsnapped the holster and let the gun rest at her side. Though she'd never fired it in 10 years of carrying, the weight was familiar, reassuring. No signs of forced entry on the door jamb. She slipped inside without a sound. Despite her niece's relentless efforts to fatten her up with Rice Krispies treats, Lizzy had lost another 3 pounds. Not intentional. Food just didn't excite her. Peanut M&Ms were her only weakness. Her desk looked untouched. Computer off, papers strewn in chaotic piles, chewed pencils jutting from the art jar her niece had crafted. Even a burglar would find nothing worthwhile in this mess. But the intruder didn't know about the journal. Kathy had insisted she write daily, preaching catharsis, as if vomiting her emotions onto paper would purify her. All that enlightening introspection sat in her computer, saved under stuff. And here the burglar was, probably fixated on the safe. She moved silently toward the back office, really just a glorified closet. Gun ready, the rustling noises grew louder. Somebody was definitely a busy little bee. Lizzy's adrenaline pumped in earnest now. A little adventure, a little excitement, just what the doctor said she didn't need. Yep, her sister, Kathy, wasn't too far off when they'd argued the other day, and Kathy had called her one sick puppy. But Kathy wasn't the local girl known as the one who got away, either. Kathy hadn't spent 2 months of her life with a sick-minded, spider-loving maniac. Lizzy's gaze shifted to the floor. No signs of wet or mudded footprints, only ugly beige carpet that needed a good cleaning. She had her priorities, though, and cleaning the carpet was pretty much the last thing on her list right under scrub the shower tiles, shop for groceries, and take the car in for a long overdue tune-up. If anyone was going to get a tune-up, it was going to be her, not an old car with a broken tailpipe and a mind of its own. The file drawer clamped shut with a bang, giving her a start. The door to the back office closet was ajar. She could see a pair of boots. Somebody was leaning over the bottom drawer of the file cabinet. "Put your hands up or I'll shoot." Two hands shot up, papers flew. "It's me, Jessica, don't shoot." Lizzy pushed the door wide. Jessica looked relieved to see that it was only her, but even so, she kept her gaze glued to the gun's barrel while she held her arms straight up in the air. Lizzy frowned and lowered her weapon. "What the hell are you doing here? I thought you were on a plane headed for Jersey." Jessica Pless, psychology student at Sacramento State and brand new intern that Lizzy didn't need or want, but who she'd hired. Because Jessica had a knack for talking people into things they didn't need or want, dropped her hands to her sides and said, "Jersey didn't work out, so I thought I'd spend my week off from school organizing these files. Did I leave the door open again?" Lizzy nodded, too tired and too cold to bother lecturing the girl. Jessica bent down to gather the papers she'd scattered across the floor. The girl had been working with Lizzy for only 6 weeks, and only when Jessica's busy schedule permitted, which wasn't often. Mostly Jessica ran to Starbucks and got them lattes and mochas. Now that Lizzy thought about it, the girl was costing her more money than she was worth, or could afford. Jessica pushed herself to her feet. "That gun's not real, is it?" Lizzy had already put the gun away. She nodded. "It's real." "Cool. It's probably a good thing you carry one, considering all the weirdos you work for." Lizzy didn't know which of her clients Jessica referred to, but neither did she care. She also knew she should probably ask Jessica why her trip to Jersey hadn't worked out. Boyfriend problems, lack of funds, perhaps. But she really didn't want this relationship to turn into some kind of girly girl, talky-talk social thing. Although Jessica had school and homework and family, underneath it all, she was clearly a needy, lonely young woman. It took one to know one. Lizzy didn't want anyone looking up to her, counting on her, confiding in her, because sooner or later that person might really need her, and then what the hell would she do? She'd feel guilty, that's what. And feeling guilty was right up there with always being cold and afraid. It sucked. Lizzy headed back to the front room. "So did we get any phone calls?" 2. Mrs. Kirkpatrick from Granite Bay High School wanted to know if you could give a talk to 300 students, and a guy named Victor called wouldn't give his last name. He asked a lot of questions about hiring somebody to follow his wife. I told him we didn't do that sort of thing, but he's one of those guys who can't seem to take no for an answer. The girl hadn't yet clocked 20 hours, and she was already using sentences with we. Did he leave a number? Nope, he said he'd call back later. 5 hours later, Jessica was gone, and Lizzy was typing in her journal for the day. Journaling wasn't Lizzy's thing, but her sister, Kathy, had practically begged her to try. "Write whatever comes to mind," Kathy had insisted. "Just let it all out." Fine. Lizzy gave in. Day 5. I despise this journal. The weather's miserable, thick, soupy fog, not the soft kind I like. This isn't a diary, it's a lousy meteorology report. At least the sign Kathy had engraved for my door looks sharp. She gnawed on her pencil, considering what to type next before letting her fingers hover over the keyboard. "There's a girl in my defense class, Haley Hanson. She's tough. I like her, reminds me of myself. What's not to like?" Her fingers drummed against the desk, perfecting a rhythmic gallop. With a sigh, she forced herself to continue. "Journaling sucks. How is writing this sucks? Every day supposed to fix me? Was I ever whole? Who knows? Until next time, Liz." She saved the file, shut down the computer, and exhaled in relief. Journaling barely ranked above sitting alone in the dock on her list of least favorite activities. The screen went black. Kathy had been right. Lizzy did feel better. Not because of anything she'd written, but because she was done for the day. With a snort, she tossed a pencil into the jar. The phone rang. She snatched it up, listening as a man asked for her by name. "Yes, speaking. What can I do for you?" Victor, Jessica had mentioned him earlier. Lizzy propped her feet on the desk. "Yeah, Jessica told me you called. I don't usually take domestic cases. $300 a day." Her legs dropped to the floor as Victor launched into a spiel about his wife and daughter. Domestic cases made her uneasy, too messy, too personal. She preferred car accidents, product liability, or slip-and-fall scams, where she helped companies catch fraudsters faking injuries for payouts. But $300 a day to sit in a car and watch a cheating wife. Even she wasn't stubborn enough to turn that down. She grabbed a half-chewed pencil and scribbled notes as he talked. "Give me a cell number. I'll sleep on it and call you tomorrow." "I'll call back in a few days," Victor said before the line went dead. "Fine, Victor. No number, no sleep lost." She hung up, skimmed her notes, then crumpled them into the trash. Something told her he wouldn't call back. Leaning back, her gaze drifted to the desk drawer, the one holding all her secrets. The phone rang again. She let it ring 5 times before answering. "Listen, Victor, hanging up on me isn't a great start." "I've missed you, Lizzy." "Definitely not Victor." "Who is this?" "You promised you'd never leave me." A chill prickled her skin. "Who is this?" "Because of you, nobody's safe, Lizzy." She kept the phone pressed to her ear, silent. Instinctively, her hand moved toward her Glock as she scanned the street outside. Grey buildings, parked cars, all empty about a block away. A woman exited a hair salon, pulled keys from her purse, climbed into her BMW and drove away. Whoever was on the other end of the wire was still there. She could hear his faint breathing. She held the mouthpiece away and took a deep breath, regained control of herself. "Is this you, Spider-Man?" A short, caustic laugh sounded on the other end of the line before he said, "You shouldn't have gotten away, Lizzy, and you never should have taken something that didn't belong to you. Too bad your mother didn't teach you any manners before she moved so far away. If I'd known you were a liar and a thief, I would have taken care of you long ago." The line went dead. Shit. She yanked open her bottom drawer and retrieved a file. She opened it and skimmed page after page of notes. Why couldn't she remember details of her time with that crazy man? What did he look like? All she had to do was close her eyes to remember waking up in the room with an aquarium full of spiders and then finding that poor little girl and almost escaping. Almost. Close, but no cigar. Why hadn't she looked at the couch before she ran out the sliding glass door with that girl? If she had noticed he was no longer sleeping, she could have thrown a chair through the front window or maybe found a telephone to call for help. She clamped her eyes shut. She could have locked him out of his own damn house. But she hadn't done any of those things, and now all of those days spent with him, all that time. The 2 months following her attempt at escape were as thick and hazy in Lizzie's mind as the fog outside her window. 2 months of hell, and yet the only time she saw glimpses of the horror she'd experienced was at night, after she couldn't keep her eyes open any longer. Monday, February 15, 2010, 4:00 p.m. Back at her apartment, Lizzy opened the door and looked inside. She readied her gun as she listened and waited. The only sounds were the padded footfalls of her cat, Maggie. Meow. Her sister, Kathy, did not like Lizzy living alone, so she'd given Lizzy a cat as a birthday present 2 years ago. Lizzy hadn't wanted a cat, and she had done everything in her power to keep her distance from Maggie, refusing to let the animal anywhere near her bedroom for the first 6 months. But Maggie was a determined feline, and she had persevered, making a permanent home for herself on a wide, cushiony chair in the corner of Lizzie's bedroom. It was Maggie's chair now. Maggie was her alarm clock too, waking Lizzy up every morning at 6 o'clock, give or take a few minutes. It irked her to know Kathy had been right. Again. Because the truth was, Lizzy didn't know what she would do without Maggie. Maggie had become her friend, her family, her life. Yet one more reason why she still needed therapy. Maggie circled her ankles, wrapping her tail around Lizzie's leg as she meowed. She was hungry. Any visitors today, Maggie? Meow. Lizzie stepped inside and flicked on the light. Okay, if you say so. She locked the door, latched the chain, and slid one of the deadbolts into place. The phone rang. She jerked about and aimed her gun at the phone on the kitchen counter. Swallowing the knot lodged in her throat, Lizzie moved slowly toward the phone. For a moment, she just watched it ring. Finally, she decided to ignore the incessant ringing of the phone and feed Maggie instead. He laid the gun on the counter and opened the refrigerator door, determined not to worry about who might be calling. Let it go, she told herself, afraid of what would happen if she allowed herself to believe Spider-Man was back. Retrieving an open can of cat food from the second shelf, she used a fork to scoop out the rest of the can onto a glass dish. She even hummed a little tune while she worked. The ringing finally stopped. Thank God. There you go, sweetie. She stroked Maggie's soft fur. The phone rang again. Damn, okay, Spider-Man, she said aloud. Let's have it out once and for all. She picked up the receiver. What do you want? Lizzie, is that you? It's jarred. Her mind went blank, tangled in a mess of nerves. Jarred Shane. That's me. Lizzie, how are you? Emotions crashed over her like a tidal wave. It had been years since she'd seen Jarred, maybe a dozen times since Spider-Man had knocked her unconscious and dragged her to his lair 14 years ago. She'd escaped, of course. After 2 months of hell, she'd outsmarted him. Words had been her weapon, endless streams of lies, pretending to care, playing the oldest trick in the book. And it had worked. She'd gotten away. Now, just weeks after her therapist had praised her progress, Spider-Man had called. And now Jarred was calling too. Coincidence, or just terrible timing. Maybe if she could manage more than 2 hours of sleep a night, she might function like a normal person. She pressed her fingers to her temples. Night after night, the sounds haunted her, moaning, crying, the relentless sawing and drilling. There had been nothing she could do about it then, and nothing she could do now. Lizzie, are you there? Every damn day, she asked herself the same pointless question. What would it take for her to live a normal life? And every day, the answer was the same. She wouldn't sleep until she knew for certain that Spider-Man was dead. Lizzie. I'm sorry, Jarred. Is it really you? It's me. I should have called sooner. How are you? After clawing her way out of hell, she'd told Jarred to leave her alone. For 6 months, he'd refused, staying by her side day and night. But eventually, he'd given in and walked away. I'm great, she lied. A pause. Then, good. It's nice to hear your voice. But I'm calling because we have a situation here in Auburn, a missing girl. Any chance you could come out this way? She almost laughed. Couldn't help it. Her sister had told her Jarred graduated from USC with a psychology degree. Instead of becoming the best damn therapist in the country, though, he'd shocked everyone by joining the FBI. Nothing could have surprised her more. Despite believing in truth and justice, just like his father, he'd sworn he'd never follow in his footsteps. His father had been a cop, an FBI agent, and a judge. Who would have guessed Jarred would end up in the same river? Are you there? He asked. Still here. Hate to disappoint you, but I quit the missing and exploited children's organization 2 years ago. If I had to hear about one more kidnapping, watch one more family break apart, I'd lose it for good. She heard his sharp exhale through the phone. Jarred was struggling to get the words out. That wasn't like him, at least not the Jarred she remembered. Why now, after all this time? It didn't make sense. I'm sorry, she repeated, unsure what else to say. Tell me what's going on, and then I'll say no. We have a missing 15-year-old, Sophie Madison. The kidnapper came through her bedroom window, took her, and left a note. Well, that's something. They don't usually leave notes. Maybe he'll call for ransom. I wish, but the note isn't for us, Lizzy. It's addressed to you. Monday, February 15, 2010, 4:15 p.m. Kathy Warner stepped out of the car and immediately understood what the weatherman had warned about. The cold wasn't just in the air. It seeped deep into her bones on the news. She had seen a warning for wind chills in the Sacramento area, a combination of cold air and strong winds that would have the potential of causing hypothermia for those who stayed outside too long. Kathy followed the other parents into the aquatic center, past the front desk, and through double doors leading to the indoor pool area. Steam hovered over the water. The scent of chlorine was overwhelming. Most of the girls on the swim team stood on the pool's edge, wrapped in towels. A few girls lingered in the water. Her daughter, Brittany, stood at the back of the group. Brittany's towel was wrapped tightly over hunched shoulders, her gaze directed at the ground while she sucked on the corner of her towel. Kathy wondered if her daughter was nervous about something. Coach Sullivan stood a good foot and a half over the girls. He was powerfully built, in good shape for a man in his mid-50s. Although Brittany had been swimming competitively since she was 5, the coach was relatively new. After finishing his spiel, Coach Sullivan shared a few words with the girls individually before they left for home. By the time Kathy reached Brittany's side, it was her daughter's turn to talk with the coach. Kathy listened as Coach Sullivan talked to her daughter about what she needed to work on in the coming months. The first time Kathy met Coach Sullivan was 2 months ago. He had been personable and friendly, and especially great with the kids. Brittany tended to be shy, an introvert who had a difficult time making friends in school. Lately, she'd been spending too much time on the computer. Her daughter needed the kind of camaraderie that a team sport provided. Brittany is way ahead of the pack, Coach Sullivan said directly to Kathy, yanking her from her thoughts. Today, she broke the record in the 50-meter freestyle and in the 50-meter backstroke. Wow, Kathy said, embarrassed by Brittany's apparent disinterest. He smiled. Now for the bad news. Unfortunately, as I told the other parents, I need to collect another $100 from each swimmer due to increased rent at the aquatic center. Kathy turned toward Brittany. Dad's not going to be happy about that. Brittany shrugged. Dad's never happy. Despite the chill in the air, heat spread over Kathy's face. Not a problem, she assured the coach. We'll bring a check to the next practice. Once they were out of earshot, Kathy gave her daughter a stern look. What's wrong with you? I'm tired, and these braces are killing me. Kathy sighed. She'd forgotten about the braces. Of course, Brittany would be in pain. As she waited outside the locker room for Brittany to change out of her bathing suit, she thought about what her daughter had said about Dad not being happy. Part of the problem stemmed from Richard's long hours. It didn't help that the economy was spiraling downward. She and Richard had been arguing a lot usually about her sister, Lizzy. Richard didn't like Lizzy spending time with Brittany. He thought her sister was crazy, which wasn't fair. Poor Lizzy. She'd been to hell and back. Brittany was right. Dad wasn't happy. Lizzy wasn't happy. She wasn't even sure if she was happy any longer. And the worst part was that Kathy didn't know what the hell to do about it. Monday, February 15, 2010 9:00 p.m. Brittany Warner signed onto her computer and saw that Itahati was logged on. Her insides did flip-flops. She instant messaged the boy known as Itahati, boldly asking him where he'd been for the past 2 days. Itahati, why, did you miss me? Brit 35, no. Itahati, admit it, you missed me. Brit 35, okay, I missed you. Itahati, have you bought a webcam yet? Brit 35, Mom said she'd think about it. Itahati, don't you have dollar of your own? Brit 35, I have a B-day soon. Itahati, I know. Brit 35, how dick? Itahati, dick. Brit 35, LOL acronym for Do You Know. Ita Hearty, I know a lot of things about you. Brit35, Facebook, Ita Hearty, yeah. Brit35, Ratful. Ita Hearty, swim practice today, Brit35, yeah lame. Ita Hearty, why Brit35, new coach is a creeper. Ita Hearty, what does he do? Brit35, he stares. Ita Hearty, because you are so pretty. Silence. Ita Hearty, are you there? Brit35, yes. Ita Hearty, you should get a webcam. Brit35, why, Ita Hearty? 'Cause I want to see you when we chat. Ita Hearty, then I can dream about you. Silence. Ita Hearty, still there. Brit35, I'm here. Ita Hearty, anything wrong? Brit35, I have braces now. Brit35, I look like a freak. Brit35, I don't want you to see me. Ita Hearty, I like girls with braces. Brit35, liar. Brit35, hold on. Brit35, I have to shut my door. Brit35, BRB. Ita Hearty, BRB. Brit35, lol. Brit35, be right back. Brit35, see, already back. Ita Hearty, that was quick. Parents are fighting again. Brit35, yes. Ita Hearty, about. Brit35, Lizzy. Ita Hearty, Lizzy. Brit35, my aunt. Ita Hearty, why? Brit35, Dad thinks she's a loony bird. Ita Hearty, what does Mom think? Brit35, Mom wants to help her. Ita Hearty, what do you think? Brit35, I like her. Brit35, she's hecka fun to be with. Ita Hearty, I want to be with you. Brit35, my parents wouldn't like it. Ita Hearty, they don't have to know. Silence. Ita Hearty, think about it. Brit35, I better go now. Ita Hearty, tomorrow night same time. Brit35, I'll be here. Ita Hearty, sweet dreams. Brittany logged off and walked to her window. She hadn't wanted to end her conversation with Ita Hearty, but she could hear Mom walking around upstairs. Mom liked to randomly pop in to see what she was doing. She didn't allow Brittany to lock her door. If Mom knew she was talking to an older boy, she'd go ballistic. Brittany met Ita Hearty on the internet about a month ago. She'd never met him in person, but he sent her a picture after asking her to friend him on Facebook. If she ever did get in trouble for talking to him, it would be worth it. He was hot with a capital H. She didn't know why he liked her. She wasn't beautiful. Certainly not the sort of girl who stood out in a crowded room, although Mom told her she was a natural beauty and could easily be a model something all Mom said. Outside, the wind was blowing so hard Brittany thought the oak tree in the front yard might fall and crash right through the house at any moment. She peered into the dark, scanning the street below to see if the SUV was there tonight. For the past 3 nights, she'd seen a man sitting in a blue SUV parked across the street. She rubbed her arms, glad to see he wasn't there. She couldn't help but wonder if it was Coach Sullivan. Next time she saw the car, she planned to figure out exactly what kind of car it was so she could compare it to Coach Sullivan's car. Creeper. Monday, February 15, 2010 9:32 p.m. He looked at his watch. Time to get back to Sophie. Just one last look before he left. The light was on. He knew she was in there. Come on, show yourself. Too bad she was on the second floor. It would be quite challenging when it came time to take her home. He could use a challenge. Taking Sophie had been anticlimactic, but she would be waking soon, and he wanted to be there when she opened her eyes. Excitement rippled through him as he recalled the first time he realized he could make a difference. It was 21 years ago when everything had become so clear, and he discovered his life's purpose. He was a senior in high school, a young man trying hard to put his past behind him, when fate stepped in and made him watch Shannon die. That was the day he'd seen the light. Shannon Winters, a sophomore in high school and the girl of his dreams, had consumed his every thought back then. Wanting to impress her, he had taken his time finding out things about her favorite food, preferred music, what she liked to do in her free time, etc. Once he knew her well enough, he waited for her after school. She always took the shortcut behind the school building, cutting through the baseball field and then taking an alley to get home. He waited for her in the alley, surprising her with flowers and her favorite candy. Her brows had furrowed upon seeing him, and that had confused him once she stopped frowning. She brusquely told him to keep the flowers since she didn't want to carry them home. Then she took the jawbreaker from him, her absolute favorite candy, and popped it into her mouth. He told her he had something important he wanted to ask her, but she wouldn't stay still. She was already headed home, and she wouldn't slow her pace. He followed close on her heels. He was nervous, his palms sweaty. But he had prepared for too long to give up, so he spit it all out and told her how he felt about her. Then he asked her if she would go to a movie with him. That did the trick. She finally stopped, spun on her heels, and gave him a "you must be joking" look. It didn't take long for her annoying giggles to turn to full-out laughter. She was laughing at him. She laughed so hard, she began to choke on the jawbreaker. He couldn't believe it. He'd bought her the big round jawbreaker because he loved her, and now she was choking on it. At first, he figured the jawbreaker would pop out of her mouth, the mouth he'd fantasized for too long about kissing and sticking his tongue down. Assuming the candy would pop out eventually, he watched her face turn red. He knew she might yell at him for not doing anything to help her. Whatever. Instead of feeling angry or scared, the whole crazy situation fascinated him. He especially enjoyed the way her big brown eyes bulged from their sockets as panic set in. He couldn't believe it when she pointed at her throat. The bitch wanted him to do something about her problem. She actually wanted him to help her after she'd laughed at him, humiliated him. That's when the whole wild scene began to make his insides tingle, especially his balls. He got hard quick. The redder her face got, the harder he became until he could hardly stand it. Then she turned blue and 3 shades of purple. She made some crazy garbled noises that made him want to pop the candy out and put something else in her mouth instead. He was hot. Nothing had ever affected him like that before. Not porn on the internet, not Dad's Playboy magazines, nothing. By the time her fingers grasped onto his shirt and her eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, he was as hard as granite. She died right there in front of him. He'd never forgotten Shannon. Monday, February 15, 2010, 9:36 p.m. Lizzy leaned into the steering wheel and tried to keep her eye on the divider. The road was curvy and slick from a light rain. Fog and a starless black sky weren't helping matters. She pulled to the curb, turned on the overhead light, and looked at the map again. Even with the windows shut, Lizzy could hear around-the-clock traffic zooming across 4 lanes of freeway in the distance. She looked out the window, squinting to read the street sign in front of her. Vermont Street. A cold chill crept through the crevices of her car. "See you soon, Elizabeth." His voice kept creeping back into her subconscious. Damn him. She didn't want to think about the call she received earlier. She didn't want to think about him. Spider-Man hadn't come back. He couldn't come back. He was either dead or in prison. Louie, belted out from the backpack she used as a purse. She shook her head at the new ringtone. Brittany, her niece, liked to play little stunts on her, like setting the alarm on her cell phone to go off at random times or reprogramming her ringtone to play goofy songs. She dug around in her bag until she located her cell at the bottom. It was her sister. "Hi, Kathy. What's up? Where are you?" Damn, Kathy was on to her. She knew Kathy would worry, but she couldn't lie. "Lost in Auburn. I saw the Amber Alert. That's why you're there, isn't it?" "It was on the news," Lizzy asked. "Damn, I was hoping to beat the crowd." "I forbid you to visit the crime scene, Lizzy." Lizzy snorted. "You sound like Dad." Why are you doing this? Because Jard Shane is handling the case, and he called to let me know the kidnapper left me a personalized note either Spider-Man is back in business, or I'm just really popular with the whole serial killer crowd. Silence. I'm a big girl, sis. I've been writing in my journal every day, she added with sarcasm. I can handle this. Don't patronize me. Deja vu. It was as if Dad had taken over her sister's body. Okay, you're right, Lizzy said. I'm sorry, but if Spider-Man is back and he's leaving me personal notes, I can't very well turn my back on these people, can I? I'm sorry for the little girl, I really am. It's tragic, but you can't do this to yourself or to us. You've made tremendous progress over the past 10 years, Lizzy. Just because you're the one who got away doesn't mean you're forever indebted to society and its victims. You've done your part, Lizzy. You've done all you can. It's over. But I didn't save the girl without a voice. Hell, Lizzy thought. She couldn't hear an unfamiliar sound without seeing the girl's face in her mind's eye, big brown eyes and that horrible garbled scream. She squeezed her eyes shut, willing the images away. Kathy, listen to me. I can handle this. I'll be fine. And yet the truth was, not even Lizzy was convinced of that. More silence, long and drawn out, until Kathy said, "What about Friday?" "What about it?" "Brittany is looking forward to seeing you." I wouldn't miss picking her up from school and spending the evening with my favorite niece for anything. She's your only niece. And my favorite. Lizzy glanced at the directions on her lap and realized she was closer than she thought. She pulled away from the curb and made the next left on Piccadilly. She could see the house at the end of a cul-de-sac. With all the emergency lights flashing, it was hard to miss. A row of police cars served as a barricade, and 3 unmarked sedans took up most of the sidewalk. She pulled up to the curb and turned off the ignition. "I've got to go, Kathy. I'll talk to you soon." She clicked her phone shut and dropped it into her bag. Outside, a thick fog clung to the sidewalk. Neighbors peeked through their curtains as she passed by. She walked toward the Madison house and found herself imagining the kidnapper walking this same path. A breeze rattled the branches of the trees. The hairs on the back of her neck stood on end. There were a few scattered bushes, but no fence around the perimeter or tall hedges to keep him hidden. Why would he pick this neighborhood at the top of a hill? With only one escape route? Did he have a car? An accomplice? She'd seen enough of these cases from start to finish to know the kidnapper was probably in his early 20s or 30s, unless it was Spider-Man, in which case he would be closer to 40 by now. If it was a serial killer who had taken the girl, statistics stated he would not be married. Most serial killers were alienated, lonely, and withdrawn, and yet there were always exceptions to the rule. One thing was certain. If the perpetrator picked a house on the top of a hill with hardly any tree cover, then he'd been studying the house and the neighborhood for some time now. The perp probably spent so much time here that by the time he broke into the girl's room, he felt extremely confident and in control of the environment. The houses lining the cul-de-sac all looked alike. Each was dotted with a square patch of grass and lined with the same narrow walkway leading to the house. Lizzy made it as far as the front porch without being questioned, but that's where the fun stopped. A young officer, about 5'7", muscular and compact, square jaw, stood before the front entrance, unwilling to give her the slightest peek inside the house. She flashed him her pie license. He wasn't impressed, not until Jard made an appearance on the other side of the doorway. The sight of him nearly took her breath away. Jard looked good in his dark suit, crisp white shirt, and dark tie. Standard Fed attire. He should have mixed right in with the rest of the agents scouring the grounds, but he didn't. He stood out as conspicuously as Gerard Butler in any bar, gay or otherwise. "I've asked for Miss Gardner to join us," Jard informed the officer. "Let her pass." Lizzy lifted her chin and stepped inside, flashing the officer a self-satisfied smirk as she walked by. The exterior of the house could have used fresh paint, but the interior was immaculate. recently renovated with deep black walnut-stained hardwood floors and plush furniture that looked straight from a crate and barrel showroom. To her left, the living room held an oversized couch draped in crisp navy and white striped slipcovers, where a woman, likely the mother of the missing girl, sat rigidly. Lizzy vaguely recognized her but couldn't place the face. A detective or agent, she wasn't sure which, perched on a matching ottoman, scribbling notes. To her right, crime scene techs dusted for prints in the kitchen. Jard motioned for her to move further inside, then shut the door behind them. His eyes swept over her briefly before he spoke. "Thanks for coming." What was she supposed to say? "Thanks for inviting me" felt wildly inappropriate given the circumstances, so she settled for a nod and a simple, "Not a problem." Her gaze dropped to the id clipped to his pocket. "Special agent. I had no idea." "Understandable, since we haven't talked in years." There was a flicker of something wounded in his tone, which caught her off guard, though it shouldn't have. She'd let him down twice. After her disappearance, he deferred college to help search for her, spending every day for 2 months in the volunteer center, answering calls, distributing flyers, begging the media not to forget her. Then, when she miraculously returned, she'd cut him out like a tumor. The flashbacks, the screams, the blood, it had all been too much. Convinced she was losing her mind, she'd pushed him away, telling him to go to college, build a life, leave her alone. After months of her pushing, he finally did. For the next decade, Lizzy had balanced on the edge of madness. Hell, who was she kidding? She still was. Most of it was a blur now, except when she slept. That's when the shadows and faces came alive, just long enough to rob her of rest and any chance of moving forward. Seeing Jard tonight made her wish things had gone differently between them. But life didn't work that way. Shit happened. Jard was already moving toward the back of the house. She followed, noting he still had a great ass. She remembered the firmness of it beneath her fingers the last time they'd been together, years ago. Since then, she could count her sexual encounters on one hand. The few men she'd dated quickly sensed her issues and bolted before anything meaningful could develop. Jard was a reminder that no one else had ever measured up. And damn if he hadn't aged well. Pathetic. "Can I see the note?" "This way," he said, not turning, not even glancing back. He kept walking, all business. One thing was clear, this wasn't a reunion. He was here as a professional. He probably had a wife, kids, a house with a white picket fence. None of her concern, but the thought still twisted her stomach. Shoulders squared, she trailed him down the hall to the bedroom at the end. Another FBI agent stood inside. Phone pressed to his ear. He stood several inches taller than Jard and appeared at least 20 years older. With a slight tilt of his chin, he acknowledged Lizzy's presence before resuming his phone conversation. He must have anticipated her arrival because he passed Jard a plastic-sealed note without breaking his focus. Jard handed the bag to Lizzy. "This is Jimmy Martin. He has some questions for you, if that's all right." Lizzy stared at the bag, willing her trembling hands to steady. Until now, she had refused to let herself dwell on the note. Surviving abduction and unspeakable cruelty had taught her how to bury the worst memories deep, smothering them before they could resurface. Instead of opening the bag, she distracted herself by studying the bedroom. The walls were painted a soft periwinkle blue, accented by a bold chartreuse around the window. Crisp white trim framed the glass, creating a vibrant, energetic atmosphere, exactly the kind of room Brittany would adore. A white built-in vanity offered ample space for cosmetics and trinkets, while a corner desk provided a generous work surface with 3 deep drawers. Overhead, halogen track lights cast a bright, clean glow, starkly contrasting with the horrors that had unfolded here in the past day. The bed's white waffle-textured cover lay rumpled to one side, its throw pillows, blue, chartreuse, and white, scattered across the floor. A nightstand cluttered with teen magazines and an open bag of chips stood nearby. A magnetic board displayed the girls' collection of school awards and ribbons. Modern Roman blinds, topped by arched valances in a coordinating checkered fabric, framed the window, its screen slit neatly with a razor. She couldn't delay any longer. This was why she had come. With a deep breath, she read the note. I have missed you, Lizzy. You promised you would never leave me. Liar, liar, pants on fire. Nobody's safe, and it's your fault. I knew you would come. I know you better than you know yourself. A face flashed in her mind, sharp and sudden, like lightning splitting the dark. A mask ended at the bridge of his long, straight nose. His wide forehead framed eyes alight with excitement, thin lips pressed into a smirk. Smooth, unblemished skin, free of stubble or wrinkles. Jimmy Martin snapped his phone shut and tucked it into the holder on his waistband. Despite her efforts to stay composed, Lizzie's palms were damp, her hands unsteady. The note confirmed her worst fear. He was alive. She could almost feel his presence, as if he were standing right beside her. Spider-Man had returned after all these years, or had he never left, silently watching her every move? Before Frank Lyle's arrest, investigators had speculated Spider-Man was either imprisoned for another crime or dead. Serial killers didn't just vanish. They were caught, died, or kept killing. Jard made quick introductions. Jimmy Martin, according to his badge, was the special agent in charge. Though his expression was far from welcoming, he shook her hand. Thanks for coming. No problem. She handed him the note. I'm not sure how I can help. If this is the same man who took you, Jimmy said, you spent a lot of time with him. Did you ever see his handwriting? I thought Spider-Man was already behind bars, she replied, testing him. She had publicly insisted more than once that Frank Lyle wasn't the real killer. Like to think so. Until someone can prove otherwise, it's all speculation. She shook her head. I never saw his handwriting. He kept me blindfolded and bound. He also wore a mask. It says in your case file that you did see him. Once, he was asleep on the couch. When she'd almost escaped the first time. When she'd almost saved the little girl without a tongue. I saw the side of his face. But if you read the file, then you know the rest. She thought about telling Special Agent Martin about the face she just saw flash through her mind, but Agent Martin didn't look like he trusted her, so she kept quiet. In his note, he says it's all your fault. Why? Because like the note says, he knows me. She rubbed her arms, couldn't get the chill to go away. He knows me well enough to know I'll feel responsible for anything he does. Why? Jimmy's dark eyes bored into hers. Why would you feel responsible? Because I got away. Because he let you go. Why was this man trying to make her feel as if she'd purposely helped the maniac in some way? Jard stepped forward, but she stopped him with a raised hand. He didn't let me go. I got away. I escaped. Why didn't he kill you? Agent Martin asked. I don't know. There have been days I wished he had. A young girl named Sophie was out there somewhere, and there was nothing Lizzy could do to help her. Her chest tightened. Breathe. Just breathe. Jimmy clasped the top of the bedpost behind her. She could feel the heat of his body as he tried to use intimidation to find out whatever it was he was after. If it's your man who took Sophie, he's killed at least 4 young females, but he left your pretty little head intact. And you're telling me that after living with the man for nearly 2 months, you have no idea why. That's enough, Jard said, as he took hold of her arm and pulled her out from under Agent Martin's intense questioning. Like she said, it's all in the file. I didn't ask her here so you could rip her to shreds. Jimmy ignored him. Are you aware that Frank Lyle, the man found guilty for Jennifer Campbell's murder 6 months ago, has also confessed to killing all 4 of Spider-Man's victims? Lizzy shrugged. If the note you showed me tonight was from Spider-Man, then Frank Lyle is lying. More than likely, Frank Lyle has some pathological need for notoriety. I think Lyle is delusional. He's read and heard enough about the case to commit the facts to memory. He passed the polygraph test. If he believes he committed the crimes, then you know as well as I do that he could easily pass the polygraph test. I told authorities months ago they had the wrong man. How can you be so sure? I was there when they interrogated Lyle, watching from behind a two-way mirror. Nothing about Lyle struck me as familiar. Spider-Man had a strong jaw and a wide forehead. Lyle possessed neither of those features. Besides the physical aspects, Lyle acted aggressive and hostile. I also saw the reports. Therapists described Lyle as having little or no self-control. Spider-Man is the exact opposite. He has patience. He's methodical and disciplined. Lyle is merely a wannabe. A guy who snapped after he lost his job and his wife left him. So you're convinced that Spider-Man is back? I guess you could say that. She lifted her chin. He called me today. Judd looked perplexed, obviously wondering why she hadn't mentioned that when he'd called earlier. Jimmy's scowl deepened. What did he say? He said I was a liar and a thief. He also said that because of me others would pay. Her gaze fell to Sophie Madison's desk, where lots of pictures were taped to the mirror hanging on the wall. A bright yellow sign read, "You are a star." Below the star was a picture of Sophie Madison. I know that girl. Jimmy followed her gaze. His brows slanted inward. You know Sophie Madison. I've seen her in class. But you didn't remember her name until now. I get dozens of new students every month. The class is free. I recognize faces, but names don't always stick. Judd pressed further. When did she take your class? A few weeks ago. The realization hit her like a punch. No wonder she'd recognized the woman in the front room. Oh my God! Her stomach twisted. He's back, and he's furious. Liar, liar, pants on fire. Why? Jimmy demanded. What are you talking about? He knows I lied to him. He feels betrayed. Lizzie's chest tightened. The air in the room felt thick, suffocating. She turned to Judd. I need to leave. Without hesitation, he guided her out. Come on, let's grab some coffee. Monday, February 15, 2010, 10:03 p.m. Judd pulled his Denali to the curb in front of a charming Victorian house. Lizzie parked behind him and stepped onto the sidewalk. This doesn't look like a coffee shop, she remarked as he joined her. Best coffee in the area, he said, leading the way. I grind my own beans. Impressive, she replied flatly, her mind elsewhere. The night's events had left her unsteady, as if the earth might split open beneath her at any second. The idea that Spider-Man had taken Sophie because of her was almost too much to process. Judd opened the front door and motioned for her to enter. The darkness inside was unsettling. She hesitated. Without comment, he moved past her, flipping on lights as he walked through the living room. He draped his jacket over a plush chair before disappearing deeper into the house. When he returned, he said, "All clear." She stepped inside. Judd took her coat and hung it in the closet. You look good, Lizzie. Self-consciously, she touched the loose strands of hair framing her face. Knowing she'd need a miracle to look presentable, she let her hands fall. Thanks, you're not so bad yourself. His smile didn't mask the concern in his eyes. He was torn between duty and not wanting to push her. So, she said, shifting uncomfortably, why call me here tonight? You could have read me the note over the phone. It wasn't exactly a novel. We thought you might recognize the handwriting, and I needed to see you, make sure you were safe. Judd hadn't changed much. At 33, he was still lean and muscular, with the same thick dark hair. Only a few faint lines around his eyes when he smiled hinted at the years passing. She followed him to the kitchen, watching as he gathered filters, beans, and mugs. "Do you think Spider-Man is back?" she asked. "Looks that way." I don't think Jimmy Martin believed a word I said. "Don't worry about Jimmy. He's been dealing with criminals too long. He's not just bitter, he's corrosive." She managed a weak smile. "I'm sure Jimmy hoped to retire next year with Spider-Man locked up," he added. Lizzy let it drop. She hadn't come here to complain about Jimmy. Truthfully, she wasn't even sure why she'd followed Jard at all. "For the record, you don't need to worry about me," she said. "My apartment's front door has multiple deadbolts. I've spent a fortune securing every window and door, and I carry a gun." He scooped beans into the grinder and flipped the switch. Once the noise stopped, he asked, "How's your sister?" The rich scent of freshly ground coffee filled the air. "Kathy's doing well. She has a daughter, Brittany. I adore her." She studied Jard again. No beer belly, no receding hairline. Some guys had all the luck. "Your parents?" "Mom's in Hawaii. We talk every few weeks, but I haven't seen her in a while. Dad and we don't talk much." "Sorry to hear that." After transferring the grounds to a filter, he filled the pot with water and started the machine pewter frame on the counter drew Lizzie's gaze. Inside was a photo of Jard and a little girl who looked about 6. She lifted the frame. "Is this your daughter?" He shook his head. "Never married, no kids. That's Kira Jailhouse, my first abduction case. We found her within 24 hours. "Where was she?" "Her neighbor's apartment. The woman couldn't have children of her own. 5 minutes before she planned to flee town with Kira, we acted on a hunch and got lucky. She's adorable. I keep the picture to remind me happy endings exist." Lizzy tilted her head. "Never married." "Surprised. You always said you wanted a big family." "I was engaged once. Didn't work out." "I'm sorry." He reached for her chin, gently lifting her face until their eyes met. "I'm the one who's sorry, Lizzy. I never should have let you walk home that night." She stepped back and his hand fell to his side. "Let's not go there," she said. "We could trade apologies forever, but it wouldn't change anything. What's done is done." "You have nothing to apologize for," he insisted. "That's not true. I lied to my parents. After that nightmare, I pushed you away. I fell apart, couldn't even face you, not even when I started seeing things more clearly. I thought about you constantly, but I never called. I'm sorry for all of it." And she meant it. More than anything back then, she'd wanted to reach out, especially in her darkest moments, because in the end, memories of Jard had helped pull her through the worst of it. Jard watched Lizzy retreat to the living room, surprised by the surge of raw emotion. The truth was, the moment he'd seen her tonight, guilt had hit him, guilt for not being there all these years. He also noticed how much weight she'd lost since he'd last seen her. She was thin, almost gaunt. Her green eyes still captivated, but the sparkle was gone. After she'd pushed him away years ago, his anger had faded into hurt, then numbness. He hadn't known what to expect when he saw her again, but now he knew. He wanted to hold her and never let go. He'd lost count of how many times he'd almost called her, but he'd always convinced himself to keep his distance, afraid he'd only dredge up painful memories for her. Now that she was here, he realized he'd been wrong. The urge to protect her was overwhelming. Yet he needed her to do the one thing she might not be ready for, to remember, to revisit the very thing she'd spent years running from. He needed her to dig into the darkest corners of her mind and uncover every tiny detail she might have missed. He poured a mug of coffee, sugar and cream. She walked back toward him. "Black is fine." With mugs in hand, they settled onto the vintage green couch in the living room. She sat while he adjusted the thermostat. It'll warm up soon. He joined her, and she studied him over the rim of her cup. Sophie Madison needs me. Jard met her gaze, realizing he needed her too. It had taken him years to move on. Then he'd met Peggy Chambers, a lawyer. He proposed for all the wrong reasons, and every time she pressed for a wedding date, doubt crept in. Peggy was sharp. She knew he still thought about Lizzy. So did his parents, his sister. Everyone knew he had unfinished business with Lizzy long before he admitted it to himself. Yeah, he finally said. Sophie needs you, and I need you too. I need you to tell me everything you know about the man who abducted you. What was he like? Did he have any hobbies? Did he ever leave the house? I've told the FBI everything I know. But you've never told me. She sipped her coffee, her gaze shifting away from his. A quiet moment settled between them before she said, Spider-Man had an enormous amount of patience. Jard watched her sip her coffee, waiting for her to continue. After a few moments, he wasn't disappointed. As you know, Lizzy said, he was fond of spiders. The tarantula was his favorite breed, but he liked to talk about what he considered to be the most dangerous spiders in the world. He liked to place spiders on his victims' bodies. He would watch closely as the insects moved over smooth, unblemished skin. Hours would pass before he would provoke the spiders, pinch them, anything to make them bite into flesh. Sophie had an older sister who was sleeping upstairs at the time of her abduction, Jard told her. Do you think Spider-Man knew exactly which sister he was going after? Do you believe he followed his victim and scouted her out before he made his move? Yes, of course. If this is Spider-Man's work, he always knew who he was going after. By the time he kidnapped his victims, he knew them better than they knew themselves. There was a long pause before she added, except for me. I was a mistake. What do you mean? She gave him a wry smile. You know, wrong place, wrong time, wrong bat channel. Yeah, I guess I do. He wasn't after you that night, was he? She met his gaze straight on, unblinking. Her eyes looked sharper now. No, he wasn't after me, you know that. He wanted the Anderson girl. He told me that, and I told the feds. She sighed and then asked, any chance Sophie Madison was a family member abduction and they wrote the note to throw you off? There's always a chance, but from what we've gathered so far, that's not the case. Mrs. Madison can hardly stay focused, and her husband was rushed to the hospital an hour before you arrived. Heart problems. There are no uncles or aunts, and all grandparents are accounted for. Mondays really do suck, she said without much emotion. He didn't respond. Are you and your FBI friends conducting a neighborhood door-to-door search? She asked. Lizzy didn't have a great deal of respect for the agency, and Jard couldn't blame her. For over a decade, she'd been treated more like a criminal than a victim. Should we be conducting a neighborhood search? She narrowed her eyes. Isn't that standard procedure? With anyone else he might play the game, but not with Lizzy. You know it is, he said. I'm only surprised you would ask. She shrugged. If I were the mother, it would certainly make me feel better knowing my neighbors didn't have my kids stuffed away in the back of their bedroom closet. Frustrated, she swept flyaway bangs out of her face. If you've read the files, you know Spider-Man is keen on disguises. She looked over her shoulder as if she'd heard a noise. He followed her gaze from the entry door to the front window. He was about to ask her what she was doing when she turned back to him. If anyone says they saw a suspicious character around the area, I wouldn't bank on their description, that's all. I didn't see anything about disguises in your case file, other than the mention of a beard. That doesn't surprise me. Why take notes? From the start, the authorities have taken much of what I said with a grain of salt. That's because every time they interviewed you, Lizzy, your story changed. Her eyes narrowed. How so? Jard stood and disappeared down the hall. Moments later, he returned with a thick manila file and handed it to her. She flipped through the pages, most of which were dog-eared. She skimmed page after page of notes, starting with the day she was found and ending with a few recent articles, including an interview with her father. She stiffened. I had no idea Dad agreed to go on national television. When did you last see him? It's been years. He wants nothing to do with me. He blames me for every bad thing that's ever happened in his life. Jard stayed quiet until she finished reading the article. After you escaped and were found on the roadside, you made some statements that later proved false. You told Betsy Reburn, the woman who picked you up and took you to the police, that you'd been sexually abused. He hesitated. But the DNA on your clothes only matched mine. Her face flushed as she scanned the file. Then, when the FBI interviewed you, you claimed the killer forced you to drink poison, burned you daily with cigarettes and hot pokers, and made you. She flung the file onto the couch beside her and shot up so fast her knee hit the coffee table. Coffee splashed over the rim of Jard's cup. Screw you and your FBI buddies. It all happened. She jabbed a finger at him. I don't care if you or anyone else believes me, so why the hell did you call me here? Why ask the same damn questions I've answered 100 times? And Jard, why are you doing this to me? Jard stood too. He reached for her arm, but she shoved him away. I believe you, Lizzy. If you say it happened, I believe you. Bullshit. Fine, let me rephrase. I believe you think these things happened to you, but they couldn't have. Rattlesnake bites leave scars. Your blood work showed no toxins. And there are photos, pictures of your arms, legs, stomach, all taken right after you came back. No burns, no bites. Why do you think that is? I don't know. Silence settled between them, heavy and tense. She raised her hands, then clasped them behind her neck before dropping them in frustration. Pacing the room, she snapped, Look, I want to help you find Sophie, but I won't be treated like a criminal or a liar. Jard sat back down. He hated upsetting her. He knew she believed these things had happened, even if they hadn't. That didn't mean she hadn't suffered, mentally, verbally, for those 2 months she was missing. That much was certain. When she returned, she was malnourished, dehydrated. Facts. Before the FBI, Jard had studied psychology with a focus on criminology and victimology. He had a theory, and he realized his approach was wrong. Lizzy, he said softly, you might be experiencing countertransference, what some call survivor's guilt. She stood frozen, arms crossed, his chest tightened. You said you wanted to help Sophie. I've read the files, but I need to hear it from you. We can't afford to miss anything, he exhaled. You mentioned Spider-Man wore a mask. That's right, he did. Lizzy walked to the window, pulling the blinds open just enough for moonlight to seep in. She turned back. Besides the mask, he never looked the same. Beard one day, mustache the next. His hair changed too, long, short, blonde, dark brown, black, never consistent. She returned to the couch, resting a hand on its back. For the record, I think he left sometimes. Days would pass without me hearing or seeing him. At first, I was terrified. But as weeks went by, hunger outweighed the fear. Toward the end, hunger gnawed at me, the cold seeped into my bones, and anger simmered beneath my skin. Her jaw tightened visibly as she gripped the couch's edge, meeting his gaze head-on. Did you know my father blamed my mother for allowing me to leave that night? He gave a slow nod. Then you must also know they divorced within a year of my disappearance. His hand settled over hers, soft, trembling. She stiffened but didn't retreat. The knot in his stomach twisted. Behind her hardened exterior, she was breakable. If I'd listened to my father, she murmured, none of this would have happened. Spider-Man would have just chosen someone else. Maybe, her stare lingered, intense and searching. The fire in her voice dimmed as she asked, What's the plan? The feds believe he's coming for me, don't they? If that call today was really him, I'd say it's almost certain. Her chin lifted defiantly. For the record, I'm not scared. I am, for you. Don't be. A fierce light ignited in her eyes. I made a decision on my way here tonight. What decision? I'm done hiding, done flinching at shadows. I'm going to find Spider-Man before he makes another move. His brow furrowed. How? I'll use the media. Send him a message myself. Monday, February 15, 2010, 11:59 p.m. The urge for another Klonopin prickled at him. His hands trembled, something they never used to do. He started for the door, then spun abruptly. Boo! Sophie's eyes flew wide. A muffled gasp escaped beneath the duct tape. Disappointed, he sighed. Was that really all she had? You shouldn't have cursed at your mother, he chided, wagging a finger. Especially in public. A disapproving shake of his head. Bad girls dress like trash and swear like drunks. Know why I picked you, Sophie? She shook violently, tears streaking her face. Because you've got no respect. If I'd ever backtalked my parents, you know what they'd have done. Another frantic shake of her head. Pathetic, no spine, no defiance, just a quivering mess. My father would have sliced me open with a razor, he said, relishing the horror dawning in her eyes. Better. Crossing to the dresser, he slid open the top drawer, revealing his gleaming collection, surgical blades, straight razors. For effect, he selected a curved English steel, honed to surgical precision. Should we begin with this one, Sophie? Her eyes screwed shut, lips trembling, praying, probably, to a deaf god. He waited, counting silently. Nothing, no thrill, no rush, just hollow calm, boring. Then her eyes snapped open wide, pleading the brown of a frightened animal. And just like that, the storm inside him erupted. Pulse hammering, blood like live wires under his skin, he advanced, fists clenched. He'd peel those eyes right from her skull. A whimper, her eyelids squeezed shut again. Damn it, look at me. Scared, Sophie. Her entire body convulsed. Was that a nod? Pathetic. Where was the fiery girl with the sharp tongue? Deflated, he studied her a moment longer before turning back. The knife clattered into the drawer. He slammed it shut. Her eyes remained tightly closed as he walked toward the exit. Take this time to consider what your punishment should be. I'll be resting while you think it over. The door clicked shut behind him as he moved to the front room. Sophie should have been unconscious, given her enough sleeping pills to keep her under for at least a few more hours. She was strange, trembling and silent with those unsettling eyes. His body ached all over. Though not yet 40, today he felt decades older. He collapsed onto the couch, letting his head sink into the cushions. If last night had taught him anything, it was that the experts were right. He could never stop. Tuesday, February 16, 2010, 10:12 a.m. Kathy had arrived at Lizzy's apartment half an hour ago, and they were already arguing. You need protection, Kathy insisted. Don't be absurd, Lizzy shot back. For 14 years, I've followed every one of your demands. I see a therapist every other week, one I can barely afford, and I write in a damn journal daily. I hate it. Kathy rolled her eyes. Writing helps. It's part of the healing process, a way to understand yourself. Journaling is pointless. I have deadbolts on every door, bars on every window, Lizzy snapped, frustration flaring at Kathy's dismissiveness. Her sister had no idea what it was like to live in constant terror. I carry a gun. I scan every bush, every tree before stepping outside. Every bird's chirp, every rustling leaf, every car horn feels like a threat. Kathy fell silent. Lizzy rubbed her temples, trying to ease the tension. I've spent years jumping at my own shadow. I can't keep doing this. I won't. I need to understand Spider-Man, why he does what he does, why he... You think the FBI hasn't spent the last decade trying to figure that out? Clearly not well enough. They haven't caught him. Frank Lyle probably has bored associates making prank calls, Kathy sighed. Fine. So you study Spider-Man, piece together what little you remember. Then what? Then I predict his next move before he makes it. And then I set a trap. Lizzy turned toward the door, raising her arms as if aiming an invisible gun. And when he walks through that door, I put a bullet between his eyes. I don't like this. I didn't expect you to. Why do you think he's resurfacing now, after all this time? That's one of the many things I intend to find out, Lizzy said. If you're serious about getting involved in Sophie Madison's case, I can't let you near Brittany. I won't risk her safety. I understand. Kathy scoffed. She means so little to you that you'd give her up so easily. Lizzy pressed a hand to her chest. She means everything to me. That's why I won't let a single hair on her head be harmed. Kathy looked down. Lizzy rested a hand on her sister's shoulder. I don't want to hurt you, but after that call and seeing Jard again, I realized something. I can't keep living like this, terrified of my own shadow. It's destroying me. Kathy wiped her eyes with her sleeve. I can't do this anymore either. I'm done caring. You've always done whatever you wanted, never considering the rest of us. You took my things, lied to Mom and Dad. Your choices ruined our lives. And now you're willing to give up your relationship with Brittany because you want to go after a maniacal, bloodthirsty killer. She raised her arms in the air before letting them drop to her sides. I give up. I'm done. She grabbed her purse from the coffee table and then looked around for her sweater. The doorbell rang. Lizzy looked through the peephole. Jard stood on the other side. After unlocking the chain and deadbolts, she opened the door and gestured for him to come inside. He looked just as good in a blue button-down shirt and a pair of fitted jeans as he had in a suit and tie. The sleeves of his shirt were rolled to his elbows, revealing bronzed forearms sprinkled with just enough dark hair to tantalize. And here she thought she'd lost her appetite for the opposite sex. Who knew? Jard, Lizzy said, gesturing toward her sister. I'm sure you remember Kathy. Kathy had located her sweater. She headed for the door. Jard said hello and offered his hand. Ignoring his friendly gesture, Kathy stopped directly in front of him, her face a maze of angry lines. Why did you have to call Lizzy and get her involved? Do you know how hard she struggled to get where she is today? I'm not going to let anything happen to her. Kathy huffed. You knew there was a killer on the loose 14 years ago, but that didn't stop you from dropping her off in the middle of the street on a dark, starless night. Now did it? Knock it off, Lizzy said as she put a hand on Kathy's shoulder and ushered her away from Jard and out the door. Once they were outside, Lizzy followed her sister down the steps to Kathy's silver BMW parked on the street. What is wrong with you? Lizzy asked. I can't believe you're doing this to me. Kathy's eyes blazed. I'm doing this to you. Yes, why can't you understand that I don't want to hide from my own shadow for the rest of my life? Kathy slid behind the wheel of her car, turned on the ignition, and said, because I happen to believe that hiding from your own shadow is better than the alternative. Kathy gestured toward the apartment. I hope you're not planning on getting romantically involved with that man again. Why would you care? I've heard things about him, that's all. He's a heartbreaker, a love 'em and leave 'em kind of guy. Why do you think he's still single? Lizzy shrugged. There's nothing going on. Well, good. Kathy shut the door with jarring finality and drove off. As Lizzy watched her sister's BMW disappear around the bend, she noticed a green Jeep Grand Cherokee parked on the other side of the road. The Jeep wouldn't have caught her attention if the driver of the vehicle hadn't ducked the moment her sister drove away. Lizzy walked toward her apartment, careful to keep her attention focused on the steps leading to her apartment because she didn't want whoever was watching from the Jeep to know she was on to them. She entered the apartment and closed the door behind her. Jard said something, but she ignored him. Instead, she headed for the kitchen window and peeked through the blinds. Her heart raced when she saw the driver sit up. It was a woman. A baseball cap covered most of her face. A ponytail stuck out the back of her cap, thick, straight hair. Brunette. Lizzy bolted for the Pembroke table near her front entry. She opened the drawer and grabbed her gun. Then she yanked open the front door, took the stairs two at a time, and hit the pavement running. The screech of wheels drowned out Jard's curses behind her. Lizzy chased after the car by foot, gun drawn. The Jeep disappeared around the corner, tires squealing. If she went back for her car keys now, it would be too late to chase after the woman. Damn. Jard was on her heels. What the hell are you doing? Lay off, she warned, pointing a finger at him as she headed back the way she'd come. Frustrated, she marched up the stairs to her apartment and saw Maggie trotting down the road in the opposite direction the Jeep had gone. Maggie, come back here. I'll get the cat, he said. You go inside and lock the door. Yes, sir. Before chasing after Maggie, he shook his head at her as if she'd lost her mind completely. Lizzy tucked her gun back into the drawer. She grabbed the notebook and pen she kept near the phone and jotted down the partial license plate she'd spotted, along with a quick description of the driver: petite, dark hair, small nose. A forest green Jeep with the numbers 1 and 8 and the letter N in the first 4 digits of the plate. Setting the pen down, she frowned. Who was that woman, and what did she want? A sudden knock startled her. She'd almost forgotten about Jard and Maggie. Rushing to the front door, she opened it to find Maggie clawing at Jard's neck and chest. He groaned and tossed the cat toward the living room before shutting the door and locking it. You're bleeding. No kidding. She guided him to the kitchen, suppressing a smile at his annoyed expression. Grabbing a clean cloth, she dampened a corner under the cold tap and gently dabbed at the scratch on his jaw. The urge to run her fingers over his face surprised her. After all these years, he still had that effect on her. I hope that thing is up to date on its shots. That thing is named Maggie. She smiled, and when she pressed the cloth to his jaw again, he finally cracked a grin. Good to see you smile, he said. At this point, it's either laugh or cry. A pause stretched between them before he spoke again. Guess your sister still hasn't forgiven me. Kathy doesn't forgive easily. She's a lot like Dad. Yeah, well, you don't deserve that kind of treatment. Sometimes we just have to play the hand we're dealt. She stepped away to fill Maggie's dish, avoiding his gaze. About the Jeep, did you get a look at the driver? He asked. Kneeling, she scooped food onto the dish. It was a woman. Someone you know. She shook her head. You can't chase down every suspicious car parked outside your place. Straightening, she met his eyes. I appreciate the concern, but don't start telling me what to do. Still stubborn after all this time. I try my best. By the time she finished tidying the kitchen, Jard was checking the front room windows. Kathy already checked the locks, she said, knowing it was pointless. Jimmy wants to bring in a couple of his guys to install surveillance and a wiretap. Is that so? Same goes for your downtown office. Great, not. Jimmy also asked me to tell you to hold off on sending Spider-Man any messages through the media. Why? The agency doesn't want to put Sophie in more danger than she's already in. Lizzy followed him down the hall, her stomach twisting at the thought of what Sophie might be enduring. I think they're wrong. A message would distract him. He doesn't act on impulse. Everything is calculated, planned like a chess move. If I throw him off balance, he'll focus on me instead of her. Or he'll take his anger out on Sophie. She chewed her lip, weighing the risks. "I'll talk to Jimmy," he said, before disappearing down the hall. "When you're done with the windows, meet me in my bedroom," she called after him. "There's something I want to show you." A few minutes later, Judd found her in her bedroom. The neatly made bed dominated the space. The blinds shut and curtains drawn, the walls were beige, and the only hint of femininity in the room consisted of one well-used stuffed animal sitting front and center between the pillows on the bed. The stuffed animal was either a fox or a cat, hard to tell, with its matted fur, missing tail, and one eye hanging from a thread. Lizzy sat at a desk in the corner of the room farthest from the door. On the wall above the desk, a 4x4 whiteboard was covered with scribbles. The walls on both sides of the whiteboard, from ceiling to floor, were covered with lists and notes, all stapled or taped to the wall in an unorganized mess. Papers and notebooks were stacked high on the floor around her feet. "Looks like you've been busy," he said. "After I returned home last night, I couldn't stop thinking about Sophie. You were right when you said that I need to remember everything I can in order to help her, but it's not easy. Scenes from my time spent with Spider-Man pop into my head like film clips from a movie, flashing through my mind in bits and pieces when I least expect them. Some clips are blurred and choppy, others remarkably clear." Judd didn't say anything, he just let her talk. She gestured toward the papers taped to the wall. "I made lists of all of Spider-Man's victims. Did you know that all except one of the girls was brown-haired and brown-eyed?" He shook his head. "I think that's more than coincidental. If there's even one girl with green or blue eyes," he told her, "it doesn't mean anything." It was quiet for a moment, her brow furrowed. "I still can't remember her name. A day hasn't gone by in the past 14 years that I haven't seen her face, and yet I still can't remember her name." "Whose name?" "We were so close to getting away," Lizzy said, her eyes focused on the floor, her voice barely audible. "Do you mean the girl you tried to save? The one you used to talk about when you first returned?" She nodded. After returning home, Lizzy had mentioned a small, malnourished girl without a tongue, but none of the bodies found fit the description. The original 3 girls Spider-Man had been linked to had all been viciously tortured. They had spider bites on their legs and arms. All 3 victims had been left near a body of water, a community pool, a lake, and a reservoir. While Lizzy was missing, another body had turned up in the same lake as the number 2 victim, tortured like the others. Burn marks, spider bites, but no missing tongue. Since Lizzie's return, no other victims had been discovered, which was another reason some in the agency had a difficult time buying her story. Jimmy, among others, believed Lizzy was never caught by the madman at all, believing instead that Lizzy hid out for months until she tired of the game. Rumors quickly spread that she had made up the abduction story, all for attention. Judd knew her well enough to know that wasn't the case. "What happened to the girl?" he asked, watching her closely. She lifted her gaze to meet his. "All of those horrible things I talked about." "You mean the poison, the hot iron, the burns?" "Yes, all of it," she stood. "It all happened to that poor little girl. Oh my God." She put a hand to her mouth. "And the other girls, these atrocities didn't happen to me, did they?" Her face paled. "You were right. All of those horrible, awful things happened to those other girls, but not to me." He couldn't stand it another moment. The dark, haunted look on her face told him she hadn't had a moment's peace since her abduction. Judd pulled her close. He felt her wobble in his arms as if her legs might give out at any moment. Lizzy had transferred the shame and guilt that belonged with the killer onto herself. She had also taken upon herself the disgust and horror of what had happened to his victims. More than likely, Lizzy had been engulfed by emotions until it became too much for her to bear. Lizzy couldn't recognize the torture and beatings for what they truly were, inhuman acts inflicted by one person upon another. To survive and continue living, she had no choice but to process the horror in the only way she could manage. Now, her forehead pressed against Jard's chest as her body trembled. His hand moved in slow circles across her back. "Why did he let you live, Lizzy?" Silence stretched between them before she finally answered, her voice rough. "Because he believed I was good. He wanted me to stay with him forever, to watch, to learn, to see what happened to the bad girls." Her muscles were rigid, her words strained. Jard shifted slightly, brushing loose strands of hair from her face. "What did he make you watch?" "Unspeakable things. He wanted me to see what he did to them, so I wouldn't make their mistakes." "How many girls?" "3, after the girl who couldn't speak. 3 more, that I know of." Jard had studied every case file, every investigator's note. Lizzie's account never wavered. 3 more victims after her first failed escape attempt. That brought the total to 8, with 4 bodies still missing, including the tongueless girl. "How did he force you to watch?" "With manacles." He inhaled sharply. Lizzy had always been one of the kindest people he knew. In high school, she was the one who befriended newcomers, joined clubs advocating against animal cruelty and bullying, and worked to make the world gentler. Forcing her to witness suffering was the cruelest punishment imaginable. "The girls always looked the same at first," she continued, her voice distant. "Terrified, pale, shaking." Her gaze was unfocused, as if trapped in a memory. He'd tie them to a bedpost or chair, hack at their hair with something blunt, like a steak knife, then ask if they wanted to go home. Her words grew steadier as she spoke. The moment he saw hope in their eyes, he'd say they had to pass tests first. She lifted her face to his. "No one ever passed. No one could." A shiver ran through her. Days or weeks later, when their hope was gone, he'd bring out a glass jar filled with clear liquid, always the same. He'd dip something into it, and just when I thought they had nothing left to endure, he'd drip acid into their eyes. That's when the real screaming started. Her forehead dropped back against his chest. He tightened his hold until her breathing steadied. And then he'd take me back to the spider room. We were all trapped. No way out. "You and the spiders." She nodded against him. "Most nights I just wanted to sleep and never wake up. But I couldn't. Their faces haunted me. Their fear, their pain. I heard their screams. And sometimes a drilling sound." "What kind of drilling?" "A high-pitched screech. Endless. An electric saw, cutting or drilling." "I don't know." Only the case agents knew 2 of the original victims had been blinded by acid. One even had needles embedded in her retinas. But the drilling didn't fit any evidence from the bodies. "Come on," he said, hating how shattered she looked. "I'll tell Jimmy you're not ready for this." She pulled back, drawing a deep breath. "I won't let you. I need to do this, for me as much as for Sophie." He led her to the kitchen, filled a glass with water, and held the rim of the glass to her lips. She took a few sips before he set the glass on the counter. Then he cradled her face between his hands. She had a pale, heart-shaped face, big eyes, and full lips. She was still the most beautiful woman he'd ever laid eyes on. He missed everything about her, missed their long talks about life, missed her easy laughter. "I never should have let you push me away. I hope you're not thinking of kissing me, because it's been so long since I've been kissed, I can't even remember how it's done. I don't think." He dipped his head and put his lips to hers before she could get another word out. Her lips were soft. He shouldn't be kissing her, certainly not now when she was vulnerable and weak. Maybe not ever, but he couldn't help himself. He'd spent a lot of time thinking about this kiss. It wasn't a matter of wanting to kiss her, he needed to kiss her, needed to hold her close, and somehow let her know he would never let anyone hurt her again. His cell rang. Lifting his head, he watched her eyes come slowly open. "You're right," she said. He grabbed hold of his cell when it rang again. "About what?" "You never should have let me push you away." He smiled and flipped open his cell. "Yes, I'm here with her now. She's fine with the wiretap." He looked at her and she shrugged noncommittally. "Okay," he said. "See you in 10. Tuesday, February 16, 2010, 11:00 a.m. His heart drummed heavy against his ribs. He had dozed off. Sitting up straight, he glanced at the clock. He had a few more hours before he needed to get back to the office. "Cynthia," he said aloud, his dream still vivid in his mind. He longed to see her again, to be with her. He hadn't realized how much he missed Cynthia until this very moment. For Cynthia, he'd been able to stop killing. In fact, he thought he had kicked the habit for good. For nearly 14 years, she had been enough. It hurt to think about the way she looked at him when he first told her the truth. But there was nothing he could do about that now. He had already hit the point of no return. Once a killer, always a killer. There was no time for melancholy, he decided. He looked around the living room. He had a lot to do. The house hadn't been lived in for years. The walls needed a coat of fresh paint, maybe some new curtains. Cynthia had liked bright colors, reds and blues. He preferred more subdued colors like taupe. A mushroom yellow might work well to brighten things up some. Movement inside a 9-gallon aquarium on the table in front of him caught his attention. Inside were 2 Australian funnel web spiders he'd ordered online. Brownish-black in color and highly venomous, they were his favorite type of spider. Cynthia had never been fond of spiders or snakes. His love for her had been strong, he realized. Still was. He'd overcome so much because of her. He tapped the glass and smiled when the larger of the 2 spiders lifted its front legs and extended its fangs. "That's a good boy," he said. "Don't worry, you'll be eating soon." Tuesday, February 16, 2010, 11:55 a.m. Lizzy couldn't remember the last time she'd had this many people in her apartment at once. 2 men with the agency were working on her telephone, rewiring and connecting her phone to a black box resembling a miniature DVD player. Jimmy Martin stood in the middle of her living room. He was on the phone again, telling law enforcement agencies to be on the lookout for a woman wearing a baseball cap and driving a green Jeep Grand Cherokee with the numbers she'd given him. Lizzy didn't know what to think of Jimmy. He was stern in the face and rigid in movement. He didn't smile easily, if at all. In the kitchen, Jard opened another cupboard in search of a coffee cup and tea bags. She didn't have the coffee he liked, so he'd opted for tea. Apparently he was addicted to caffeine, and he was picky. "Do you have any Indian black tea?" Jard asked. She joined him in the kitchen, opened the drawer nearest the refrigerator, and pointed to a box. "Store brand green tea. It's the best I can do." He took one of the packets from the box, although he didn't look happy about it. If she wasn't so tired, she might have laughed at the displeasure scrawled across his face, unhappy with her tea collection. Picky or not, she already found herself enjoying his company. The kiss had sparked her imagination and had miraculously managed to take her mind off everything else for a few glorious moments. "Did you ever leave Spider-Man's house during those 2 months you were held in captivity?" Jimmy asked from the other room. "No," Lizzy said with a shake of her head, wondering why the feds like to ask the same questions over and over again. Leaving Jard to fend for himself, she headed back to the living room. Jimmy had moved from the chair to her couch, where he hovered over her glass coffee table strewn with notes, pictures of Sophie, and a map of the Sacramento area surrounding the American River. As she looked at the map, an image of the house from which she'd fled flickered through her mind. When Lizzy had escaped the second time, she'd gone through the bathroom window, the only window in the house without bars. In the beginning, Spider-Man hadn't allowed her to use anything other than a bucket. 3 weeks into her imprisonment, though, he led her to the bathroom and left her alone long enough for her to figure out she would need to lose a lot of weight in order to squeeze through the tiny window above the bathtub. She'd also known that she needed to stay alive long enough to make the attempt. Lizzy looked at the map for another moment before she pointed at a specific street. This is where I was picked up by Betsy Reburn, the woman delivering dry cleaning that day. Jimmy penciled a circle around an area nearly 4 blocks from the area she pointed at. This is where Reburn said she found you. Frustrated, Lizzy looked at Jard. Can somebody take me here? She stabbed a finger at the map, to the spot where Betsy said she found me. Seemingly surprised by her request, Jard said, according to the file, you've been there before. I don't think it's necessary. That was over a decade ago, she said. Everything's different now. I've been seeing images of the house and the street in my mind. I need to go back there. Now. Are you sure you're ready? Jard asked. For Christ's sake, Jimmy said. I'll take her there myself. Lizzy swallowed the lump in her throat. No, she wasn't sure. The truth was she felt as if she was teetering on the edge of a cliff. She could fall off at any moment. Been there, done that. But she'd already made up her mind, and she wasn't going to turn back now. Glancing at Sophie's picture, she nodded at Jard. I'm ready when you are. Before you run off, Jimmy said, I have a few more questions. She crossed her arms. What do you want to know? For starters, why now? Jard joined them in the living room and looked at Jimmy. What do you mean? Jimmy's gaze never left Lizzy's. I want to know why she thinks she can suddenly pinpoint the exact street where she was found. And yet for the past decade, she couldn't zero in on a street within a mile radius of the spot given to us by Ms. Reburn. Refusing to cower, Lizzy stared back at Agent Martin with the same determination and grit she saw scrawled across his face. I believe she's been suffering from survivor's guilt, Jard cut in before she had a chance to respond. Lizzy's guilt has caused her to repress painful memories, memories that could and can be triggered by almost anything. A particular smell, a song, a sound, anything at all. In Lizzy's case, I think it was the phone call she received from Spider-Man, or possibly the note that triggered some memories to return. I know you didn't believe me back then, Lizzy said to Martin, and you probably don't believe me now. But I don't care what you think. The only thing I do care about is finding Sophie before it's too late. Jimmy shoved his hands into his pants pockets. I'm all ears. You two can speculate all you want, Lizzy went on, but I'm telling you, Spider-Man is back. And he already knows everything about Sophie, including what she's afraid of. If she's afraid of the dark, then she's in a basement or a windowless room. What about you? Jimmy asked. Did he keep you in the dark? He didn't know me. I wasn't part of his plan. He used insects to scare me. Snakes and spiders never bothered you, Jard added. No, they didn't, she said. Spiders and snakes intrigued me, but Spider-Man didn't know that. His excitement when I showed fear was palpable. I knew that's what he wanted. If he acted as if he might place a spider on me, I cried out and begged him to stop. I let him think he'd found my Achilles heel. He feeds on fear. You played him for a fool. Jimmy jangled the change in his pocket. Sounds like this guy isn't as clever as he thinks. She lifted her chin. Clever enough to avoid the FBI for 14 years. Jimmy pretended to ignore her, but she could tell by the tick in his jaw he wasn't happy with her. Too bad. Spider-Man would also use things the girls enjoyed to calm them. Jimmy lifted a brow. For instance, hot chocolate, licorice, stuffed animals. You name it, he used it. He knew what they liked, and he used it against them in the same way he used their worst fears to frighten them. She picked up Sophie's picture. We need to find out everything we can about Sophie. Did she walk home or did she ride a bus? How did she treat her friends and family? Did she have any vices? Why would that matter? Jimmy asked. Spider-Man thinks of himself as a hero, Jard answered. In his mind, he's delivering justice by taking out girls he believes are disrespectful or bad. Disrespectful to whom? To anyone, Lizzy said. Adults, parents, friends. He used to talk to me about his victims being menaces to society. He didn't like girls sneaking out of the house after their parents were gone, girls who cut class or talked back, or who smoked cigarettes between classes. For the sake of argument, Jimmy said, let's pretend we know everything about Sophie. How is that information going to help us find her? She's looking for a link, Jard said. Any link at all between Sophie and the other victims that might tie them all to one person, one man, one killer. Jimmy huffed. Aren't we all? What do you think we've been doing for the last 14 years? Picking our noses. Lizzy shrugged as if that were a possibility. At this very moment, Jimmy said, I've got someone talking to the principal at Sophie's school. Her piano teacher will be turning 80 next week, so we ruled her out. Sophie wasn't into sports and she gets straight as. Other than the fact that she's a teenager, there aren't any links to the other victims. Lizzy held in a growl. Jimmy had already given up on finding any new clues. Before she could give him a piece of her mind, his cell phone rang and Jimmy excused himself before stepping outside to talk. Don't let him get to you, Jard said. He's a hard head. He's an ass. She put her hands up in surrender. I don't know why I'm wasting my time talking to him. He doesn't want to listen to anything I have to say. Can't you see he's already squeezed this case into a nice little box and given up? Let's take a ride. What about your tea? It can wait. Tuesday, February 16, 2010, 12:04 p.m. Karen Crowley was pleasantly surprised to see that her brother had chosen a beautiful, peaceful city in which to reside. Mountainous wilderness and the Sierra Nevada range lay to the east, while rolling green hills could be seen to the west. It was a miracle her mother had finally produced an address at all. Karen's mother lived in Arkansas and hadn't seen her only son since he had visited her 14 years ago, according to Mom. That's when he had met his future wife, Cynthia. Mom mentioned that she received a Christmas card from Cynthia every year, which was how Karen was able to get her brother's current address. She hated to pop in on him and his wife unannounced like this, but his number wasn't listed in the phone book, and Mom didn't have it either. It was a shame, really, that her parents would marry, have 2 children, and then have absolutely nothing to do with them. Their father had died 5 years ago, and nobody had bothered to let her know. That's when Karen broke off all contact with her mother. Enough was enough. Her mother never called her. She didn't care about anyone but herself. Until a month ago, Karen didn't think she'd ever bother trying to contact her brother or her mother again. But recently, every time she looked into her own son's eyes, she saw her brother. That's when Karen knew it was time to find him and make amends, tell him how sorry she was. She'd even gone so far as to try to locate 2 of the 3 girls partly responsible for her brother's mental breakdown during high school, but so far no luck. Karen's cell phone rang. It was her husband. She picked up the phone and held it to her ear. Is everything all right? It's time for you to head home, he told her. The kids miss you and I miss you. I can't come home, not yet. You still haven't found him. I just talked to Mom. She found his address. I should be there in a few minutes. I should have come with you. Karen, her husband, and their 2 kids lived in Italy, above Canciano, and about 2 hours from Verona. She would have loved to have her husband come to the States with her, but the kids needed one of them at home. I'll be fine. How do you know? From what you've told me, your brother can be a bit off his rocker. Mom said he was the happiest she'd ever seen him when he was with Cynthia. Mom said he no longer shows signs of his previous irrational behavior. I don't like it. What if he hasn't forgiven you? I doubt he even remembers what happened. That was a lie, but she'd never had the guts to tell her husband the whole sordid story. "You won't know that until you see him. Why don't you keep me on the line until you get there?" "I can't. I'm not supposed to drive and talk on the cell phone without one of those ear devices. I shouldn't be talking to you now. I'll call you as soon as I find the house, okay? Be careful." "Don't worry, everything will be fine." She clicked the phone shut. Wellington was the next street. A few more turns and she'd be at her brother's house. There it was, 5416 Wise Road. The house was a beautiful one-story set on the top of a quiet hill. The house set her mind at ease. The lawn was well cared for, the fence freshly painted. She pulled into the driveway, shut off the engine, and stepped out of the car. The walkway was swept clean. Other than a week's worth of newspapers piled up near the garbage bin, everything looked normal. For the first time in years, her heart lifted at the thought of seeing her brother. Usually she felt apprehension and fear at the idea of speaking to him, let alone seeing him, but not today. Despite the chill in the pine-scented air, she felt a warm glow inside. With confidence in her spine and warmth in her heart, she knocked on the door. Then she rang the bell. After no one came to the door, she tried the door handle, surprised when the door came easily open. "Hello." No answer. "Is anybody home?" The house looked well kept, no clutter or junk. She stepped inside. The furniture was high-end, the rugs Persian. She never would have expected to find her brother living in such luxury. Although, why it would surprise her, she wasn't sure. According to Mom, he'd graduated from college with high honors. He was incredibly smart. So why had she expected so little from him? What was it about him that had always frightened her? Guilt. Guilt for what she and her friends had done to him. She could barely process what had occurred. How could she possibly explain it to anyone else? Even remembering that period of her life made her chest constrict. The foul odor creeping through the gaps in the walls as she moved toward the kitchen only made it worse. What was causing that revolting stench? Tuesday, February 16, 2010, 12:15 p.m. Lizzy sat stiffly in Jard's Denali, trying to ignore the churning nausea in her gut. As Jard took the exit toward the river, her anxiety grew with every mile closer to where Betsy Reburn had discovered her. He turned left onto Primrose Way, and the map confirmed they were nearly there. Lizzie's body locked up, her fingers pressing deep into the leather seat. Jard pulled over and studied her. "You okay?" No, she was suffocating under the weight of dread. Rolling down the window, she gulped in the sharp winter air until her breathing steadied. Leaning back against the headrest, she forced herself to sound calm. "I'll be fine. Just need a second." Soon they were winding through the neighborhood, but nothing matched the houses from her nightmares. These were modest, aging single-family homes, mostly one-story structures on small lots. The trees were sparse, the lawns parched. "Nothing looks familiar," she murmured. Jard slowed to a crawl as they entered a quiet cul-de-sac. "This is where Betsy Reburn found you." Circling the street, they passed a mail truck and turned left, continuing at a careful 15 miles per hour. Rusted cars and all-stained driveways lined the road. Kids played kickball nearby while a couple argued heatedly farther ahead. Nothing stood out. "How are we supposed to find him? How do we help Sophie?" Jard stayed silent. "Sophie could be anywhere," Lizzy said, frustration rising. "Spider-Man could be any of those men, the one in the garage, the mailman, the guy fighting with his wife. This is just one street, and it's like searching for a single grain of sand on a beach." She shook her head bitterly. "What was I thinking? Kathy was right. I can't help you, Jard. I can barely help myself." She waved at the identical houses. "His place could be any one of these." "Nothing about the house stood out to you." She exhaled sharply. "After I escaped, I just ran. I tried to look back, but the sun was blinding. I hadn't seen daylight in months." Jard turned again, and Lizzy stared out the window, furious at her own naivety. More of the same, blue, brown, green houses. Had she really expected some miraculous recognition? Then, stop the car. Judd braked hard, jolting them forward. She flung the door open before he even parked, already striding toward the sidewalk. He caught up quickly. What is it? That tree. She pointed at the towering oak in a backyard, its massive branches stretching skyward. That's the first thing I saw when I almost got away the first time. Without hesitation, she marched to the front door and rang the bell. Judd stayed close. What are you doing? We need to talk to whoever lives here. We need to get inside, Lizzy insisted. I'll call for backup, Judd countered. We can't just storm into every house that seems vaguely familiar. She pressed the doorbell again, each passing second stretching unbearably. What if this was the right place? What if he still lived here? Would she even recognize him after all this time? Big ears, strong jaw, wide forehead. The door finally swung open, revealing a teenage girl with long, stringy bangs obscuring most of her face. Can I help you? Lizzy hadn't realized she'd been holding her breath. She exhaled sharply, straining to see past the girl. Are your parents home? The girl tilted her head and folded her arms. Whatever you're selling, we're not interested. As she moved to shut the door, Lizzy jammed her boot into the gap. Judd gripped her elbow, but she shook him off. This is the house, she insisted. I need to know if Sophie's here. I'm not leaving. Ignoring the girl's protests and Jared's, Lizzy shoved her way inside. Mom, the girl shrieked. Judd offered an apologetic glance. She's been searching for her childhood home. Emotions are running high. The girl's mother rushed to her side, glaring as Lizzy strode, uninvited, into the living room. What the hell is going on? Lizzy ignored her, pushing past and heading down the carpeted hallway. The woman shouted for her to leave, but nothing would stop Lizzy now. She had to find Sophie before Spider-Man could torment her with his twisted games. A searing pain exploded in her skull. She staggered, bracing herself against the wall as fragmented images flickered through her mind like an old film reel. A metal tray, surgical tools, scissors, scalpels. Was Spider-Man a doctor? The pain intensified, white-hot sparks bursting behind her eyes. She fought to keep them open, forcing herself to witness what she dreaded most. Then, in vivid color, his face materialized, masked, gloved, reaching for. What do you think you're doing? The woman grabbed her arm, snapping Lizzy out of the vision. Get out now. I'm calling the police. Lizzy wrenched free and bolted to the bedrooms, tearing through closets, checking under beds. Sophie, are you here? Sophie. Minutes later, defeated, she returned to the living room. Judd met her at the hallway, guiding her toward the exit, but she planted her feet. He was a doctor, she murmured, and this was his house. She pointed to the kitchen's sliding door. That's where I escaped the first time. From the kitchen, the woman's frantic voice relayed details to the police. Lizzy's gaze locked onto the spot where the couch had once been, where she'd first seen Spider-Man asleep, looking deceptively peaceful. Now, a worn olive-green couch sagged in its place. Judd wrapped an arm around her, steering her toward the door. Let's wait outside for the police. The homeowner clutched the phone, shielding her daughter as Judd led Lizzy out. The door slammed, the lock clicking into place. Behind them, the woman scolded her daughter about opening doors to strangers. Tuesday, February 16, 2010, 1:23 p.m. After all these years, she'd finally come looking for him. She'd finally come home. He let the curtain fall back into place and hurried down the hall to the master bedroom. There it was, on his nightstand, his Nikon. He bought the camera in anticipation of what was to come. Over the years, he'd regretted not having any keepsakes. He'd stayed up late last night in order to read all about the tech specs and accessories. His Nikon had a built-in image sensor that would free images of dust particles using a special filter. It also had a 920,000 dark color LCD monitor and fast and accurate autofocus. With camera in hand, he raced back to the large paned window at the front of the house and cracked open the curtain, just enough to make room for the lens. He fiddled with the buttons, setting the camera to take continuous pictures 4 to 5 pictures per second. He looked through the viewfinder. The camera was sleek and easy to handle. Magic. He zoomed in. He could literally see the sweat on her brow. Tingles swam up his spine, shooting through his body like tiny sparklers on the 4th of July. The picture was so clear it was as if he could reach out and touch her. His breathing quickened. His loins tightened. Yes, every picture was razor sharp. Lizzy Gardner still looked the same, still so young, so vibrant, so alive. Her face was flushed, her eyes bright, but not for long. He never thought she would have the guts to come looking for him. He had called her because he wanted to hear her voice. And of course to let her know he was back. It saddened him to think he had actually cared for her, trusted her, believed in her. She was a good girl. At least he'd thought she was. Now he knew otherwise. Back then, she had told him she would never leave him. She'd also said she never lied. Click, click, click. After her escape, he thought she was going to lead the feds to his front door. Thinking the gig was up, he'd been forced to get rid of the other girls' bodies quickly and without any artistic thought to their disposal. A shame considering all the trouble he'd gone to dress the girls up proper for when they were found. Instead, he cleaned out the attic and the bedrooms and buried his beloved insects right along with the bodies in the backyard. A few days later, he'd asked a colleague to cover for him under the ruse that his mother was on her deathbed. Then he hopped on a plane and flew to Arkansas. Fate stepped in when he walked into his mother's house and met her neighbor, Cynthia Rose. He and Cynthia fell in love almost instantly. At the time, he had considered closing his business and staying in Arkansas, but the voice in his head wouldn't allow it. Besides, nobody had contacted him or come to arrest him, which told him Lizzy hadn't gone to the authorities because she did, in fact, love him and didn't want to see him go to prison. But everything had changed in an instant 6 months ago when copycat Frank Lyle kidnapped a girl named Jennifer Campbell and tossed her body in Folsom Lake as an afterthought. Authorities had caught the idiot within 2 days of finding the body. Frank Lyle had ticked him off good when he tried to take credit for all of his hard work. Lyle told the feds he killed all 4 of the girls they found 14 years ago. Not surprisingly, the media began to hound Lizzy Gardner. Journalists came out of the woodwork with tidbits of information. Evidently, the media had stayed away from Lizzy all of these years because her therapist said she was too fragile to talk with anyone. Apparently, Lizzy was getting better, though, because the media no longer considered her off-limits. In fact, he had seen news clips of Lizzy teaching young girls to defend themselves. She had hardly changed. Lizzy might look the same, but things were different now. For starters, he knew the truth now. Lizzy was a liar. According to an interview her father did with Barbara Walters, the night Lizzy disappeared was the same night she had lied to her parents and snuck out with her boyfriend. What had innocent little Lizzy been up to before he bashed her over the head and took her home? Not only was Lizzy a liar, she was a whore, and yet he had bought into her bullshit. He gritted his teeth. Thanks to Frank Lyle and Lizzy Gardner's endless string of lies, the voices in his head had returned in high-definition surround sound. The whore had lied to her parents and then left her girlfriends so she could go and fuck her boyfriend. And then she had made the biggest mistake of her life. She had lied to him. For days, for weeks, for months. All lies. The beat of his heart drummed against his ribs at the thought. His palms grew moist. Lizzy Gardner must now suffer the consequences of her actions. His chest rose and fell with each excited breath. Lizzy would know exactly what he was going to do to her once he caught her. She'd seen it all before. She knew what he was capable of. But first he intended to have a little fun. Click, click, click. Tuesday, February 16, 2010, 9:25 p.m. Jimmy Martin stepped out of his car and listened to the message from Dr. Lehman. He snapped his cell shut. He would have to wait until tomorrow to get the lab results. He already knew it was bad. Doctors had their assistants call the patient if they had good news to share. Otherwise, the doctor made the call personally. Not too long ago, Jimmy had watched his mother die a slow, cancerous death. He knew what to expect. He had a few more years before mandatory retirement. But it was beginning to look like he no longer had to worry about that. Jimmy didn't like having regrets, but it seemed he had enough of them to go around. He'd been promoted to assistant special agent in charge of the Sacramento field office 15 years ago, before anybody ever heard of Spider-Man. For the first time in his long career with the Bureau, he had felt an indescribable sense of accomplishment 6 months ago when they put Frank Lyle, a.k.a. the notorious Spider-Man, behind bars. Now everything was turning to shit. Frank Lyle was turning out to be nothing more than a wannabe serial killer. The real Spider-Man was back, and he meant business. When it came to life, Jimmy thought he had failed at everything. He and his wife were talking divorce. He still loved her, but she was tired of attending functions alone. She was ready for a real relationship with someone she could count on, someone who would be by her side when she turned off the lights at night. His daughters hardly talked to him anymore. Although his girls were often on his mind, he'd always put work before family. And now he was paying the price. His phone vibrated. It was his wife, Marion. Is everything all right? Where have you been? The girls just left. Shit, unfrickin' believable. He'd forgotten about their dinner plans. I'm sorry. What's wrong with you, Jimmy? How could you forget something so important? You promised we would tell the girls together. Did you tell them? He asked, hoping she hadn't, since he didn't want the divorce any more than he wanted cancer. I couldn't. Donna had important news she wanted to share with both of us. She waited hours for you to show up before she finally told me that she was going to marry Jeff. Oh, is that right? He swallowed a bitter taste in his mouth. That's nice. Have they set a date? That's nice. You hate Jeff. What's wrong with you? Nothing. I'm fine. I just want my girls to be happy, including you, Marion. I want you to be happy, you know. You don't sound like yourself. What's going on? It's been a long day. I'm sorry I wasn't there tonight. I'll be home soon. She snorted. He clicked his phone shut. Jimmy scanned the area in front of Lizzy Gardner's apartment. Earlier today, when he arrived at the Walker house with a search warrant, he'd seen something in Lizzy Gardner's eyes that he hadn't seen before. Fear. Because of Spider-Man, Jimmy had been tied to Lizzy Gardner by an unbreakable thread for the past decade plus, and yet he'd never known what to make of Lizzy Gardner. Now he was beginning to see she was more than likely a product of unspeakable madness and cruelty. She was a woman trying to make sense out of confusion and disorder, which had to be something like trying to do an autopsy on a rubber doll. It couldn't be done. Jimmy was used to dealing with corpses, not survivors. For the first time since taking the oath, he found himself trying to put himself inside the victim's head instead of the killer's. He felt an overwhelming sense of empathy. He felt responsible, and most of all, he felt powerless. Staring up at the stars, Jimmy took a moment to collect his thoughts before he looked about again, wondering if Spider-Man was watching him now. Up the road, less than a block away, he spotted an unmarked sedan. John Perry was on watch tonight. He was a young rookie agent, eager to learn. He was also a newlywed. Jimmy liked the kid. A part of him wanted to warn the rookie, tell him to get out of the business before he journeyed too far into the darkness. Get out, while he could still look into his wife's eyes and believe there was more good in the world than evil. Tuesday, February 16, 2010, 9:32 p.m. Jard got the call from his sister at 9:14 p.m. Her words still rang in his ears. Come quick. Mom and Dad are at it again. Only this time I think Mom's really leaving him. You have to hurry. Dad tossed Mom's car keys in the pond, and I swear I think he went back into the house for his gun. Jard kept his eyes on the road as he recalled his first homicide. Tracy Baker, wife and mother of 3, pointing a gun at her husband, daring him to try to leave her. Her kids, ages 15, 12, and 8, all watching with wide eyes, praying their father would set his suitcase down, walk back into the house, and make everything better. Instead, Brandon T. Baker took the dare along with a bullet in the back of his head. It wasn't the blank look on Brandon's face as he fell to the ground, or the horrified gasps of the onlookers that remained in Jard's mind. It was the kids' reactions that had stayed with him all this time. The way all 3 of those kids had pleaded with the officers not to take their mother from them. They had lost their only living grandparent a month before, and they had no relatives to speak of. Regardless, Tracy Baker was hauled off, and the kids were taken in by Child Protective Services. Last time he checked, all 3 kids had been separated and put into foster homes. After signing in at the front gate, Jard drove past a sprawling man-made lake that shimmered beneath the moonlight, making for an elegant setting that only the rich could afford. An immediate right turn took him around a circular driveway framed by neatly trimmed hedges and well-manicured trees. He pulled into one of 6 designated parking spaces next to his sister's Jaguar. He took the stairs 2 at a time. It was eerily quiet. He stepped inside, his footfalls quiet as he walked across a large expanse of marble tile. The house, with its wide entrance and spiraling staircase with custom-designed iron rails, looked like a high-priced resort instead of a home. The front entry was bright and smelled like springtime with all of the fresh flowers, adorning a marble-topped console carefully placed beneath a massive gilded mirror. Mom was the first person he noticed as he entered the main living area. She was facing her left. Her hands were held up in the air like a cop trying to stop traffic. She stood tall. Her thick silvery hair was cut even with her jawline. The silver strands glimmered beneath the crystal chandelier. She wore a black cashmere jacket with a zip-up front and matching pants hemmed just above high-heeled shoes adorned with silver buckles. Strangely, he felt compelled to take in every detail. He saw his sister then. The movement of her eyes told him their father hadn't seen him yet. "Jard," his mom said before he could head the other way and sneak up behind Dad. Jard moved forward and stepped down onto plush white carpet. He looked at his father. "Dad, what are you doing?" "Go home, son, and take your sister with you. This isn't any of your concern," Jard's father snapped. Jard moved forward, causing his father to swing the gun toward him instead. "Really, Dad? You'd actually shoot your own son? Over what? What the hell is going on here?" "Why don't you ask your mother?" His father gestured between them with the gun. "Ask her why it's come to this." Jard dragged a hand through his hair, relieved after seeing the look in his father's eyes. There was frustration there, but no real threat. He would never hurt them. Jard played along. "Mom," he said, "what did you do to set him off?" She lifted her chin defiantly. "I told him I was leaving. Your father is a judge. Apparently, no one gets to walk away from him." His father had always carried himself with an air of authority, handsome, distinguished, with dark hair graying at the temples. But tonight, that confidence was gone. His face was flushed, his expression worn and broken. "Go on," he demanded. "Tell your son why you're leaving me." "I'm in love with someone else," his mother admitted, her voice quiet but firm. "Tell him who?" His father brandished the gun again, making his mother's hands tremble. "Enough, Dad," his sister shouted. "Just stop. He's been drinking," she told Jard. "He's not thinking straight." "Your mother's been sleeping with that goddamn dentist." His father burst into bitter laughter before his head dropped, chin hitting his chest. By the time Jard reached him and took the gun, his laughter had dissolved into wrenching sobs. Wednesday, February 17, 2010, 7:25 a.m. Lizzy turned off the engine but stayed in her car, listening to the wind whistle through the metal frame, curling around unseen gaps. Outside, the skeletal branches of maple trees swayed like dancers in a slow waltz. It was Wednesday, so much had happened in just a few days. She'd planned to sleep in, but who was she kidding? She hadn't slept well, let alone slept late, in years. Yesterday, while waiting for the police outside the Walkers' house, the so-called House of Horrors, Jared had called Jimmy Martin to update him. The feds had moved quickly, securing a search warrant. As they waited, Lizzy had felt eyes on them. When she mentioned it, Jared pointed to an elderly woman watching from her kitchen window across the street. Lizzy let it go, but her instincts screamed otherwise. He was nearby, watching. Instincts never lied. She'd learned that the hard way. Mrs. Walker and her daughter had been furious to learn their home might have once been a torture site. But Lizzie's real concern was Sophie, still missing. The Walkers had bought the house 6 years ago from a man named Carl Dane, now deceased. Jimmy was looking into it, promising updates. Lizzy stepped out of her battered Toyota, the door groaning in protest. Since being inside that house, fragmented memories had been surfacing like flashes of light. Spider-Man was a doctor. She was sure of it. Yet something didn't fit. What was she missing? The street outside her office was unusually empty for a weekday morning. The cold likely kept people in bed, but the chill in her bones wasn't just from the weather. She reached back, fingers brushing her holster. Old habits died hard. Maybe she should have waited for Jard. After all, he phoned her at 11 the night before, explaining he'd been visiting his parents and offering to stay at her place. Concern laced his voice, but she refused, a pattern she couldn't seem to break. Pushing people away was second nature to her, though she always wound up regretting it. To soften the rejection, she invited Jard over for dinner tonight on one condition: he had to cook. He agreed, though his voice carried a distant, preoccupied edge. Now, striding toward her office, Lizzy felt like a lone gunslinger in some desolate western, boots thudding against the pavement, the air thick with tension. Her winter boots, 5 years old but still sturdy, kept her steady on the icy sidewalk. One advantage of being a private investigator: no dress code. Jeans, a cotton tee, her trusty insulated jacket, and these reliable boots were all she needed. Her breath curled in white puffs as she exhaled. The street was quiet, too quiet. The flower shop wouldn't open for another hour, same as the salon across from her office. Only the wind and the faint hum of distant traffic broke the silence. The morning's weather report had warned of an approaching storm, with gusts predicted to hit 80 miles per hour by Friday. Keys in hand, she approached her office door. A flicker of movement in the window's reflection made her whirl around. Just tree branches swaying in the wind. Damn her overactive imagination. Sleep deprivation had her nerves frayed. Fumbling with the lock, she cursed under her breath. The key just wouldn't catch. Then, of course, she dropped them. Murphy's Law, in full effect. She tugged off a glove and bent to retrieve the keys when a hand clamped onto her shoulder. Instinct took over. She grabbed the intruder's leg, yanking hard, and sent them sprawling. Hot coffee splashed across her face and jacket. Spinning, she reached for her gun. "Don't shoot!" Jessica's wide-eyed panic stopped her cold. A styrofoam cup rolled into the street. Lizzy exhaled sharply, releasing her grip on the holstered weapon, and offered Jessica a hand up. "I thought you learned not to sneak up on me." She glanced past her. "Where's your car?" "My brother dropped me off. You weren't here, so I went for coffee. Saw you and, well, you know." "Did I hurt you?" "I'm fine." Jessica rubbed her elbow, wincing as she straightened. This time, the key slid effortlessly into the lock, because of course it did. Lizzy held the door open, letting Jessica enter first. "Sorry about your coat," Jessica muttered. "No worries." Lizzy turned back to retrieve the cup, but her attention snagged on a familiar green Jeep parked outside the cafe. Same woman, same cap, same damn ponytail. Not this time. She strode toward the Jeep, speeding up as she realized the driver wasn't watching. 3 car lengths away, almost there. The woman glanced up, eyes widening before she cursed and slammed the gas. Lizzy lunged for the door handle, wrenching it open, but the Jeep was already peeling away. The Jeep collided with the parked car ahead, jerking the door violently and flinging Lizzy forward. She rebounded off the rear bumper before crashing onto the pavement with a heavy thump. The Jeep reversed with a screech of tires. Lizzy instinctively rolled to her left, igniting searing pain throughout her body. The pungent stench of burning rubber filled her lungs as she gasped for air. Above her, the grey sky and swaying trees blurred before everything faded into darkness. Wednesday, February 17, 2010, 7:32 a.m. Haley Hanson lay motionless on her bed, her eyes tracing the uneven patterns of the popcorn ceiling. She idly wondered how much of its toxic particles a person would need to inhale before it led to severe illness, or better yet, death. Fully clothed, she remained still, though she questioned why she bothered. Clothes wouldn't shield her from her mother's drug dealer when he came to collect. On days like this, when Brian's visit loomed, Haley found herself praying to a god she no longer trusted. Whether he existed or not didn't matter. He was her last refuge, the only one left to hear her pleas. Please, she begged silently, let today be the day Brian overdoses on heroin. Or better yet, divine one, let him step outside and catch a stray bullet from a drive-by. It wasn't an impossible request. Shootings happened weekly in her neighborhood. She wasn't asking for a miracle, just justice. Her mother had been sober, rebuilding her life, until Brian slithered in and introduced her to chasing the dragon. The slam of a car door shattered her thoughts. Another unanswered prayer. No keys were needed here. The front door groaned open, followed by the familiar thud of footsteps on worn floorboards. He was coming. Running had crossed her mind before, but experience taught her it only made things worse. Delaying the inevitable never helped. The only true escape would be abandoning her mother, but could she live with that? Her mother wasn't the villain. She had done her best, unlike Haley's grandparents, who had been monsters in their own right. Compared to her mother's childhood, Haley's life was a paradise. More footsteps echoed in the hallway, probably her mother checking if it was Brian, the rapist dealer, or some other lost soul wandering their wreck of a home. The click of her bedroom door confirmed it. Brian. She didn't need to look to know. His stench always announced him first, a foul cocktail of cigarettes, stale beer, sweat, and the lingering reek of vomit and urine from whatever gutter he'd crawled out of. She refused to look at him if she could help it. Closing her eyes or drifting into fantasy only invited his cruel methods of snapping her back to reality. No, she kept her gaze fixed upward. Then she caught a new scent, something rancid. Oil, rotting food, a decaying animal. A wave of nausea hit her. Oh God, no. Go ahead, Brian muttered to his companion. You first. Wednesday, February 17, 2010, 8:05 a.m. We need to get you to a hospital, Jessica insisted, helping Lizzy off the pavement and back toward the office. I'll be fine, Lizzy replied, though the pounding in her skull and the ache in her ribs made her doubt it. Jessica held the door open, hovering as Lizzy staggered to her desk, ensuring she didn't collapse. Oh my God, Jessica gasped, her face ghostly pale. When I heard the tires screech, I looked out and saw you rolling across the street. I thought you'd been hit. When you didn't move afterward, I thought you were dead. Jessica, calm down. You should see a doctor, Jessica insisted. That bump on your head is as big as a tennis ball. Just listen, Lizzy said. I need you to go back to the coffee shop and check for witnesses. Jessica pulled a business card from her pocket. 3 people were around you when I got there. This guy gave me his card, said to call if you needed help. Lizzy took the card, her hope fading as she saw it belonged to an attorney. If he'd seen anything useful, he would have stayed. It's a start, but I still need you to go back before everyone scatters. Jessica frowned. You didn't recognize the driver. A sharp pain shot through Lizzy's skull. No. I shouldn't leave you. You were unconscious. You look terrible. I'm fine, Lizzy pointed to the door. Go now, please. Jessica hesitated, glancing between Lizzy and the exit. Fine. Lizzy started to stand. I'll go myself. Jessica was at the door before Lizzy could move. You're impossible. I'm going. Outside, Jessica snatched up a discarded styrofoam cup before heading toward the coffee shop. Lizzy muttered under her breath as she forced herself up and limped to the bathroom to assess the damage. The bump wasn't as dramatic as Jessica claimed, but it was still the worst of her injuries. She cleaned her scrapes and applied ointment before the phone rang. Jessica had already answered by the time Lizzy hobbled out. She held the receiver to her chest, whispering something Lizzy couldn't catch. Taking the phone, Lizzy eased back into her chair. This is Lizzy Gardner. How can I help you? She checked her watch. The first hour of her day already felt endless. It was Victor, the persistent caller who wouldn't take no for an answer. What do you need, Victor? She repeated when he stayed silent too long. He wanted her to surveil his wife, Valerie Hunt, from noon to 1 daily for the next 2 weeks. Valerie worked at a law firm in Carmichael, just 15 minutes away. After Victor offered $3,000 in cash, delivered by the end of the day, Lizzy agreed. 10 hours of work for that kind of money. Easy decision. Yes, she said into the phone, testing her sore arm with a wince. The pain teetered between bearable and unbearable. I understand. You'll call for updates. Confidentiality is guaranteed. I'm a professional. She rolled her eyes, making Jessica smirk. Besides, you haven't given me details. You're paying in cash, and your number's blocked. That last part was a lie. Since the feds had wired her office yesterday, she was sure they could trace the call from the black box beside her phone, its red light already blinking. But she wasn't about to tell Victor and risk losing the money. She still hadn't turned a profit, and borrowing more from her sister wasn't an option, not after their falling out. Lizzy was certain Victor was using a fake name. But so what? When he finally hung up, she leaned back in her chair. Jessica smirked. That guy's insufferable, isn't he? I told him you weren't here, but he insisted on waiting, almost like he knew you'd be back soon. Jessica hesitated before adding, Do you think this Victor person is keeping tabs on us? Lizzy whipped around toward the window so abruptly that she strained her neck and aggravated her already tender ribs. Her gaze swept frantically across the buildings, scanning rooftops, windows, any possible vantage point, searching for the slightest movement, a flicker of someone watching from behind curtains. Jessica stepped closer, peering out as well. You really believe he could be out there, don't you? She asked, gnawing at her lip, her forehead creased with worry. And that woman in the Jeep, why was she trying to hit you? I don't know who she is, Lizzy admitted. But if she wanted me dead, she had plenty of opportunity. Was she wearing a baseball cap? Yeah, Lizzy confirmed. You saw her. Jessica nodded. Right after my brother dropped me off at the coffee shop. No makeup, probably in her 40s. Did anyone else notice her? Only the barista remembered anything. She ordered a dulce de leche with toffee sprinkles. Nobody else paid attention. Thanks, Jess. Lizzy wheeled her chair back to her desk and powered up her computer. That same woman was parked outside my place yesterday. She's not exactly subtle. Keep an eye out for her, okay? If I spot her car again, I'll try to get the plate number. Perfect. While waiting for her computer to boot, Lizzy studied Jessica. You sticking around all day? All week, if you need me. What about school? Jessica shrugged. Not due back until mid-next week. Great. It wasn't spring break, but Lizzy decided not to pry. Jessica grabbed a roll of paper towels from the shelf behind the desk and handed Lizzy a few sheets, gesturing at the coffee stains on her coat. Lizzy dabbed at the fabric, but most of the spill had already set. Tossing the towels in the trash, she reached for her backpack and pulled out a folded sheet of paper. I've got a job for you, she said, smoothing the creases with her palm. We need to dig up everything we can on these girls. Jessica abandoned the mail she'd been sorting and leaned over Lizzie's shoulder. Her breath hitched. What is it? Lizzy asked. Jessica looked unsettled, her face paling before she pointed at the last name on the list. Is this the same Sophie Madison who disappeared? Lizzy nodded. That explains the equipment, Jessica murmured, nodding toward the black box by the phone. Are you working with the police? Lizzy gestured to the chair tucked against the wall. Pull up a seat. Let's talk. Jessica dragged the chair over and sat, waiting. 14 years ago. You were kidnapped, Jessica interrupted. Lizzy raised an eyebrow. I was just a kid then, Jessica explained. My mom used to warn me every time I left the house. Be careful, remember what happened to Lizzy and those other girls. Everyone thought you were all gone for good, except you, obviously. Does your mom know you're working for me? Jessica waved a hand dismissively. She's got her own issues, doesn't keep track of what I do anymore. She shrugged. She's ready for me and my brother to move out and give her space. Lizzy nodded. If this case makes you uncomfortable, I get it. Are you kidding? Jessica's eyes lit up. This is exactly the kind of work I want to do. I want to major in psychology. That's why I came to you for this job, Jessica explained. Lizzy glanced around the cramped office, searching for workspace. Finding none, she sighed. All right, let me clear this side of my desk for you. Did you bring your laptop? It's in my bag. Good. We'll set it up here and start digging through search engines for everything we can find on these girls. Later today or tomorrow, we'll hit the library and comb through newspaper archives. We need every article ever written about Spider-Man's victims printed out. Jessica helped move stacks of files from the desk to the floor behind them. What exactly are we looking for? Physical details, clothing, hairstyles, or should we focus on interviews with friends and family? Everything, Lizzy said firmly. Weight, height, personality traits, anything and everything about each girl. 4 are confirmed victims, but the other 4 are still missing since their bodies were never found. Jessica fell silent, her eyes lingering on the list. A sheen of moisture glazed her gaze. Something wrong? Lizzy asked. No, Jessica answered too quickly. I'm fine. The girl was puzzling, one moment chatty, the next withdrawn. Lizzy pushed aside her curiosity, focusing on the task at hand. If any of these girls took dance lessons, I want to know where, when, and who taught them. Names of coaches, friends, boyfriends, hairstylists, hangout spots, even every doctor they ever saw. Do you think the victims' families will talk to us? Worth a shot. If not, we'll track down siblings, aunts, uncles. Someone will talk. They always do. So we're searching for connections. Something all these girls had in common, whether it's a school, a person, anything. Exactly. Any link at all. Got it. Jessica stood and headed to the file room for her things. Lizzy wiped dust from her desk with a paper towel, then rummaged through her drawer for ibuprofen. A prickle ran down her neck. She was being watched. Turning to the window, she scanned the empty storefronts across the street. He was there. She felt him, sensed his presence, though she couldn't see him. Her skin tingled. "Where are you, Spider-Man? Come out, wherever you are." Wednesday, February 17, 2010, 11:30 a.m. Jard parked his Denali behind Lizzie's Toyota, the events of last night feeling distant yet raw. His father had been unrecognizable, devastated, broken. A man of unwavering morals, he'd never imagined his dad pointing a gun at his wife of 40 years. After his sister took their mother home, Jard stayed with his father, sobering him up before they talked deep into the night. For the first time, he saw his father cry. The first time he truly grasped his dad's humanity. Locking his car with a beep, Jard eyed Lizzie's battered Toyota through the back window. Old Yeller still running was a miracle. Those cracked vinyl seats held memories. High school nights spent tangled up with Lizzie, lost in each other. The good old days. "Lizzy, Lizzy," he murmured, a quiet ache in his voice. He loved everything about her, her every movement, her voice, the way her vivid green eyes made him feel. He'd been captivated by Lizzy Gardner from the start. Compassion ran deep in her, evident in how she spent her weekends teaching young girls self-defense. Even during his college years and academy training, not a single day passed without her crossing his mind. The guilt still haunted him, those sleepless nights replaying the moment he let her walk home alone. He should have known better. But Lizzie had always been stubborn, still was. Back then, she'd been vibrant, overflowing with life and potential, until that monster tore her from the street, trying to extinguish her brilliance. Yet she survived. She fought. And if she gave him another chance, Jard wouldn't fail her again. The uneven sound of footsteps pulled him from his thoughts. Lizzie approached, limping slightly, exhaustion darkening her eyes, until she saw him and smiled. "Hey, beautiful," he greeted. She struck a stiff West pose, her coffee-stained jacket a testament to a rough morning. "You could say that," she replied dryly. His gaze zeroed in on the bruise on her forehead. "What the hell happened to your face?" The woman in the Jeep came back. "I tried sneaking up on her, but she took off and nearly ran me over." He winced. "Have you seen a doctor? That swelling looks bad." "I'll be fine." She exhaled, shifting past him. "I'd love to stay and chat, but I need to go. Surveillance case." "I was hoping to grab a bite with you." "Can't. It's an infidelity job." She unlocked her car, glancing back. "If you want the sordid details, you're welcome to tag along." "Let's go." Lizzie slid into her battered Toyota, the engine coughing to life. Jard settled into the passenger seat, eyeing the worn interior. Being in Old Yeller brings back memories. A flush crept into her cheeks as she rifled through her backpack, handing him directions before pulling onto the road. "Any updates from Jimmy on Carl Dane?" "Talked to him earlier. Dane owned the house from 1980 to 91, then rented it out until 2002. The Walkers bought it in 2003. Dane must have had records of the renters. His daughter tossed the files after he died. The team's checking utility records for leads." "What about forensics? Anything in the bedrooms?" "Clean so far. There should be blood traces, patched up holes from the manacles, something. We'll find it. The backyard's getting excavated tomorrow." She focused on the freeway entrance. "Any progress on the doctor's list from the victim's files?" Jard pulled a small notebook from his pocket. "Spent the morning going through them. Here's every physician mentioned by the victims or their families. No duplicates, but it's yours." He set it on the console. "Thanks, I appreciate it." "Any time," he leaned back. "So, who's our target today?" "Valerie Hunt. Her husband hired you." "He called her his wife, but I'm not sure I buy it." He said his name was Victor. "Did you meet him in person?" Lizzie's eyes flicked toward Jard. You think Victor might be connected to Spider-Man. You can't pretend the idea hasn't crossed your mind. It did, she confessed. But when Victor called me again, the amount he offered was too much to refuse. What about his voice? Did it resemble Spider-Man's? Victor has a deep, rough voice. Spider-Man uses a voice modulator. They're hard to compare. Do you know anything about Valerie Hunt? I looked her up. She graduated from Magyar in '95 and has been a lawyer at Dutton and Graves for 8 years. No kids, and I didn't find any record of a marriage. A silence stretched between them. If Victor is Spider-Man, Lizzy mused, why would he pay me to follow Valerie? Could be setting a trap. I won't follow her, or anyone, into an isolated place. But if she's connected to him, Spider-Man might be handing us an advantage. Jard felt a knot of unease tighten in his chest. He'd hated involving Lizzy from the start, but Sophie's abductor had left them no choice. How's Victor paying you? He's sending a courier today. I told Jessica to document everything: name, description, car details, license plate. Lizzy turned off at the next exit, stopping at a red light. You don't think Jessica's in danger, do you? Judd was already dialing his phone. I'll have someone watch your office until we know more about Victor. Karen Crowley gripped the steering wheel, her pulse racing as she darted glances between the road and the rearview mirror. The wail of sirens grew louder. Fear coiled inside her. She wanted to swerve toward the exit, but a car blocked her path. She couldn't risk hurting someone. She hadn't meant to hit Lizzy Gardner outside the coffee shop. That was an accident. She'd only intended to keep an eye on her, to make sure her brother wasn't stirring up trouble. Nothing was going as planned. Her 1-week trip had stretched into 2. Her family needed her, but she couldn't go home yet, not until she found her brother and made things right. She hadn't seen him in over 20 years, not since she left for Italy. There, she'd met Nicholas. They fell in love, built a life in the countryside, and had 2 children, Amber and Adam. Adam, now 13, was the spitting image of her brother, Sam, the same sharp jawline, high forehead, and piercing blue eyes. But sometimes when she looked at him, his face twisted into the same terrified expression she'd seen on Sam's face in the basement. Her chest constricted. She jerked the wheel, skidding onto the shoulder as gravel sprayed. Her forehead hit the steering wheel as she gasped for air. "Oh my God," she sobbed. "What have I done?" Nancy Mornow's heels clacked against the studio floor as she hurried through the double doors. Caroline Mills, KBTV's makeup artist, rushed toward her. "Where have you been, mister? Cunningham's been pacing the halls, practically tearing his hair out looking for you." "He doesn't have any hair," Nancy pointed out as she followed Caroline into the room and settled onto a stool in front of the expansive mirror. Caroline immediately went to work, her fingers flying through Nancy's hair with practiced precision, brushing and teasing without pause. From somewhere down the hall, a voice called Nancy's name. "She's in here," Caroline shouted back. Moments later, Mr. Cunningham's bulky figure filled the doorway, his hands clenched at his sides. He had little to say. She was here, wasn't she? Everyone knew Cunningham would never fire her. Nancy Morner was the station's golden asset. Since 1995, she had anchored all 3 of News 10's top-rated, award-winning evening broadcasts. Now they had her boosting ratings on the morning show. Her accolades were undeniable, 2 Emmys among them. The sharp ring of her phone cut through her thoughts. She hit talk and lifted it to her ear. "Did you get what I asked for?" It was him. Nancy tightened her grip on the phone. "Not yet, but I'm working on it. These things take time." She flicked a glance at Cunningham. "I can't talk now. I'm about to go on." "The green light's been on for 2 minutes," Cunningham snapped. "Her hair's fine. She needs to move. Now." "Get me what I want by the end of the week," the caller said. or I take my story to Gina Larkwell at Channel 3. Is that a threat? Because if it is. A low chuckle cut her off, followed by the sharp click of the call ending. Nancy shivered. Yet the thought of Gina Larkwell scooping the story overshadowed any fear that her caller might be a psychopath. "You're sweating," Caroline murmured, ignoring Cunningham's frantic gestures to hurry. Unfazed, Nancy slid off the stool and strode out the door, Caroline trailing beside her, dabbing powder on her face as they followed Cunningham down the hall. Nancy's mind should have been on the morning broadcast, but it was. The caller still hadn't given his name. Their first conversation had been 2 days ago. He claimed to be the real deal, the killer known as Spider-Man. He insisted Frank Lyle, the man arrested for Jennifer Campbell's murder, was just a copycat. At first, she hadn't believed him, but she hadn't hung up either. What if he was telling the truth? Serial killers craved recognition. They took risks, calling the media, sending evidence, even knowing it could expose them. This man had promised her proof if she got him Lizzy Gardner's case files from her psychiatrist. The fact that he knew Nancy also saw Linda Gates, Lizzy's therapist, unsettled her. Stealing files was unethical. She should have called the FBI after that first call. But something held her back. Over the years, she'd interviewed enough criminals to recognize deception. Liars got nervous. Some were skilled, sure, but by the end of that first call, she was convinced this man wasn't lying. So she told herself she was helping the FBI by keeping this quiet. For now, she'd play along, earn his trust, gather whatever she could. He was smart. He wouldn't reveal his location. But if she could piece together clues, his background, his habits, maybe, just maybe, she could give law enforcement what they needed to catch him. Nancy Morneau could already picture the headlines. Nancy Morneau leads FBI to Spider-Man's lair. Her third Emmy would have the perfect spot on her shelf. A satisfied smile crossed her lips. Spider-Man had chosen her for a reason. She was the best. As she stepped into the newsroom, Cunningham's flushed face and bulging veins signaled his impending explosion. The studio buzzed with frenetic energy, like the eye of a storm, as she settled into her seat. The countdown began. 3, 2, 1. Cunningham jabbed a finger in her direction from across the room. Her gaze locked onto the teleprompter, and her practiced smile flashed. "Good morning, Sacramento. I'm Nancy Morneau with KBTV Morning News. Wednesday, February 17, 2010, 12:35 p.m. Jessica scanned the list of names for what felt like the 100th time. Spider-Man's first 3 victims, Jordan, Laney, and Mandy, shared eerie similarities. Each had been left near water, their bodies marked by spider bites. One had been a high school sophomore when she vanished. The other 2, juniors, all attended different schools in Sacramento or Placer County. If she included Rachel Foster, his 4th victim, and the only girl found during Lizzy's captivity, that made 4 different high schools. Rachel's body had been discovered near Folsom Lake. At 15, she was the youngest. A recent, obscure article mentioned syringes lodged in her eyes. Jessica winced, forcing herself to breathe. Just because these girls had suffered didn't mean Mary had endured the same horrors. She bit her lip, steadying herself. Falling apart wouldn't help Lizzy find Spider-Man. Mary could still be alive. Despite being the eldest, Mary had always been petite, so much so that strangers assumed she was the youngest of the 3 sisters, and she was sharp. Jessica ached for their late-night conversations. Miracles happened every day. Maybe Mary had been given a new identity, whisked away to another state. Maybe she no longer remembered who she was. Lizzy had escaped. Why not Mary? Jessica's gut told her Mary was still out there. She refocused on her notes. Rachel's boyfriend at the time of her abduction, Ryan Arnold, was now a 29-year-old lawyer with a penchant for talking. He needed little prompting to open up, confessing that Rachel's disappearance had been his wake-up call. He'd quit drugs, buried himself in books, and even cultivated contacts to dig deeper into the Spider-Man case. According to Ryan, Spider-Man saw himself as a vigilante, purging the world of bad girls. Rachel had struggled with addiction, multiple stints in rehab. But it wasn't the drugs or syringes that haunted Ryan. It was her eyes. Jessica's finger traced the names and scribbled notes. A chilling pattern emerged. Every victim had suffered something done to their eyes. Wednesday, February 17, 2010, 3:02 p.m. Kathy tapped her fingers against the steering wheel, eyes darting between the school's bare mascot statue and the cluster of teens outside the gym. Where was Brittany? She rummaged through her purse, pulling out her phone. No missed calls. The Beatles, "We Can Work It Out," played softly before she switched off the radio. The melancholy song transported Kathy back to happier times, when her husband would call her throughout the day just to say hello and remind her how much he loved her. She set the phone down in the console and swallowed the lump in her throat, chiding herself for nearly crying. Meeting Richard had once filled her with hope, convincing her life could still be good. But then Brittany arrived unexpectedly early. Kathy gained 50 pounds. She lost her banking job. And 2 years ago, Richard stopped calling during lunch breaks. A burst of laughter snapped her attention to a group of teenagers nearby. Her pulse quickened as she watched a lanky boy yank a girl toward him, pressing a messy kiss against her mouth. The girl grimaced but didn't protest, her friends giggling around her. Kathy sighed. Next year, Brittany would be in high school, a thought that twisted her stomach into knots. Her own high school years had been a nightmare, especially after Lizzy's kidnapping. Lizzy had always been the golden child, beautiful, petite, brilliant, and in the end, the one who shattered their family. Kathy had spent her life feeling like an afterthought, but when Lizzy vanished, she might as well have been invisible. No one asked how she was coping. No one noticed the suffocating guilt she carried. The painful memories made her heart race, and she was about to step out of the car to find Brittany when her daughter finally appeared around the corner. A boy called out something as Brittany passed, but she ignored him, sliding into the passenger seat with a toss of her backpack. "Hey," Brittany said, flashing her new braces before pointing to a broken wire on her upper tooth. Kathy leaned in. "Seriously, for what we paid, those should be indestructible." "Sorry, I think it happened when I ate an apple." She couldn't exactly scold her for eating fruit. "Don't worry, I'll call the orthodontist during your swim practice." "Did you ever call the math tutor?" Kathy's grip tightened on the wheel. "What did you get on your test?" Brittany wrinkled her nose. "A C-. My teacher's hopeless. Did you bring my suit?" Kathy pulled away from the curb, noting her daughter's quick subject change. "It's in the trunk. Who were those kids by the gym?" Brittany shrugged. "No idea. Wasn't paying attention." Kathy felt her daughter studying her. "Have you been crying again?" "No." "Your eyes are puffy." "Oh, just a sad song on the radio." Brittany smirked. "Sounds like menopause. My science teacher complains about hot flashes all the time." "At 33. I hope not," Kathy muttered. "Are you staying at practice today?" The question surprised her. "Do you want me to?" "Yeah, you haven't watched me swim in forever." Brittany never asked her to stay. Usually, she couldn't wait for Kathy to leave. The shift in her tone set off alarms. "What's going on? Is someone bothering you?" "No." "Then what is it?" "Nothing. Forget it." Kathy kept her eyes on the road, her mind racing. Was it the coach? Something else? The unease in Brittany's voice lingered, unanswered. She had met the coach twice by now, and he struck her as a decent man. All the mothers seemed to approve of him. "I want to stay," she declared firmly. "I want to see you break some records." Wednesday, February 17, 2010, 3:05 p.m. Jard eased his SUV onto the roadside and sat in silence for a moment before stepping out. The sharp slam of the car door reverberated across the field of tall grass. This was where he had left Lizzy the night she was taken. A biting wind stung his ears as he tugged his wool jacket collar higher and began walking, retracing her final steps. Lizzy had mentioned how unusually dark it was that night. No streetlights, barely any moonlight. Turning off Emerald Street, he spotted the willow tree at the end of the block. Lizzie's house had been so close, yet impossibly out of reach. He paused, listening, scanning the area. Where had Spider-Man hidden that night? The wind howled as if whispering secrets. The street was quiet, lined with shade trees and neatly kept lawns. He turned toward a dense wall of oleander, its dark green leaves trembling with each gust. Moving closer, he parted the branches. A perfect hiding spot for a killer, concealed even in daylight. Beneath the shrub, dead leaves and rotted tanbark littered the ground. Flickers of light seeped through the other side, revealing glimpses of an open field. Had Spider-Man carried Lizzy across that field? Jard pushed through the oleander, snapping branches as he emerged on the other side. The weeds and grass grew thick, forcing him to lift his feet high with each step. The tallest stalks brushed against his chest. He pictured the killer trudging the same path with Lizzy in his grasp. The thought twisted inside him. Ahead, a flock of birds erupted into flight. Midway through the field, he stopped to survey his surroundings. A distant dog barked. On the far side of the field, a road stretched into the unknown. To his left lay a city park. No wonder there had been no witnesses. Few houses overlooked the field, and even then, someone would have needed to be on a rooftop to see anything. The park would have been deserted so late at night. He exhaled sharply. Dropping Lizzy off that night had been reckless. He'd known better. At the very least, he should have parked at the end of her street and watched her walk home. What had he been thinking? He'd made love to her, then abandoned her on a pitch-black street in the dead of night. His phone buzzed. Mom. He couldn't face her right now. The idea of his mother with another man still unsettled him. She had always been soft-spoken, devoted, doting on his father, greeting him each night with adoration and a home-cooked meal. They had never been particularly close, and she had never approved of anyone for her only son, Lizzy included. But Lizzy had understood him. She listened. She cared deeply about people. His parents' indifference toward her had never made sense, though now he no longer cared. The phone kept vibrating. He ignored it. He had nothing to say to her. A cold gust pressed against his face as he walked. Had Jimmy followed this same path years ago during the investigation? What had he missed? What were they all overlooking? Pushing through the dense weeds felt like wading through quicksand. He needed to find out where that road led. A scream shattered the silence. His muscles locked. Another shriek followed, then laughter, just kids playing in the park. He drew a slow breath. Had Lizzy screamed for help that night? If only he had trusted his instincts that night and walked Lizzy home. Jard shoved his hands into his jacket pockets, the memory still sharp. How Lizzy would tense up whenever his father barked orders at his mother. His mother never protested, but Lizzy had noticed. Maybe that was why Jard hadn't argued when Lizzy insisted on going home alone. He refused to be like his father. Now, though, he was losing patience with his mother, too. Why had she stayed all these years? If his father's control bothered her, why hadn't she stood up to him? Jard shook his head, pushing the thought away. He couldn't deal with this now. What kind of man held a gun to his own wife's head? He forced himself to focus on Lizzy. She claimed to have forgiven him, but could he ever forgive himself? Wednesday, February 17, 2010, 6:38 p.m. Haley Hanson lifted her head at the sound of tires rolling to a stop. Huddled on the bottom step, arms wrapped around her knees, she shivered in her worn-out shoes. She hadn't bothered with socks that morning, and now her toes were numb. The car door opened, and Lizzy Gardner stepped out. "Haley," Lizzy called as soon as she spotted her. Haley blinked in surprise. Lizzy remembered her name. No one ever did. A pang of guilt twisted in her chest. She didn't want to be a burden. But after Brian and his friend had cornered her, she couldn't bring herself to go home. Instead, she'd skipped school, drifting through the city, watching strangers in the park until the cold drove her toward the mall. That's when she found Lizzy's flyer crumpled in her pocket. Before she knew it, she was sitting outside Lizzy's house, wondering if this was a mistake. If even God couldn't help her, who could? "Haley, why are you out here freezing? Come inside and warm up." Knowing she couldn't just walk away without an explanation, Haley stood and followed Lizzy up the steps. Then she noticed the swollen bruise on Lizzy's forehead. "What happened to you?" "Just part of the job," Lizzy said with a forced laugh, unlocking her apartment door. Haley didn't need straight A's to see through the act. Lizzy Gardner was the protector of the vulnerable, after all. But as the door swung open, Lizzy hesitated before letting Haley in, then locked the deadbolt like she was barricading against the world. Haley eyed the locks, wondering if they'd be enough to keep Brian out. Probably not. "Meow." "This is Maggie," Lizzy said, bending to stroke her cat. "She's probably hungry. Let's get you some hot soup. Where's your coat?" "I shouldn't have come," Haley admitted. "I saw you on the news today. The reporter said the FBI is protecting you." Her eyes widened. "Is Spider-Man after you?" Lizzy stiffened slightly. "I doubt it." She grabbed a coat from the closet and draped it over Haley's shoulders. Too cold to protest, Haley slipped her arms into the warm sleeves. Lizzie's reaction told her something serious was happening. "The FBI should use bait to catch the killer," Haley suggested. Lizzie's hands settled firmly on her shoulders. "You shouldn't worry about that, and you shouldn't be wandering the streets at night. It's dangerous." Under the light, Lizzie's bruise looked even worse. "So what really happened to your face?" Lizzy planted her hands on her hips. "I chased after a car. I thought only dogs did that." They locked eyes and both laughed. Haley decided she liked Lizzy. Nobody else seemed to get her sense of humor. "Yeah, well," Lizzy shrugged. "I never said I was the sharpest tool in the shed." Haley observed as Lizzy darted across the room, fluffing pillows, adjusting the thermostat, flicking on the TV. "Get cozy while I feed Maggie and heat up some soup. Nothing warms you up faster, and then we can chat." Lizzy disappeared into the kitchen, the sounds of drawers opening and closing, the cat's dish clinking, and a can popping filling the air. She moved with frenetic energy, like a whirlwind. Haley knew she should offer to help, but her legs refused to cooperate. Instead, her gaze drifted back to the door, its multiple locks and bolts glaring at her. How would she ever leave? The thought circled back to Brian. He wouldn't have been stopped by locks. So why was she? When had she lost that fire? There was a time she believed she could conquer anything. Academically, she'd coasted into the top 10% without breaking a sweat. Fortitude, grit, resilience, those words had once defined her. She'd had all that and more when it came to reckless choices with the wrong men. But somewhere along the way, under the pretense of saving her mom, she'd lost her backbone. And for what? Had her mother even benefited? The answer twisted her stomach. "Soup's almost done," Lizzy called, motioning toward the living room. "Relax. I'll just change, and then we'll eat, okay?" Haley nodded. Lizzie's concern was palpable, though she was trying hard to mask it. The woman clearly had her own struggles, yet here she was, putting on a brave face. The moment Lizzy left, Haley's attention snapped back to the door. Coming here had been a mistake. Lizzy didn't need more problems. Wednesday, February 17, 2010, 7:09 p.m. I don't actually want to hurt you, you know. Sophie sat slumped on the floor, her torso bound to the bedpost with duct tape, eyes squeezed shut. Ropes coiled around her ankles and wrists, not strictly necessary, but he liked using them to drag her to the bathroom occasionally for cleanup. Come on, Sophie, open your eyes. Look what I brought. Silence. She gave him nothing. The girl who once strutted like she owned the world now trembled like a frightened child. Listen, he said, dropping cross-legged in front of her. Open your eyes, talk to me for a bit, and I won't bring my pets to play tonight. Deal. A twitch of her lip, tears, that was all. If you keep ignoring me, he sighed, I'll have to cut your eyelids off. Then we won't have this problem again. Her eyes flew open with a choked cry, so sudden it startled him. He recoiled, then grinned. There we go, much better. He adjusted his mask, easing the pressure on his nose. You surprised me. I like that. She blinked rapidly. He jabbed a finger at her. Eyes open, Sophie. Her legs shook violently, knees knocking together. Do you know why you're here? A shaky head. Do you think you're a good person? A barely there nod. Typical. Everyone fancied themselves a saint. Didn't matter if they slept around, stole, or snorted their way through life. They all clung to some delusion of decency. Even his sister's friends had strutted around like they were untouchable. Long before they locked him in the basement, he despised the way girls would stare at him, like he was some exotic creature in a zoo. Have you ever lied to your parents? Sophie shook her head, and he laughed. Let's try another one. Have you ever kissed a boy? Again, she shook her head. But this time he didn't laugh. She was lying. He hated liars. The soldering iron was already heated, resting on a metal stand beside him. Without standing, he simply leaned to the side, grabbed it, and pressed the searing tip against her arm before she could react. She screamed, jerking her arm back as if he'd torn out an eye. He waved the iron in front of her face, mocking her. Please, stop. His eyes widened in surprise. She talks. Now tell me about the last boy you teased, flirted with, and then left standing there like a fool. I want details, Sophie. Her lips pressed together in silence. Smiling, he pressed the iron to her leg, just below the knee. She thrashed and shrieked, but he kept leaning in, searing her skin wherever he could reach despite her wild movements. The scent of burning flesh filled his lungs, and he was already aroused. After only a few minutes, she stopped fighting, robbing him of his fun. Fine, Sophie, you win. I'm done. Too bad you won't get to see the surprise I had planned. But since I kind of like you, I'll let you ask me one question before we take a little drive, and I set you free. For the first time in days, she stopped whimpering. Hope flickered in her eyes. He set the iron aside and crossed his arms. We're not going anywhere until you think of something to ask. Why are you doing this to me? Disappointed, he stood and brushed himself off. The mask felt heavy on his face. His head ached. Because you're vulgar and disrespectful, Sophie. I knew girls just like you. They never should have done what they did. He raised his hands to his head, staring at the ceiling. Drawing in a breath of stale air, he tried to push away the memories flooding his mind. But it was useless. He'd never forget. Never. I know who you are, she said. That caught his attention. His timid victim had some fight in her after all. He tilted his head. Not too bright, are you, Sophie? Moving quickly to the dresser, he snatched a roll of duct tape and returned. Biting off a strip, he wiped her mouth roughly before slapping the tape over her lips. He grabbed the soldering iron again, pinning her head against the post. It was time to leave Lizzy another note. Wednesday, February 17, 2010, 7:33 p.m. Lizzy caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror. Bruises mottled her skin in purples and blues, stretching from her ribs down to her thighs. She rummaged through her drawer for a clean shirt, thinking about Haley. She had wanted to wrap the girl in a blanket and sit her down on the couch, but Haley had seemed confused, and Lizzy didn't want to scare her off. She'd take it slow, get some hot soup into her first, then ask questions. Haley looked different tonight, exhausted, disoriented, nothing like the fierce, determined girl who showed up to defense class every month. Maggie's tail curled around Lizzie's leg. She bent down, stroking the cat's fur. "What's wrong, kitty? Don't like your seafood delight?" "Meow. Sorry, it's all we've got." As she walked back to the kitchen, Lizzie retied her hair with a rubber band. Jard would be arriving soon, and he'd promised to cook, but she doubted he'd mind an extra guest. Until then, soup would have to do. "Hope you like chicken noodle," she called out, stirring the pot on the stove before heading back to the front room. The room was empty. "Haley." Hands on her hips, Lizzie scanned the space. The door's bolts were unlocked. She swung it open, searching outside. Haley. She was gone. Damn, Lizzie dashed to the kitchen, switching off the stove before snatching her coat and keys. Within minutes, she was cruising the neighborhood in search of Haley, but the girl had vanished. An hour later, she stood by the stove again, debating whether to eat the soup alone and call it a night. Haley hadn't come back, and Jard was nowhere to be seen. The antique clock on the kitchen wall seemed to mark her with its steady tick-tock, tick-tock. Normally, the pendulum's rhythm calmed her, but tonight it felt like a taunt. Either time was slipping away, or she was just being foolish. Jard was late. It shouldn't have mattered. This wasn't a date, just a meeting about the case. But Lizzie hated waiting for a man. It made her feel exposed and desperate. She turned off the stove just as the doorbell chimed. Moving to the door, she peered through the peephole. Jard stood back, waiting. His thick, tousled hair had that effortlessly attractive look, and the stubble along his jaw softened his usual FBI agent sharpness into something more approachable. He wore fitted jeans and a baby blue button-down, untucked beneath an open wool peacoat. In one hand, he carried a grocery bag, in the other, a bouquet of daylilies, her favorite. A flutter of butterflies stirred in her stomach. Silly girl, she chided herself. This was just dinner with an old friend. But the mascara she'd applied and the flowers in his hands told a different story. She watched him lean closer to the peephole. "Are you going to let me in, Lizzie?" Hiding a smile, she unbolted the locks and opened the door. He stepped forward, kissing her cheek before handing her the flowers. "Sorry I'm late." He smelled of soap and sandalwood, better than the daylilies. The urge to throw her arms around his neck nearly overwhelmed her, but instead she clutched the bouquet to her chest like a shield. "After I left you this afternoon, I met with Jimmy and the task force," he explained, lifting the grocery bag slightly. "Then I stopped by the store." For a moment, she just stood there, drinking him in, wishing she could forget why he was really here and just savor the moment. "You're not going to let me inside, are you?" "Oh, sorry." She widened the door, letting him pass. After locking up, she followed him to the kitchen, watching as he unpacked the groceries. "I hope you like salmon," he said. "I love salmon." He pulled out a box of pre-sliced mushrooms and 2 crowns of broccoli. "How about mushrooms and broccoli?" "There aren't many vegetables I turn my nose up at." "Not even peas." "I love peas." He grimaced and she laughed, the sound light and freeing. The last item he retrieved from the bag was an apron. Shedding his coat, he handed it to her, and she hung it in the entry closet. When she returned, he was slipping the apron over his head and tying it around his waist. "Wow, this is serious business," she teased, maneuvering around the island to grab a frying pan from the cupboard. "Will this work?" "Perfect," He glanced around. I'll need a cutting board and a knife, and then I'll be set. She fetched the items and placed them beside the pan. His gaze drifted to the soup on the stove. Looks like you were about to eat without me. I had an unexpected visitor, Haley, one of my defense class students. She stopped by but took off before I could feed her or warm her up. Is she okay? I don't know. She didn't look okay. I drove around searching for her, but she was gone. Do you know where she lives? We could check on her. Lizzy studied Jard, struck by his kindness. That compassion had drawn her to him years ago. There's no listed number for the name Hanson. I typically hand out flyers in class and offer a sign-up sheet, though I only ask for a name, nothing more. He gently took her hand and guided her to the stool across the kitchen island. Let's get some food in you first. You look like you need it. After that, we can decide what to do about Haley. You don't want me to help with cooking. I want you to rest. He pressed a kiss to the bump on her forehead. Ow. Sorry. Returning to the stove, he pulled a bottle of Cabernet from his bag. When she gestured toward the cupboard where the wineglasses were kept, she spotted a black smudge on her finger, mascara. I'll be right back. In the bathroom, she winced at her reflection. Jard had arrived looking like he belonged in a magazine, while she resembled something dredged up from a swamp. She dampened a cloth and wiped away the smudges beneath her eyes before returning to the kitchen. Accepting the wine he offered, she muttered, "Thanks for letting me know I looked like Rocky Raccoon. I thought you looked cute." Cute, she rolled her eyes. This is why I don't bother with makeup. It takes forever and never stays put. But you made the effort for me. I'm flattered. Don't be. This isn't a date. His eyes gleamed under the fluorescent lights. I could have sworn I saw lipstick when you first opened the door. You don't miss a thing, do you, Shane? I already told you. Not when it comes to you, Lizzy. He stepped closer, his body heat radiating between them. That familiar electricity crackled in the air. Years apart, yet the moment they were in the same room, it was like they were teenagers again. She'd felt it earlier in the car while waiting for Valerie Hunt to leave for lunch. And she felt it now. Honestly, she felt that same magnetic pull every time Jard Shane was within 5 feet of her. This wasn't the right time for them to get involved. They were both exhausted, overwhelmed. But that didn't stop Jard from leaning in, and it didn't stop her from tilting her chin up until his lips met hers. His kiss was warm, intoxicating, tasting of rich wine and everything good in life. He deepened it, and she pressed closer, her body molding against his. He took her glass and set it aside, his weight nudging her backward until she was pinned against the refrigerator. His hand glided up her arm, over her shoulder, leaving shivers in its wake. His mouth trailed from her lips to her ear. I've missed you, Lizzy. The heat pooling between her legs told her she felt the same. Her fingers slipped beneath his apron, tracing the soft cotton of his shirt, so different from the hard muscle beneath. His hands gripped her hips, pulling her flush against him. A soft moan escaped her lips, the kind that led to tangled sheets and heated skin, reminding her of their first time, right before everything had fallen apart. She broke away, gasping for air. What's wrong, Lizzy? She searched his eyes. It would be so easy to lose herself in them, in his scent, in his touch. Why now? She whispered. After all this time, why now? Because I'm an idiot. She might have smiled at his honesty, but the sudden ring of the phone startled her. She followed Jard as the caller ID displayed the incoming number. A cold dread settled over her. She didn't want to answer, but she had no choice. Thinking of Sophie, she lifted the receiver. Hello. I wish you hadn't lied to me, Lizzy. The voice was distorted, robotic, devoid of warmth. Now I have to teach you a lesson. Is Sophie Madison with you? She demanded. I ask the questions first, Lizzy. If you tell me the truth, maybe I'll answer yours. Jard pressed close, listening in. Is your boyfriend there with you, Lizzy? I don't have a boyfriend. A wet, rasping laugh crackled through the phone. Let me rephrase. Is the boy you slept with before I found you 14 years ago standing there with you now? She felt Jard tense beside her. Is that clear enough, Lizzy? Have you met the woman he was supposed to marry? The one he abandoned because of you? Golden hair, soft, pink lips, so beautiful, yet he walked away. And mark my words, he'll leave you too, just like his slut of a mother. Love 'em and leave 'em, that's Jard Shane's way. Disgraceful. Now answer me again, is your lover with you? Jard's jaw clenched. She reached for his hand, gripping his fingers tightly. She had to keep Spider-Man talking. Yes, she said evenly. He's here. Do you have the girl? Patience, Lizzy. That was just the first question. She forced herself to stay calm. Do you still love me more than your father? I want the truth, nothing less. She hesitated, praying for the red light to flash, signaling they'd traced the call. No, she admitted. I don't. Good girl, Lizzy. Do you remember what I promised would happen if you ever betrayed me? Anger flared, but beneath it, disgust twisted in her gut. I remember. Smart girl. Now ask me a question. Is Sophie Madison with you right now? Yes, but not for long. She's been very, very naughty. Tell me where you are. Let her go. Take me instead. I'll do whatever you. Click, the line went dead. She met Jard's eyes, but neither spoke. No words were needed. She hadn't kept him on long enough. Wednesday, February 17, 2010, 10:13 p.m. Rain lashed against the hedges and shrubs outside the house he was watching. The wind hurled broken branches and debris across the street. The storm had arrived earlier than the forecast predicted, not that he expected accuracy from weathermen. But who was he kidding? He only watched the news for Nancy Morneau. There was something about the anchorwoman that fascinated him, which was why he'd chosen her. Morneau wasn't just flawed, she was broken. Raped by her father and uncle as a child, she hadn't let it destroy her. Instead, she'd clawed her way to the top, turning her pain into power. She liked control. He wouldn't mind bedding her, but first he'd have to put in the effort, and he wasn't sure she was worth it. Despite her shattered soul, Nancy always appeared flawless, until this morning. Remarkably, he'd managed with a few calls what her father hadn't achieved in years of abuse. Only he could crack that polished exterior. His fingers stroked his goatee, fake like everything else. He couldn't wait to peel it off, along with the mustache. Hiding behind disguises had lost its appeal, but prison wasn't an option, so he played the part. His gaze returned to the house across the street. Sophie's body lay lifeless in the trunk. She'd been dull, like handling a dead fish. Nothing excited him anymore. He checked his new Rolex Sea Dweller. Time to move. The storm made visibility poor, and he needed to dispose of the body. He grabbed his Nikon from the passenger seat, deciding on one last attempt. Adjusting the telescopic lens, he peered through the viewfinder until Brittany Warner's bedroom came into focus. Her light was still on. It never went off before 11 a young girl's silhouette passed by, sending a thrill through him. Moments later, she reappeared, stopping right in front of the window. Perfect. Click, click, click. The thought that Lizzy Gardner's niece could be observing him sent electric shivers down his spine. He closed his eyes, relishing the sensation. Maybe life wasn't so terrible after all. Thursday, February 18, 2010, 2:35 a.m. Stop. Jard bolted upright, scanning the darkness for unfamiliar shapes. Had he imagined the sound? Only the wind rustling against the building broke the silence. It took him a moment to recall he was on Lizzy's couch. After the phone call, Lizzy had lost her appetite for food, for intimacy. He understood. They'd spent hours poring over files, taking notes. She hadn't wanted him driving home after finishing a bottle of wine, but she wasn't ready to let him into her bed either. That was fine. He just wanted to stay near, to keep her safe. Please don't. That wasn't the wind. He sprang up, dashed down the hallway, and flung open Lizzie's bedroom door. She was trapped in a nightmare. He moved to her side, brushing hair from her face. I'll never leave you, Lizzie murmured in her sleep. I promise, just leave her alone. I'll do anything, just stop. The raw despair in her voice twisted his heart. Lizzie, it's jarred. Wake up. She clutched at him, fingers digging into his arm. She's suffered enough, she sobbed. She doesn't mean to cry. She doesn't know better. Please, I'm begging you, stop. Jard switched on the lamp. Lizzie, wake up. Her eyes flew open and she exhaled shakily. Jard, thank God it's you. She clung to him, arms tight around his neck. You came. I knew you would. I never lost hope. He felt utterly helpless. She was still half asleep, but at least she recognized him. I'm here, he murmured, sliding onto the bed beside her. She curled against him, resting her head in the crook of his arm. Within minutes, her breathing steadied. He left the light on, lying still, fingers absently combing through her hair as he stared at the ceiling. She hadn't wanted him to leave, but she hadn't invited him to stay either. He'd sensed she was hiding something, but he never imagined she relived her past horrors every time she closed her eyes. Thursday, February 18, 2010, 6:38 a.m. Lizzie stepped into her office, surprised to find Jessica already at work. You're here early. Couldn't sleep, Jessica said without looking up from her laptop. I can't stop thinking about these girls, especially Sophie. Lizzie maneuvered past Jessica's chair and sat down, powering up her computer. A steaming cup of coffee waited for her. Thanks for this. She took a sip. Looks like you've been busy. Jessica slid a stack of notes toward Lizzie. Want to see what I've found? Lizzie sipped her coffee and nodded. 4 victims, all found near water. Each had spider bites, burn marks, and a unique signature from the killer. Take Jordan Marriott. First victim, brown eyes, a dancer, found floating in a community pool. Her family wouldn't talk to me, but I tracked down 2 of her closest friends. They said Jordan was sweet, but had a big mouth. Lizzie opened her mouth to respond, but Jessica held up a hand. You said to dig deep, so I did. Maybe understanding these girls will help us understand Spider-Man too. Impressed, Lizzie gestured for her to continue. Apparently, Jordan had a habit of speaking her mind, no filter. Her friends admitted she could be brutally honest, sometimes crossing the line. Jordan had a reputation for publicly humiliating her mother. As you might recall, she was the girl discovered with soap forced down her throat and later blinded by acid. Jessica continued without hesitation. The next victim was Lainey Monroe, the only one with blue eyes. But here's the twist. She wore colored contacts. You're joking, Lizzie gasped. Guess her real eye color. Brown. Exactly. Lainey's body turned up near the American River just before it meets the Sacramento. I spoke with her teacher and a few male friends. Everyone described her as carefree and fun. Even her neighbors, 14 years later, still remembered her fondly. She was well-liked, popular. But the killer did something horrific to her genitalia without raping her. Lizzie was impressed. What do you make of that? I'm not sure, but some guys hinted she might have been, let's say, overly friendly. Maybe Spider-Man saw her as too promiscuous and wanted to punish her. Interesting theory. Keep going. Victim 3 was Mandy Rocher, 16, brown eyes, class president, and involved in nearly every student club. Her body was found near Folsom Lake. Like the others, she had burns, but hers were different. Cigarette burns covered her arms and legs. Any guesses about her bad habit? She smoked. Bingo, a pack a day by the time she vanished. She also snuck out on weekends, mostly to meet boys. Lizzy studied Jessica with growing admiration. The girl had a sharp, investigative mind. Jessica flipped through her notes. The last known victim was Rachel Foster, found near the American River, not far from Laney. Syringes were jammed into her eyes. Her family moved away, but I tracked down her ex-boyfriend, Ryan Arnold. He confirmed Rachel was a heroin user when she disappeared. He even sent me an article by retired FBI profiler Gregory Ogin. Lizzy waited as Jessica held up the paper. Ogin spent decades studying serial killers. He describes Spider-Man as an outcast who craved control. Targeting vulnerable girls made him feel powerful. But looking at these 4 victims, I see a pattern. Spider-Man might have believed he was cleansing the community, eliminating rebellious teens, smokers, drug users, girls who slept around. That describes half of all teenagers, Lizzy remarked. Exactly. That's what kept me up last night. To pick these specific girls, he had to know them, see them regularly enough to judge their behavior. So he had access, teachers, coaches, doctors, Lizzy mused. Jessica's eyes widened, and Spider-Man only chose girls with brown eyes. Which makes it personal, Lizzy concluded. Teenagers with brown eyes probably triggered something in him, Jessica mused. Could be an ex-girlfriend with brown eyes who dumped him, Lizzy suggested. Or maybe some deep-seated mother issues, if the killer's mother had brown eyes. She remembered Jard's earlier comment. But focusing on brown-eyed girls won't lead us to Sophie. True, Jessica admitted. But it made me wonder, could the killer be an eye doctor? Lizzy's eyes lit up. That's actually a solid lead. We should look into every eye doctor these victims saw, whether at school or elsewhere. She jotted it down on the notepad beside her computer. Now, what about his obsession with water? Why leave every victim near or in it? I'm not sure, Jessica said, frowning. The water connection puzzles me. But if he wants the bodies found quickly, before decomposition ruins his display, then dumping them near water makes sense. Good point, Lizzy agreed. If he wanted to hide the evidence, he'd bury them in the woods or mountains instead. There's something else, Jessica added. Every victim Spider-Man chose was more than just well-liked. They were capital P popular. Cheerleaders, overachievers, the whole package. So his targets are popular girls with brown eyes, Lizzy summarized, and girls with some kind of vice, sex, drugs, smoking. Jessica nodded. I keep thinking something must have set him off. Serial killers often fixate on specific victim types. Ed Jane targeted middle-aged women who looked like his mother. Ted Bundy went after college girls with long brown hair parted down the middle. There's always a trigger. So what happened to Spider-Man? Where has he been all this time, and what reignited his killing spree? You've really studied serial killers, huh? Lizzy asked. Jessica nodded. I've considered becoming a profiler. But the more I learn, the more I understand why Freud gave up trying to explain why some people do the things they do. You'd be great at it, Lizzy said, pulling Jard's notebook from her coat pocket. I think we should focus on the girls who disappeared around the same time and see if they fit the pattern. Brown eyes, popular vices. We need to treat this like a fresh case, start from scratch. Let's begin with every doctor these girls ever visited. Thursday, February 18, 2010, 10:33 a.m. 20 minutes after Jimmy's call, Jard parked behind his sedan on Hazel Road and killed the engine. A line of police cars, their lights flashing, and 3 unmarked vehicles were neatly arranged along the roadside, about half a mile from the freeway entrance. Jard followed the crime scene tape from the curb down a muddy slope to the riverbank. At the bottom, Jimmy was barking orders, working fast to secure the scene. They'd been partners for 3 years, and while Jimmy had the charm of a brick, his dedication to the job was undeniable. It put a fire in his eyes and a confident stride in his step. A videographer was already filming, trailed by an eager intern clutching a clipboard and camera. The kids scribbled notes furiously, documenting everything from the weather to the names and roles of everyone present. Jard spotted Joey Ritten, the same criminologist who'd processed shoe prints at the Madison house. Ritten's assistant carefully placed a ruler beside a muddy footprint before snapping a photograph. Ritten carefully placed a metal frame around the shoe print before pouring dental stone into the impression to preserve it. Jard moved forward, tracing the crime scene tape along a worn path leading toward the American River Parkway. Even in winter, the riverbanks were crowded with fishermen in waders and vests, standing shoulder to shoulder as they waited for salmon to bite. "Last night's rain didn't do us any favors," Jimmy remarked as Jard approached. "We could use a lucky break right about now." Jard scanned the area. Any weapons recovered? Nothing yet. Those shoe prints might be our best lead, though the killer left another message for us. Behind Jimmy, two forensic technicians swept alternate light sources over the victim's body, meticulously searching for trace evidence before transporting her to the lab for further examination. A sharp gust of wind stung Jard's ears as he followed Jimmy toward the scene. "Where's the note?" "You'll see." Recognition hit Jard the moment he saw the girl. It was Sophie. Her face matched the photos. Her unevenly chopped hair, just as Lizzy had described, framed a face partially hidden by her bangs. Burn marks and puncture wounds marred her arms and legs. "Are those cigarette burns?" "More likely from an iron," one technician replied. "But we'll wait for the ME's official assessment before confirming anything." The second technician continued inspecting the body for loose fibers before preparing the body bag. "Multiple bruises and lacerations," she noted. "Strangulation?" Jimmy asked. The male technician shook his head. "No visible bruising around the neck. Unofficially, I'd estimate she hasn't been dead more than 24 hours. Eyes are clear, minimal swelling. The Me will need stomach contents to narrow it down." Jimmy turned to Jard. "This wasn't a dump job. The body was deliberately placed." "So you think the killer walked down that muddy trail," Jard said, pointing behind him, "and positioned her exactly where he wanted us to find her?" Jimmy rubbed his neck. "That's the theory. Her lower half was submerged, upper body wedged in the rocks. Classic Spider-Man, calculated, precise." "How many of his victims were strangled?" "Not this one," the female technician cut in. "But we're not ruling anything out yet. Preliminary signs point to death by shock." Jard pressed on. "What about clothing?" Trace evidence often clung to fabric, but both technicians shook their heads. "Completely nude," Jimmy said, before stepping away to speak with the videographer. "Show him the note," he called over his shoulder. Jard studied Sophie's face as the technician brushed her bangs aside. His breath caught. "Yeah," she murmured. "Same reaction I had." Scorched into Sophie's forehead in stark, bold letters. "Lizzy's fault." The technician let the bangs fall back into place as her partner sealed the body bag, starting at Sophie's feet. The bite marks on her ankles mirrored those found on Spider-Man's other victims. Jard crouched for a closer look. Her upper lip was swollen, two small cuts visible. What about her mouth? The technician paused the zipper at her neck, reached into his kit, and retrieved a tongue depressor from a sterile bag. He gently lifted the upper lip with the depressor, exposing a neat row of teeth. "No fractures, no bruising," the technician noted. "Hard to tell for sure." "Got it," Judd replied. Thanks. He trudged back up the trail, his stomach twisting. He'd handled more brutal cases, but never one involving someone as young as Sophie. Thursday, February 18, 2010. 12:10 p.m. Yesterday, Valerie Hunt had been dressed in a fitted tweed pencil skirt and matching jacket, her jet black hair coiled tightly at her nape. Today, she wore sleek black knit pants and a checkerboard double-breasted blazer. Lizzy lowered the car window, adjusted her camera lens, and snapped a few quick shots. Valerie's hair, now loose and wavy, tumbled down her back, swaying in the breeze as she hurried across the street to her car. Lizzy set the camera aside, started the engine, and waited. Moments later, she was tailing Valerie's black Toyota Camry onto Sunrise. For the next 10 minutes, Lizzy kept a careful distance. Who was this woman? More importantly, who was Victor? If Valerie was his wife, had he confronted her before hiring a detective? Had he tried to fix things first? Her thoughts shifted abruptly to Jard and why she'd pushed him away the night before. Their kiss had electrified her, jolting her awake to emotions she'd buried. But it had also dredged up memories of that first blissful night, shattered by terror. Her grip tightened on the steering wheel. Get a grip, Lizzy. Even before Spider-Man resurfaced, she'd been living as if he were always lurking outside her window, letting him haunt her every waking moment. No more hiding. She had to move forward, leave the past behind. She thought about Jard, wondered if they had a future, if she could emerge from this stronger, if she could sleep through the night without waking in a cold sweat, then maybe, just maybe, they stood a chance. Jard Shane was remarkable, the kindest man she'd ever known. Even if the timing felt uncertain, who was she to reject a second chance at something real? A surge of resolve flooded her. She wouldn't let Spider-Man control her life anymore. Now it was his turn to feel the chill of fear, to wonder if unseen eyes were watching. A silver Honda swerved in front of her. Damn! The Camry vanished from sight. She switched lanes, accelerated, and caught a glimpse of Valerie turning right. Lizzy cut off the Honda, veering sharply onto Folsom Boulevard just in time to see the Camry take a left onto East Point Drive. She followed, trailing Valerie into a hotel parking lot. Valerie handed her keys to a valet and strode toward the entrance. Lizzy drove past, heading for public parking. Protocol dictated she avoid entering the lobby. Foot pursuit risked detection. Private Eye 101, never let your mark spot you. Her fingers drummed the wheel. Screw it. She took the first open spot. Curiosity killed the cat. She didn't care. Killing the engine, she popped the trunk and grabbed the knee-length jacket she kept for surveillance. Wrapping a scarf over her head, she hurried toward the hotel entrance. 12:20 p.m. With luck, Valerie would be in the bar or restaurant. If not, Lizzy would wait in the lobby for an hour before calling it a day as promised. The full $3,000 in cash had arrived via courier the previous afternoon. Jard's man assigned to watch her office had shown up too late to be useful. Jessica described the courier. No uniform, just blue jeans and a long-sleeved sweatshirt. He'd ridden up on a road bike, propping it against a building a block away before delivering the envelope. Before Jessica could tip him or ask who'd hired him, he dashed off. Quick thinking, Jessica had snapped multiple photos of him as he left. Later, after enlarging the images on Lizzy's computer, they spotted a Carsones River College Hawks sticker on the back of his helmet. A sharp gust of wind nearly tore the scarf from Lizzy's head as she crossed the parking lot. Just then, a silver BMW pulled up in front of the hotel, obstructing her view of the lobby. "Move it, buddy." A man in a dark suit stepped out, handing his keys to the valet. Recognition hit her like a punch to the gut. Stunned, Lizzy spun around abruptly. She tightened the scarf around her face, forcing herself to walk, not run, back toward her car. Stay calm. Don't draw attention. Breathe. Worried he might recognize her car if he glanced her way, she veered toward a gray Prius instead. Pretending to search for her keys, she risked a glance over her shoulder. He was gone. The valet slid into the BMW and drove off around the building. Lizzy bolted back to her own car, tossing the coat and scarf into the backseat before dropping behind the wheel. She pressed her forehead against the steering wheel. What the hell is Richard doing here? Deep down, she already knew. Yesterday, she and Jard had tailed Valerie to Seacrest and Associates, Richard's workplace. The coincidence hadn't escaped her, but she dismissed the idea of any connection between Richard and Valerie. When she told Jard where Valerie had gone, he'd asked outright if there could be a link. Lizzy had scoffed. Richard Warner, her brother-in-law, was about as romantic as a plank of wood and as sociable as a cave troll. Now her mind raced with uneasy possibilities. She grabbed her phone, ignoring the blinking voicemail notification, and dialed her sister's house. Kathy answered on the second ring. "Hi, it's me, Lizzy." Her sister's sigh was unmistakable. Clearly, she wasn't ready to forgive. "I'm sorry about everything," Lizzy rushed out, words tumbling in her nervousness. "You've always been so supportive and—" "Are you still chasing that lunatic?" "Honestly, I haven't had time for him," she lied. "I'm wrapped up in my first infidelity case. It's eating all my time and energy." Kathy didn't need to know the maniac had called again last night. She didn't need to know a lot of things. But Lizzy needed this, needed to hear her sister's voice. With their mother gone and their father refusing to speak to her, Kathy and Brittany were all the family she had left. "I thought you didn't take cheating cases." "I didn't. Until a guy named Victor offered me $3,000 to watch a woman for 2 weeks. A pause, then Kathy said, "Wow, yeah, I'd have taken that job too." Some of the tension eased from Lizzie's shoulders. "Yeah, well, I was sitting here in my car waiting for the woman to show up, and I started thinking about you and Brittany. I saw you just 3 days ago, and I already miss you." "I miss you too, Lizzy. But until you let go of this obsession with Spider-Man, a man who almost ruined our lives, I have to do what's best for Brittany." "I get it. How is she?" "It's hard to believe. She'll be 15 soon." "Unimaginable." Lizzy closed her eyes tightly. If Kathy knew what she had just witnessed, it would crush her. She couldn't bring herself to tell her sister. Innocent until proven guilty, wasn't that the rule? She refused to be the one to add more pain to Kathy's life. "What am I supposed to do when Brittany starts driving?" Kathy asked. "Every mom I talk to at swim meets, and school says I won't see much of her once she gets behind the wheel." Lizzy sighed. After escaping Spider-Man, she'd been stunned to learn Kathy was pregnant and marrying Richard. Her sister had only been 18. "We've got time before that happens. But you're right. It's hard watching Brittany grow up so fast." "I hate it. I really do. Where did all the years go?" "I don't know." A heavy silence settled between them, thick with unspoken words. Though Kathy still spoke to their father, he refused to acknowledge Lizzy, so they never discussed him. "If you want to come to Brittany's swim meet on Saturday at noon, it's at the Roseville Aquatic Center. I won't turn you away." Lizzie's heart ached. She knew she should tell Kathy what she'd seen, but it would only hurt her. "I wouldn't miss it. Will Richard be there?" "Doubtful. He's been swamped, working nights and weekends. When he is home, he's too exhausted to do anything but pass out on the couch." Kathy let out a bitter laugh. "Maybe I should pay you to follow him for a few weeks." Lizzy tensed. "I'm joking," Kathy added quickly. "Richard and I are fine. In fact, he took my car in for repairs today and left me his Lexus. That's a first. He's never let me drive it before." "What's wrong with your car?" "Apparently everything. He called 20 minutes ago with a long list of engine problems. The good news is it should be fixed by tonight. Maybe it's time. Richard bought you a new one. That's not happening. We're barely making ends meet as it is. But I'll let him know you suggested it, she said, amusement in her voice. Lizzy rubbed her temples. I should go. Tell Brittany I said hi. I'll see you both Saturday. I'll tell her. Take care of yourself, Lizzy. You too. Love you. As she hung up, Lizzy prayed she was wrong about Richard, but she couldn't walk away without knowing the truth. She drove out of the hotel parking lot and parked across the street for a clearer view of the entrance. Camera ready, binoculars in hand, she settled in and waited. Thursday, February 18, 2010, 2:03 p.m. KBTV Sacramento anchorwoman Nancy Morneau sat on the sleek, minimalist chaise in Dr. Linda Gates's office, waiting as her therapist prepared a cup of green tea in the adjoining kitchen. Though Nancy had been seeing Dr. Gates twice a month for years, today she studied the room as if it were her first visit. If she wanted Spider-Man's exclusive, she needed to steal Lizzy Gardner's file, and fast. The office was dominated by an executive desk of black-painted hardwood, its distressed finish giving it a weathered elegance. Floor-to-ceiling windows behind it offered a view of downtown Sacramento, partially obscured by potted palms flanking the desk. To the left, a bookcase overflowed with volumes on behavioral health, psychiatry, and physiology. To the right stood a 9-drawer legal-sized decorative file cabinet containing client records. Nancy had contemplated asking Dr. Gates outright for Lizzy Gardner's file, maybe even offering a substantial bribe. But Dr. Gates, married to a banker and adorned with expensive jewelry, likely had little financial incentive to compromise her professional integrity. Just then, Dr. Gates emerged from the kitchen, carrying a cup of tea. Green tea, no sugar, just how you prefer it. Nancy accepted the cup, studying Dr. Gates's sleek, blunt-cut dark hair and her beige collarless jacket, paired with a matching knee-length skirt. As the doctor retrieved her notepad and pen from the desk before settling across from her, Nancy observed every movement. Dr. Gates crossed her legs. How are you today? Nancy took a sip. I've been better. What's troubling you? I haven't been sleeping well, Nancy lied. Nightmares. Dr. Gates remained impassive. About what? You, actually, and all the notes you take during our sessions. The doctor paused her writing. Go on. Nancy placed a hand on her chest dramatically. In the dream, a shadowy man lurks in my home or office, carrying a file under his arm. When he opens it, I see your notes, pages of my private thoughts exposed. I feel humiliated, lose my job, and then wake up in a panic. It's always the same. Dr. Gates didn't laugh or dismiss her. She treated every client's concerns with gravity. Perhaps seeing your file would ease your mind, she suggested. Nancy sipped her tea, waiting. Your anxiety about the promotion might be amplifying your fears, Dr. Gates continued. If I show you your file is secure, it could reassure you. Worth a try, Nancy said, maintaining composure, pleased her deception was working. Dr. Gates set aside her notepad, stood, and walked to the file cabinet. Nancy rose too, tea in hand, watching as the doctor used a wristband key to unlock the drawer. As Dr. Gates flipped through the files, Nancy spotted Lizzy Gardner's name on a thick folder. Feigning clumsiness, Nancy dropped her cup. It shattered on the hardwood, tea splashing across the floor and cabinet. Oh no, how clumsy of me. Dr. Gates handed Nancy her file and hurried to the kitchen for a towel. Seizing the moment, Nancy snatched Lizzy's file, slipped it into her briefcase, and returned to the couch. What happened to the file? Dr. Gates reappeared abruptly. Nancy held up her own file, throat tight. Right here. Can I take it home? No, I'm afraid not. But you're welcome to review it while I clean up. Nancy set the file on the cushion and rushed to help, wiping tea from the cabinet before discreetly shutting the drawer. When she straightened, Dr. Gates wore a puzzled expression, her gaze fixed on the window. Nancy's pulse pounded. Is something wrong? Dr. Gates retreated slightly, half concealed behind a potted palm. There's a man outside, standing at the bus stop. I've seen him there multiple times before. Normally that wouldn't be strange, except he never actually gets on the bus. He always leaves before it arrives. She gave a puzzled shake of her head. Weird. Nancy dropped the broken porcelain pieces into the trash and stepped toward the window. He's staring right at us. Dr. Gates' expression darkened. I noticed that too. How often does he show up? I first spotted him last Monday. This makes the third time. I'm calling the police. I'll feel safer once they've spoken to him. Nancy remained motionless as Dr. Gates made the call. Could this be Spider-Man? He didn't fit the image of a killer. Dressed in a sharp black single-breasted coat, he looked more like an executive. His dark hair and neatly groomed beard framed his face, while mirrored aviators hid his eyes. He had a slender build and stood about 6 feet tall. Dr. Gates returned, phone in hand. The dispatcher said a patrol car is nearby. They should arrive any minute. She gave an involuntary shudder. There's something unsettling about him. Look how he keeps watching us. Has he glanced away even once? Nancy shook her head. If we can see him, he definitely sees us watching. A bus pulled up to the curb, obstructing their view. The tinted windows made it impossible to tell if passengers were boarding or exiting. From her third-floor vantage point, Nancy spotted a police cruiser approaching 2 blocks away. No lights, no sirens. The bus departed just as the officers pulled up to the empty stop. He's gone, Dr. Gates sighed. The man had maintained his unbroken stare at their window the entire time. He couldn't have seen the approaching police car, yet he'd somehow known to board the bus at precisely the right moment. A cold shiver ran down Nancy's spine. Doubt crept in. Was she making a mistake? She decided to take Gardner's file for now and carefully consider her next steps. Rash decisions could lead to regrets. Thursday, February 18, 2010, 2:56 p.m. Shortly before 3, Lizzy returned to her office. She clicked her car door locked, surprised to find Jard waiting on the curb. "Where have you been?" he demanded. "What are you, my keeper?" she snapped. "Hardly." Still seething from her hotel surveillance and angry at herself for accepting the job, Lizzy stormed past him, her boots striking the pavement sharply as she headed for her office. She'd spent over 2 hours parked across from the hotel, waiting for Richard to emerge. Her hands clenched into fists as she relived the last 20 minutes. Richard and Valerie, oblivious to her telescopic lens, had exited together. 2 passionate kisses, lingering gazes while waiting for their separate cars. "Lizzy, slow down," Jard called after her. She kept marching, afraid of what might spill out if she stopped. Richard's deceptions swarmed in her mind like persistent insects. She'd captured dozens of damning photos. Now what? How could she possibly tell Kathy her husband was a cheating liar? "Sophie's dead." Lizzy froze mid-step. She turned slowly to face Jard, one hand rising to her chest. "What?" "I've been trying to reach you all morning. They found her body by the river off Highway 50. Oh God, no. I'm sorry. I should have used the media to send him a warning." She pressed a palm to her forehead. "It might have bought us more time." Jard gripped her shoulders firmly. "This isn't your fault, Lizzy. You can't hold yourself responsible for every terrible thing he does." She gripped his coat sleeve tightly. "We stood by and did nothing. We didn't intervene. This isn't right. There are countless people working on this case. We're doing all we can. But Jard didn't get it. She had wasted her time trailing Richard and his mistress, a woman she knew nothing about, while Sophie was bound and helpless, likely praying for someone to rescue her. Tears burned in her eyes as fury surged through her, simmering just beneath the surface, until realization struck like lightning. She looked up at Jard, everything clicking into place. Victor. What about him? You were right, she said, voice trembling. It's him. Victor is Spider-Man. How can you be sure? The note, she answered. In the message Spider-Man left at Sophie's house, he said he knows me. Maybe he knows me better than I realized. Maybe he anticipated I'd come looking for him. Remember when we were at the Walker house and I felt like we were being watched? Jard nodded. I know Spider-Man was watching me. He could be watching us right now. She resisted the urge to glance behind her. He's been observing my sister, too. He knew Kathy's husband was cheating, and he wanted me to find out. Slow down, Jard urged. Start from the beginning. She took a steadying breath. Remember how I thought it was strange that Valerie Hunt visited Seacrest and Associates yesterday? The law firm where your brother-in-law works. She nodded. It wasn't a coincidence. I followed Valerie to a hotel this afternoon. That's where I was. Right after she went inside, my brother-in-law showed up in my sister's BMW. I needed proof, so I waited across the street until Richard left. And I got the evidence I needed but never wanted. She tapped her backpack. It's all in here, dozens of damning photos. She tightened her grip on his arm. Don't you see? Victor, the man who hired me to follow Valerie, is Spider-Man. He knows my mother moved away and that my father wants nothing to do with me. Somehow, he's aware that Kathy and I are barely holding on to our relationship. He wanted me to expose Richard's affair, to cut my last ties with my family. She shook her head. I called Kathy, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't tell her the truth. We have to tell her. I can't. If Spider-Man knows about your brother-in-law, Jard said, then he's been watching their house, which means he's watching your niece too. Lizzie's stomach twisted. Until that moment, she hadn't truly understood fear. Brittany was in danger. A cold, electric dread shot through her. He's winning, isn't he? Jard wrapped an arm around her shoulders. Let's go to your office. I'll make some calls and arrange surveillance for your sister's house. When? Now. She noticed the tension in Jard's jaw, the hollow look in his eyes. He'd been at the crime scene, no doubt. Her heart ached for him and for Sophie and her family. She still couldn't believe the girl was gone. Poor Sophie. To break the silence, she said, the courier who delivered Victor's payment yesterday, he looked like a college student. He left before Jessica could question him, but she managed to snap a photo. When we enlarged it, we saw a Casamnes River College sticker on his helmet. He's too young to be Spider-Man, but he might be able to identify Victor. We need to find him. Thursday, February 18, 2010, 4:12 p.m. He considered driving past his house in Auburn, the one he'd shared with his wife, Cynthia, for 14 years. He pictured her returning from her trip back east to visit friends, wearing that soft pink sweater and beige slacks. Cynthia was uncomplicated, easy to please. She had cared for him deeply, and she didn't deserve to die. The idea of Cynthia being gone forever sent his heart pounding against his ribs. He switched on the radio and pressed play on the CD player. The soothing notes of Mozart's Piano Concerto No. 21, the Andante movement, wrapped around him like a balm. He forced himself to believe Cynthia was still alive, still out there enjoying life, probably laughing with friends, making the most of the night. He turned up the volume, letting the melody envelop him, but his smile faded. Until he had that file in his hands, his thoughts would remain scattered. For a fleeting moment, he considered how simple it would be to grab Lizzy and end her right then. But what then? No, he had to stick to the plan. Patience and focus were the only way to see this through the way he wanted. Keep Lizzy on edge, keep her guessing. The final answers lay within Dr. Gates's file. That's where Lizzy Gardner's darkest secrets were buried. And that's when the real game would begin. The soaring orchestral piece filled the air, its triumphant notes lifting his spirits. Everything would work out. He just had to tie up loose ends first. Then maybe he could return home and pray Cynthia would forgive him, take him back. Thursday, February 18, 2010, 4:14 p.m. Lizzy parked in her sister's driveway and killed the engine. Stepping out, she scanned the street until her eyes landed on the government sedan parked across the way. Judge shut the passenger door and joined her on the sidewalk. "Is that one of yours?" she asked, nodding toward the dark car. Judd confirmed with a nod. "Ronald Holt." Her gaze shifted to her sister's house. She didn't want to do this, didn't want to be the one to tell Kathy her husband was cheating. But she and Judd had already agreed. Brittany and Kathy's safety came first. She had to warn her sister, make sure she knew a dangerous man might be watching them. "I wish I didn't have to do this," Lizzy murmured as they walked toward the house. "Want me to tell her?" Judd offered. "No, that would only make it worse." She rang the bell and waited. Minutes dragged by before the door finally opened. Kathy stood there, looking exhausted, as if they'd woken her from a nap. "What's going on?" Kathy asked, her eyes flicking to Judd before settling back on Lizzy. Lizzy glanced past her toward the staircase. "Is Brittany home?" "Swim practice." Kathy's expression darkened as she studied Judd. "Why are you here?" "Can we come in?" Lizzy asked. With obvious reluctance, Kathy stepped aside. She shut the door behind them and followed Lizzy into the living room. "What is it?" she demanded. "Just tell me before I lose my mind." Lizzy reached for her sister's hand. "Brittany's fine, but after we talk, we should pick her up from practice and bring her home." "She's not done for another hour." Kathy yanked her hand away. "What the hell is going on, Lizzy? Stop stalling." Judd lingered near the entryway, hands tucked in his coat pockets. "I don't know where to start," Lizzy admitted. "Anywhere," Kathy snapped. "Just say it." Lizzy exhaled, then forced the words out. "Richard is having an affair." Kathy's hand flew up, striking Lizzy across the face. Judd moved forward, but Lizzy held up a hand to stop him. "It's fine," she said, touching her stinging cheek. "It's true, I have proof, but that's not the only reason we're here." Kathy's face burned with fury, her hands clenched into fists. "That's why you called earlier, isn't it? You knew something about Richard but didn't tell me." "I didn't know how. You need to hear me out." The weight of anger, pain, and years of stifled silence hung between them like a storm cloud, threatening to drown whatever fragile connection still remained. "I have reason to think the man who hired me to follow his wife is Spider-Man." Kathy's lips thinned into a hard line. "In the note Spider-Man left for me in Sophie Madison's room, he claimed to know me better than anyone. If that's true, Kathy, then he knows about the struggles between us. He's using what he knows about Richard to drive us further apart. That's why I believe he hired me to watch Valerie Hunt, the woman I was tailing today when I saw Richard with her." Kathy lifted her chin. "Where were they?" "At the Hyatt." "How long?" "I'll give you the details later, I swear. But right now, you need to listen. If Spider-Man knows about Richard, he's been watching him." Horror flashed in Kathy's widening eyes. "That monster knows where we live." "I think so. He may have been observing all of you." Kathy pressed a hand to her mouth, her face draining of color. After a long pause, she whispered, "What am I supposed to do?" "There's a federal agent stationed across the street," Judd interjected. "Ronald Holt. He'll be there around the clock, only leaving if someone relieves him." "But that's not enough," Lizzy added. "You and Brittany should go stay with Dad until the feds catch him." Kathy's expression darkened. "You don't understand. Brittany finally making friends. For the first time in her life, she feels like she belongs. I know what it's like to be the outsider at school. I won't rip her away from that now, not when she's just starting to gain confidence. You can't risk keeping her in school or taking her to swim practice right now. She can't stop living." Kathy jabbed a finger at Lizzy. "You said that yourself. You told me how miserable you were, always hiding. But you were the one who pointed out that hiding was better than the alternative." Lizzy no longer believed that for herself, but Brittany had her whole life ahead of her. She'd say anything to make Kathy see they had to protect her at all costs. Kathy shook her head fiercely. "I won't do that to her. She's too young to understand. I refuse to let that monster turn our lives upside down again." "You have to." Lizzy reached out, but Kathy recoiled, her eyes wild. "Don't touch me. Get out. Stay away from us, do you hear me?" She pointed to the door. "Leave, both of you." "Don't do this," Lizzy pleaded. "I never meant to hurt anyone. You know I'd never deliberately ruin things for you and Brittany. Look what your lies did to Mom and Dad, and now to me. I won't let you destroy my family, too. Don't make me say it again, Lizzy. Just go." Thursday, February 18, 2010, 7:53 p.m. Judd stood in Lizzie's kitchen, snapping his phone shut with a sigh. His sister had just called. Mom had checked into a hotel. She was worried about Dad, who'd started drinking again. Let him sulk, Judd had told her. The response had only angered her, cutting their conversation short. "Everything okay?" Lizzy called from the living room. Judd walked in to find her sitting on the floor, surrounded by papers. Notepads and files were arranged in a meticulous line, stretching from one side of the room to the other. The television flickered silently in the background as the cat wound its way between the coffee table legs in graceful loops. "My parents are going through a rough patch," Judd mentioned. Lizzy offered a sympathetic, "Oh, I'm sorry." "They're grown-ups. They'll figure it out," he replied, moving to the stove to ladle soup into a mug before joining her in the living room. Jimmy would be stopping by soon with updates. Lizzy knelt on the floor, scribbling notes in the margins of scattered papers with a black marker. Judd had spent most of the day with her and hadn't seen her eat a thing. Since showering and changing into grey sweatpants and a white V-neck, she'd been absorbed in her work, barefoot, her hair pulled into a loose ponytail. "You haven't eaten," he said, offering her the soup. "Thanks, just set it on the table." "Not until you try it." He leaned in, feeding her a spoonful, her eyes lit up. "That's amazing. What's in it?" "Capers." "Family secret." She gave him a playful pout. "If you finish it all, I'll write the recipe down for you." "You're too easy, Shane." He longed to pull her into his arms, to shield her from everything weighing her down. Instead, he gave her another spoonful before setting the cup aside. "Thanks for coming with me to my sister's today," she murmured, returning to her notes. "Any time." He lingered, watching her. Dark circles shadowed her eyes, and though the swelling on her head had gone down, the bruise had darkened. He knew her well enough to recognize she hated showing vulnerability, hated letting anyone see the raw pain of having her world upended overnight. For Lizzy, moving forward meant relearning how to walk each morning. At exactly 8, Jimmy Martin arrived, looking exhausted. His suit was rumpled, his shoulders slumped, his expression strained. Before Judd could fully usher him inside, Lizzie's assistant, Jessica, squeezed past him, balancing a bucket of KFC fried chicken. "Come in," Lizzy called from the floor. Jimmy stepped inside, bewildered, as Jessica handed the chicken to Jard. "Be right back," she said before darting out again. Jimmy shot Jard a questioning look, and Jard shrugged, best to just go with whatever Lizzy had planned. He carried the chicken to the kitchen. "Had I known this was a party," Jimmy muttered, "I'd have brought dessert." Neither Jard nor Lizzy acknowledged the remark. Jimmy shed his wrinkled jacket and took a seat in one of the chairs Lizzy had arranged facing the couch. Jessica returned, laptop and files in hand. "Help yourselves to the chicken if you're hungry," she announced. Lizzy flashed her a grateful smile. "All right," Jimmy said once everyone was settled. "What's going on, and who are you?" Jessica extended her hand. Jessica Pless, psychology student at Sac State and Elizabeth Gardner's sidekick. Lizzy rolled her eyes. "She's my intern, wants to major in criminology and become a profiler." "Right," Jimmy said, turning to Jard. "Remind me why I'm here." "You promised Lizzy an update on the Walker house." Jimmy scratched his chin. "Excavations started this morning, but nothing's turned up yet. Full report'll take another day or two." "What about Spider-Man being a doctor?" Lizzy pressed. Jimmy loosened his tie. "You don't recall ever seeing his handwriting? No prints on the note or at the Madison house. No tire tracks or footprints outside. So far, we don't have any concrete evidence linking Sophie's abduction to Spider-Man, but you want me to issue an app for any suspicious-looking doctor." "It's a starting point," Lizzy replied sharply. Jessica interjected. "While we shouldn't stereotype serial killers, statistically, most are intelligent with above-average IQs. They're typically white males from dysfunctional or abandoned backgrounds. A doctor fits that profile perfectly." Jimmy remained silent. Jessica pressed on before anyone could interrupt. "At the very least, we should compile a list of every Dr. Sophie Madison has seen in the past 2 years and go from there." Jard admired the girl's determination. Jimmy turned to him, arms spread. "What is this, your personal task force?" Jard smirked. "You could say that. Lizzy has spent the last decade studying abduction cases nationwide, including 3 years on the board of the Missing and Exploited Children's Organization. Jessica here seems well on her way to becoming a profiler. So yeah, consider this my team. What do we have to lose?" Jimmy dragged a hand through his hair. "Fine, whatever." Since Lizzy had deliberately avoided her own abduction case, she wasn't fully versed in the FBI's findings from 14 years ago. Jard wasn't surprised when she asked, "Before Frank Lyle's arrest, were there other suspects?" "A few," Jimmy said flatly. "None were doctors, and I don't have the resources to chase dead ends." "Lizzy has experience," Jard countered. "She's a pie and wants to help. You've brought in outside help before. Hell, you even used a psychic in the Smith case. Drop the attitude, Jimmy, and work with us." The tension hung heavy until Jessica cut through it with her fearless demeanor. "In 1998, 4 bodies were found," she said, "all believed to be Spider-Man's victims. But during that same period, at least 3 other girls, similar in age and location, went missing. Where are they? Just because there's no body, do they not matter anymore?" Jard glanced at Lizzy, sensing Jessica's emotional investment in the missing girls. "I wanted answers, so I did some digging," Jessica continued. Lizzy leaned in, listening intently. "2 of those missing girls were swimmers, just like Lainey Monroe, your second victim. They attended different schools, but all 3 swam on club teams outside of school. I haven't pinned down a single coach linked to all of them yet, but it expands our suspect pool. And here's another connection. Dr. Bruce Dixon, a family practitioner, treated one of the missing girls. Plus, 3 missing girls and 2 confirmed victims wore braces, 5 in total. I've started compiling a list of orthodontists within 30 miles. There's more to uncover, but I'll keep you updated. Lizzy turned to Jimmy. Now that you know what we're working on, what's the FBI doing about the possibility of Spider-Man being a doctor? Let's be clear, Jimmy said. The agency still isn't convinced Sophie's case is Spider-Man's work. He left me a personal note, Lizzy reminded him sharply. There's no definitive evidence that Spider-Man wrote either note. It might be someone imitating him. What do you mean, either note? Jimmy turned to Jard. You didn't tell her. Lizzie's gaze shifted between them. What didn't you tell me? We'll talk later. No, we won't, she stiffened. Tell me what the second note said. Lizzie's fault. Jard hoped that would be enough, but Lizzy stood abruptly, locking eyes with him. Where is it? He couldn't bring himself to describe what he'd seen written on Sophie's forehead, so he stayed silent. Lizzy barely reacted, just stood frozen for a moment before walking out. Jessica glanced at Jard, uncertain. I'll talk to her. You two eat. Friday, February 19, 2010, 6:21 a.m. He untied her hands, then removed the blindfold. Go ahead, Lizzy. I trust you. She looked up, trying to see past the mask's eye holes. He seemed larger now, taller, broader in the shoulders. The last time she'd seen him, he'd had a thick, wiry beard, but now his jaw was clean-shaven and sharply defined. I said go ahead, Lizzy. Her heart pounded as she pushed herself up from the hard floor. Her legs trembled from disuse, but she forced herself forward, careful not to disturb the case holding his prized spiders. Once in the hallway, she hurried toward the bathroom, glancing back to confirm he wasn't following. He'd only let her use the bathroom once before. For weeks, she'd been starving herself, knowing she had to be thin enough to slip through the small window above the tub. She had no idea how much weight she'd lost, but her limbs were skeletal, her strength nearly gone. Even with little in her stomach, nausea churned inside her. She turned the knob, stepped inside, and locked the door, something he wouldn't like, but she had no choice. The mirror shocked her. Hollow eyes, gaunt cheeks, greasy hair clinging limply to her face. The bathroom was jarringly clean, cream tiles, blue walls, chrome fixtures, even a candle and flowers. It clashed with the rest of the house's chaos. Before climbing onto the tub's edge, she spotted his watch, the one he always caressed like a cherished pet. She grabbed it, sliding it past her elbow, then took the hand soap. Standing on the tub's edge, she squirted soap along the window frame to muffle the sound as she pried it open. Her muscles screamed as she tried to pull herself up. Weakness made every movement agony, but she couldn't hesitate. If she kicked the wall, he'd hear. Lizzy. She froze. Lizzy. This was it, her only chance. He was strong, volatile. One kick would shatter the door. Use everything you've got, Lizzy. Forget about noise. Just go. She jerked awake with a gasp, bolting upright in bed. Another nightmare. Her eyes darted nervously from the closet to the window curtains before settling on the clock, 6:30 a.m. Usually her dreams featured Spider-Man torturing victims, but this time she'd relived her own desperate escape. The memory felt disturbingly vivid. The frantic climb through the window, the bushes tearing at her skin, the blind sprint toward freedom as dawn broke. She collapsed back onto the pillows, focusing on steadying her ragged breaths until they evened out. A scraping sound against the window reminded her of the overgrown red maple branches. She called her landlord twice about trimming them, clearly to no effect. Swinging her legs out of bed, she pulled on sweats over her t-shirt, trying to recall when she'd finally fallen asleep last night. The evening was hazy. She barely remembered saying good night to Jard before securing all the locks. While still irritated, he'd kept Sophie's note from her. She knew her anger was misdirected. He'd only been trying to protect her. Padding to the kitchen, she called for Maggie, surprised the cat hadn't appeared yet. "Here, kitty, breakfast time." The howling wind explained Maggie's absence. Storms always sent her hiding. Lizzy scanned the living room, checking the cat's favorite spots under the coffee table and on the couch, but found only scattered paperwork. The documents spread across her floor triggered that nagging feeling again, some crucial connection hovering just beyond her grasp. Sports, dance, school, swimming, teenagers, brown eyes. What was she missing? Sophie's killer wouldn't stop. He'd strike again. Jessica's investigative work continued to impress her. Using simple honesty, admitting she worked with a pie to uncover possible links between Spider-Man and missing girls. She'd gotten remarkable cooperation from desperate families, starved for answers. Lizzy began organizing the papers into neat stacks on the coffee table when the phone rang. She snatched it up after the first ring. "Hello." "Lizzy," came the familiar mechanical voice. "Is that you?" She watched the red light on the tracing device, remembering Jimmy's instructions to keep callers talking for at least 60 seconds. Last time she'd thought she had him. After a deliberate 10 count, she forced her voice steady. "Of course it's me. I thought you knew me better than anyone." The heavy breathing through the receiver told her his mouth was pressed close to the phone. "You're looking too thin again, Lizzy. It's unattractive. When we first met, you had some healthy weight on you. What changed?" Her jaw tightened. Stay composed. Every fiber of her being screamed to curse him and slam the phone down, but she held back. "Cat got your tongue, Lizzy." "I'm here," she forced out, her eyes fixed on the blinking red light, willing it to flash. "Why are you calling? What do you want?" "That's better. That's the stubborn, fiery Lizzy I know. I just wanted to hear your voice. Remember how we used to sing Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star together?" She shut her eyes, fighting the nausea rising in her throat. She had buried those memories deliberately, especially the singing. The last thing she wanted was to revisit the past. Then the red light flashed. Thank God. "Yes, I remember," she said flatly. "Should I sing it for you now?" He chuckled. "No, I'll save that for later, for when we're reunited." Her breath hitched. "I've enjoyed reading your journal, though I'm surprised I didn't feature more prominently." "Breathe, Lizzy, just breathe." He couldn't have seen her journal. He was toying with her. But how did he even know she kept one? "Are you still there, Lizzy?" She waited. The red light steadied again. "I'm here." The connection was undeniable. That tiny red light fueled her resolve. She was more determined than ever to end this. "What's your real name, Spider-Man? Stop hiding behind fake identities and childish masks. Be a man for once. Is it Hank, Jim, Fred, or are you too much of a coward to tell me?" "You're the liar," he snapped, venom in his voice. "You deceived your parents. You're the coward, the thief, the whore. You threw everything away just to keep your boyfriend, but it was pointless, Lizzy. Your so-called friends called you a slut behind your back. At least I spared you from hearing it. We'll meet again soon. You know that, don't you?" Silence. "I left you a gift, Lizzy." His breathing grew heavier. She wouldn't hang up. She'd let him talk as long as he wanted. "Go to your bedroom and look out the window if you want to see it. See you soon, Lizzy." Click. Her palms were slick with sweat. The phone slipped from her hand. Slowly, she moved toward her bedroom. A voice in her head screamed at her to stop, to turn back, call Jard, Kathy, the police, anyone. "Don't look, Lizzy. Don't do it." It was the same voice she had ignored 14 years ago. "Don't listen to the screams from the back room. Don't go back for that girl, Lizzy. Don't be a fool." She stepped into her room, her legs unsteady as she approached the window. The scratching sound grew louder. She clutched the moss-green curtain. "Do." With a sharp tug, she yanked it aside. There it was. Her gift from Spider-Man. Her knees buckled. She collapsed to the floor, sobbing. Friday, February 19, 2010, 9:10 a.m. Kathy checked her reflection in the rearview mirror before stepping out of the car and following Brittany into the orthodontist's office. She greeted the receptionists and signed in on the clipboard. The office was immaculate, the staff warm and professional. Her stomach fluttered as she scanned the room, hoping to catch a glimpse of Dr. McMullen. The practice had 3 orthodontists, all pleasant, but Dr. McMullen stood out, not just for his looks, but for his effortless charm. It was one of the reasons she didn't mind the extra visits. Brittany sat in the waiting area, flipping absently through a People magazine when Kathy noticed Dr. McMullen emerge from his office. He caught her eye with a discreet wink before a nurse handed him a file and directed him toward a waiting patient. The memory of last night flashed through Kathy's mind, how she'd forced gratitude when Richard returned home, thanking him insincerely for handling her BMW before serving him grilled salmon and broccoli. He'd fallen asleep on the couch afterward without bothering to ask about her day, oblivious to everything happening at home. Too preoccupied with his mistress, no doubt. He'd left so early this morning that she hadn't even had the chance to mention Lizzy's visit or the FBI agent stationed across the street. She shrugged bitterly. Screw him. The stress had at least one benefit. She dropped 2 pounds this week. This morning, she dressed carefully in her best black slacks and a flattering V-neck sweater that accentuated her curves and showed just enough cleavage. She'd even taken the time to curl her hair, and the effort hadn't gone unnoticed. Even the federal agent outside had straightened in his seat when she walked out. "Hey, Mom," Brittany interrupted. "Did you call the math tutor yet?" "Did I tell you? You have an appointment with Mr. Gilman tonight. It was his only opening." He sounded older, though. "Are you sure he's the right one?" Brittany nodded. "He used to teach at Carmen Junior High. Jenny says he's really nice, and she's getting as." "That's fine, but I want to meet him first. I'll walk you to the door when I drop you off, or maybe he has a waiting area for parents." "Mom, that's kind of lame. Can't you just go home and come back later?" "It's 20 minutes away. I'll wait in the car and read." Kathy didn't miss Brittany's subtle eye roll, but she wasn't taking any chances leaving her alone. "What about Lizzy?" Brittany asked. "Am I seeing her after school?" "Not this week. She's busy." Kathy wasn't ready to discuss Lizzy. She needed time to think. "Maybe next Friday, we'll see." "Brittany Warner," a nurse called. "Dr. McMullen is ready for you." Kathy's nerves fluttered as she smoothed her slacks and straightened her posture. She followed Brittany into the exam room where Dr. McMullen was finishing with another patient. His assistant gestured toward a chair, and Kathy caught the doctor watching her as she sat. She offered a small smile before looking away, suddenly self-conscious. Soon, Dr. McMullen greeted her with a warm handshake. "What brings you in? I didn't expect to see you two for another month." Kathy flushed. I didn't think so either. One of Brittany's wires broke." A soft chuckle escaped him, making her wonder if he saw right through her, the styled hair, the carefully chosen outfit. Had she made a fool of herself? He settled onto the stool beside Brittany's chair, examining her braces with a small mirror. "Yep, definitely a faulty wire." Kathy blushed again, feeling absurdly like a teenager. "Should we have waited until the next appointment?" "Not at all. You did the right thing coming in. Parents like you make my job easier." He reached over and took her hand, giving it a reassuring squeeze. "You handled this perfectly." Kathy stared at their joined hands, pulling away when she noticed Brittany's puzzled expression. Guilt washed over her, not because of the doctor, but because she had just made up her mind. She was leaving Richard. Maybe not today, but soon. Very soon Friday, February 19, 2010, 9:15 a.m. The sharp click of Nancy Mornow's heels reverberated through the parking garage, bouncing off concrete walls as she walked. Her grip tightened around her keys in one hand and the bottle of mace in the other. The session with her therapist had left her nerves frayed, and now an unsettling suspicion gnawed at her. Someone was watching. Her gaze flickered from car to car, scanning for movement, for shadows that didn't belong. The garage was well lit, patrolled by security every half hour, yet she felt dangerously exposed. She needed to tell someone about the phone call, about the deal she'd struck with a monster. But who? Cunningham would broadcast it without hesitation, turning her private torment into breaking news. She had spent last night poring over Lizzy Gardner's file, absorbing Linda Gates' meticulous notes detailing 2 months of unimaginable horror. Spider-Man's cruelty knew no limits. The realization struck her. Lizzy was the only person who could understand. A sudden thud of footsteps made her whip around. Nothing. She had parked here for years without fear, but now her pulse hammered in her throat. She quickened her pace. Stealing Lizzie's file had been a mistake. If Spider-Man wanted it, he wouldn't stop until he had it. The fluorescent lights flickered overhead. Shit! Her breath hitched. More footsteps, closer, faster. Screw caution, she ran. Friday, February 19, 2010, 9:26 a.m. Jard hammered his fists against Lizzie's door. Where the hell was she? 3 unanswered calls to her office had sent him here. Jessica had picked up the last time, her voice laced with worry. Lizzy had missed their morning meeting. No answer at her apartment, no response to his knocks. He jogged down the steps, craning his neck to peer through the kitchen window. Too high. He needed a damn ladder. Back at the door, he pounded again. "Lizzy, it's me. Let me in." The wind howled, rattling tree branches against the building. His hair whipped across his forehead as he shouted, "Lizzy, everyone's worried about you." A branch snapped, tumbling across the street. Then finally her voice. "Jard." Relief flooded him. "Yeah, it's me. Look through the peephole, Lizzy." He stepped back so she could see him clearly. "Can you see me?" "Maggie's dead," she said. He pressed his forehead against the door, grief and relief twisting inside him. At least she was alive. For 20 agonizing minutes he hadn't been sure. "Where is Maggie?" "Outside my window. I don't know what to do." "Stay put, I'll handle it. Keep the door locked until I knock again." "Got it." He didn't wait for confirmation. Taking the stairs 2 at a time, he reached the sidewalk and scanned the towering maple outside Lizzie's bedroom. 60 feet up, tangled in the bare branches, hung a small black and white form. Maggie. Damn, he had to get her down before Lizzy saw. Jard sprinted to his Denali, drove it onto the curb beneath the tree, and grabbed gloves from the trunk. Jimmy would bitch about disturbing evidence, but that didn't matter now. Climbing onto the car's roof, he worked at the knots until Maggie lay limp in his arms. He emptied a box from the trunk, gently placing her inside. Then he made the call 20 minutes later. Jimmy Martin and 2 task force members combed through Lizzie's apartment, inside and out. Jard handed Lizzy a steaming cup of tea as she sat curled on the couch, a blanket draped loosely over her shoulders. Her meticulously organized lists covered the floor, and she warned anyone who approached them to keep their distance. "You managed to keep Spider-Man talking long enough for us to trace the call," Jimmy told her. "It came from a gas station near downtown Sacramento on Broadway. We've got people there now looking for fingerprints." "What about Lizzie's office?" Jard asked. Jimmy's shoe accidentally creased the edge of one of her papers. "More lists." "Yep, Lizzy replied dryly, and I'm double-checking every detail. Jimmy pointed to a photo attached to one of her notes. This last girl is clearly a runaway. Lizzy glared. It's my list, not yours. I'm finding Spider-Man, with or without your help. Jimmy tilted his head toward Jard, signaling he wanted to speak privately. Say whatever you need to say right here, Lizzy challenged. Jimmy sighed. Across from the gas station is a local news station. 2 calls were made from their studio to your number. Do you know anyone at Channel 10 who might have called? No clue, Lizzy muttered, avoiding his gaze. Stay away from the media until I give the all clear. Lizzy mock saluted. Yes, sir. How did he get the cat if the doors were locked? Jimmy pressed. Maggie must have slipped out when I left last night, Jard admitted. It's the only explanation. Jimmy scribbled in his notebook before fixing Lizzy with a look. You're not planning to go anywhere today, are you? As soon as you and your team clear out, I'm heading to the office. And at 7 tonight, I'll be at Granite Bay High, giving a safety talk to young girls. Bad idea. Tough. That bastard killed Sophie and now Maggie. He won't stop me from living my life. Jimmy exhaled sharply. For the record, Lizzy added, if that psycho comes near me, I'll put a bullet in his head and end this nightmare. Jimmy threw his hands up at Jard. Talk some sense into her. Then he strode outside, where forensic teams were searching for evidence. Where's Maggie's body? Lizzy asked Jard. In my car. I'll handle it. Don't let her be thrown away like trash. The techs need to examine her first. After that, I thought I'd bury her in my backyard. Remember Sadie, my retriever? Lizzy nodded. She's buried by the cherry tree. Jard sat beside her, pressing a gentle kiss to her forehead. Sadie loved every cat she ever met. Lizzy turned away. I should have watched Maggie more closely. My fault. She was always trying to sneak out, but I wasn't paying attention last night, too distracted by Spider-Man. I don't know how much more of this I can take. We'll find him, Lizzy. She leaned against him, resting her head on his shoulder. Don't make promises you can't keep. Becoming an agent had been about protecting the people he loved. But only now did Jard realize that wanting to protect someone and actually succeeding were entirely different things. Friday, February 19, 2010. 1:30 p.m. After hours scouring the internet for information on the missing girls, Lizzy grew restless. Jard had dropped her at the office earlier and wouldn't return until 6. She needed distraction from thoughts of poor Maggie. Turning to Jessica, did you drive here today, or did your brother give you a ride? I drove myself. Lizzy stood and motioned toward the door. Let's go. I'll fill up your tank. Jessica picked up her purse. Where are we headed? Lizzy lifted her notebook. We've got over a dozen doctors on our suspect list. Time to get to work. As they stepped outside, Jessica hesitated. I thought you promised your boyfriend you'd stay put until he got back. He's not my boyfriend. That's a shame. Lizzy locked the door behind them. Why's that? He's attractive, and honestly, the way he looks out for you is kind of sweet. I've been independent too long to have someone dictating my every move. How old are you, anyway? None of your business. By the time they left Dr. Griffin's office, it was almost 4. They made their way to Jessica's retro Volkswagen van, the kind that had been a staple of the 70s. Lizzy leaned into the wind as they walked, watching the trees across the street sway violently. Forecasts warned of gusts hitting 60 to 80 miles per hour by evening. She climbed into the passenger seat and shut the door while Jessica slid behind the wheel. Neither spoke. 5 doctors down, and all 5 had been eliminated. 2 were in their 60s, too old to be their suspect. Another stood at 5'3" and was far too young. The 4th had been in Africa during the first 3 murders. Patience was key. This was just a process of elimination. Like the others, Dr. Griffin's office had sterile white walls, the sharp scent of antiseptic, and a biohazard bin full of used needles. But unlike the rest, he fit the profile: right age, tall, broad-shouldered, dressed sharply in a crisp blue suit. His steel-rimmed glasses perched neatly on his straight nose, and his warm smile reached his eyes. Jessica pulled onto the main road. Did anything about Dr. Griffin seem familiar to you? Lizzy shook her head. He matched the age, height, and build, but he had a cleft chin. Spider-Man didn't. Jessica sighed. The only dangerous thing about Dr. Griffin was his killer smile. Lizzy smirked at Jessica's bluntness. "We need to catch this guy," Jessica said. "There's something I need to tell you." Lizzy tensed. She'd had a vision the other night, Jessica lying in a pool of blood. If Spider-Man was after her, Jessica could easily become a target. "Jessica, I don't want to upset you, but I'm not sure you should be working this closely with me. Don't get me wrong, I like having you around, and you're great at what you do. But you've never paid me a dime." Lizzy frowned. "Are you sure?" "Positive." "My mistake. Write down your hours, and I'll pay you ASAP." "Are you firing me?" "Of course not." Lizzy rubbed her temple. "I just care too much about you to put you in more danger than I already have. Whoever killed Sophie is just getting started. Who knows who's next?" "You can't fire me, Lizzy. I've never told you about myself because, well, it's obvious you don't want to hear about my personal issues." "I never said that." Jessica scoffed. "You don't have to lie. I'm not your boyfriend." Lizzy's patience thinned. "He's not my boyfriend." "Whatever. I'm a psych major, remember." Lizzy stayed quiet, deciding it wouldn't hurt to let Jessica have her say I didn't go to New Jersey because my mother relapsed and refuses to attend our meetings. Right before she started drinking again, my boyfriend enlisted in the Marines. With everything crumbling around me, I got my first D in psychology. Now I'm on academic probation, though I haven't told anyone yet. "I'm sorry," Lizzy said. "That's not everything. My brother can't bear seeing Mom like this, so he's moving in with a friend in New Jersey, leaving me to handle her alone. This dangerous, unpaid job you've given me is literally the only good thing in my life right now. You can't fire me. I won't let you." "Is that all?" Jessica stopped at a red light and glanced at her. "Yeah, unless you count a stubbed toe and a razor cut." "You stubbed your toe. That's tragic." Jessica stared at her like she was insane until she noticed Lizzy's smirk. They both burst into laughter. Lizzy pointed at the green light, and Jessica accelerated. After a brief silence, Jessica checked the rearview mirror. "We don't know what kind of car Spider-Man drives, do we?" Laughing with Jessica had been nice, but the question killed the mood. "Why?" "Because I swear that's the same blue SUV I saw 45 minutes ago on our way to Dr. Griffin's office." Lizzy unbuckled her seatbelt to turn and look. She rummaged through her backpack for binoculars. Damn, she'd left them in her car. The SUV was 3 cars back. "Switch lanes." Jessica obeyed. Seconds later, the SUV mirrored the move. Lizzy couldn't read the license plate. "Go back to the original lane." Jessica merged again, and so did the SUV. "Pull over at the next chance. If it passes us, get back on the road and follow it." Jessica's grip on the wheel stayed firm, her expression set in determination. Lizzy kept her eyes on the SUV as Jessica veered onto the shoulder near a park. The SUV sped past. Go after him. Male driver, aviators, and a mustache. Jessica floored it, closing the gap. The SUV accelerated. Lizzy grabbed a pen and scrawled 4L on Jessica's notebook. He made us, Jessica said, swerving lanes. The van shuddered, tires threatening to give out. Lizzy tightened her seatbelt as Jessica weaved through traffic, each turn feeling like a potential rollover. The light ahead turned yellow. The SUV blew through the intersection. Jessica accelerated. Cars honked as they ran the red. I won't let him escape. He could have Mary. Lizzy had no idea what Jessica meant, but there was no time to ask. She dialed Jard. He answered immediately. It's Lizzy. No time to explain. I need backup. Following a dark blue GMC SUV. Jessica jerked the wheel. Lizzie's phone flew. They cut off multiple cars. The van's left wheels lifting off the pavement. Lizzy clutched the console, hearing Jard's muffled voice as the van slammed back down. Jessica stomped on the gas. She was insane. Lizzy strained to read the license plate, but the SUV cut through a gas station and vanished. Jessica swerved around a building, bringing them directly behind the SUV again. The girl drove with such reckless precision that professional racers would seem amateurish by comparison. Lizzy grabbed her phone as it skidded back toward her across the floor. We're fine, she said breathlessly. What the hell is happening? Jard's voice crackled through the phone. We were tailed by some guy, but now we're tailing him. Pretty sure it's Spider-Man. Get back up on him before he vanishes. We're on Sunset, just passing Pleasant Grove. He's in a dark blue GMC Terrain. Jard Shane was unshakable, calm, patient, and unnervingly composed even in chaos. Sometimes Lizzy wished he'd show just a flicker of frustration. Police are already on the line, he said evenly. Did you get a look at the driver? Aviators and a mustache. The windows are tinted, hard to see much else. Tires screeched as the SUV veered across the median, plowing into oncoming traffic. A red Honda jerked into the bike lane, only to be rear-ended by the car behind it. Oh, shit. Lizzie's phone clattered to the floor again as she gripped the console. Jessica followed the SUV's path, mowing down a row of saplings before their van jolted violently. The front tire struck something solid, launching them forward. Lizzy gasped as the air rushed from her lungs, the van skidding to a stop on a grassy slope. One of the rear tires tore free, bouncing across lanes before vanishing over a roadside fence. Horns blared, furious drivers shaking fists as they passed. Jessica returned the gesture when one flipped her off. Screw all of you, she yelled out the window. We're chasing a murderer, you idiots. Lizzy sat stunned, grateful to be alive. Jessica had guts and a mouth to match. The girl clenched the steering wheel, looking ready to rip it clean off. We were so close. He was right there. She stabbed a finger toward where the GMC had disappeared. I lost him. I let him slip away. Disgust twisted her face as she shook her head. Lizzie's pulse hammered in her ears. What's happening? Who's Mary? Jessica leaned over, yanked open the glove compartment, and pulled out a photo. She handed Lizzy a 5x7 picture of two girls grinning in a backyard. That's me and my sister, Mary Crawford. She's the one on the swing. Mary Crawford, one of the missing girls from their list. Lizzie's stomach dropped. Same mom, different dads, Jessica explained. 14 years ago, Mary vanished. I think she's still alive. I want to find her and make sure the bastard who took her pays for what he did to my family. Lizzy studied the photo. The older girl sat on the swing, the younger one standing behind her, hands on the ropes. Both had wide brown eyes and bright smiles. There was no mistaking it. The girl on the swing was her. The voiceless girl was Jessica's sister. Friday, February 19, 2010, 6:15 p.m. Mr. Louis, a towering man with stark white hair, stood before a packed high school gym. Lizzy lingered near the projector as he addressed the crowd of students and parents. My two youngest daughters are 16 and 15. They attend Granite Bay High, he began. My oldest, Dana, would have turned 20 next week if she hadn't been taken from her college campus 2 years ago. Lizzy clicked the remote. Cycling through the images projected behind him, the first photo showed Dana as an infant. Then another captured her cradled in her mother's arms at the hospital. The sequence continued with Dana's first preschool day, a pumpkin patch field trip during elementary school, dressed in a princess costume, and more. A sliver of light pierced the gym as Jard slipped inside, taking a seat in the back row. Earlier that day, he'd met Lizzy and Jessica at the accident site, speaking with police to ensure Jessica avoided a reckless driving citation, though she received stern warnings from multiple officers. The SUV involved remained untraced. After waiting for a tow truck, Jard drove them to Casamigos River College, where they circulated an 8x10 photo of the courier who delivered cash to Lizzy's office. With the campus mostly deserted, they posted the image in the main office alongside a request for information. They discovered Dana's body, Mr. Louis said, his voice steadying, 2 days after she vanished. She was discarded on the roadside as if her life meant nothing. He paused, gathering his composure. I came tonight to say her life did matter to so many people. My wife and I barely found the strength to go on, but we had two other daughters who needed us. Months after burying Dana, we enrolled them in self-defense classes. His gaze swept the room, locking eyes with attendees. Over the years, countless families have reached out, terrified for their children, but unable to afford karate lessons or protective gear. No child should be left defenseless, which is why I created a free self-defense video available for download. Elizabeth Gardner has the details for anyone interested. Applause faded as Mr. Louis sat down, and Lizzy brightened the lights. Thank you, Mr. Louis. A young woman raised a question. What about shouting fire? Would that deter an abductor? Do whatever it takes to escape, Lizzy replied. Scream, kick, fight. Never let anyone force you into a car. There are free programs and people like Mr. Louis dedicated to empowering young women. Yet most don't realize one in 4 teens faces sexual assault. In the US alone, roughly 100,000 abductions occur annually, and over 500,000 registered sex offenders walk free. No wonder they haven't caught Spider-Man, someone jeered. Though Lizzy preferred to avoid the topic, she seized the teaching moment. Exactly. Finding these predators is like searching for a needle in a haystack. They don't wear abductor on their foreheads. She acknowledged a young man with his hand raised. How do you even recognize them? He challenged. The papers said you spent 2 months with your kidnapper and still can't describe him. Lizzy refused to let the jab unsettle her. Before she could explain the darkness in her abductor's masked attire, another student stood abruptly. What's your problem? The girl snapped. She's trying to help us, you jerk. It was Haley Hanson. Relief washed over Lizzy. She'd been worried since Haley vanished after visiting her apartment. The boy smirked. Why are you here? You'd have to be the last girl alive for anyone to bother kidnapping you. Both Jard and Mr. Louis rose instantly, but before they could intervene, the gym doors burst open. A rush of reporters and frigid air flooded in. Cameras flashing and lights blinding the room. Jard handed the child off to Mr. Louis and intercepted the female reporter before she could rush down the center aisle toward Lizzy. The woman stretched past Jard's outstretched arm, thrusting her microphone forward. Is it true Spider-Man left you a personal note in Sophie Madison's bedroom? Lizzy squinted against the cameraman's harsh light, barely able to distinguish the reporter's face or Jard's. I'm in the middle of teaching, she said firmly. Please leave the gym with your cameras and wait until I'm finished. I'll speak with you afterward. Another woman pushed past the reporter and approached Lizzy. Her face was splotched red from crying, her nose inflamed, eyes puffy and ringed with dark circles. She wore no makeup. "Is it true?" the woman demanded, her voice trembling. "Did he take my Sophie because of you?" Lizzie's throat tightened. Sophie's mother. "I don't know," she admitted. "There aren't enough words to tell you how sorry I am." "That's it," the woman clenched her fists. "My daughter is dead, and you think an apology fixes anything. Sophie didn't deserve this. You spent 2 months with that monster, yet you refuse to tell the authorities anything. Why won't you describe him? Why can't you remember where he lived? What kind of person lets others die because of some twisted loyalty?" Lizzie's chest constricted. "You think I'm protecting him? It's all over the news." Lizzy turned toward the blinding light where Jard stood. "What is she talking about?" The reporter strained against Jard's blockade. "Haven't you heard?" she called. "Spider-Man sent a letter to Channel 10. He wants everyone to know he's back, and it's because of you." "You could have saved my daughter if you just cooperated," Sophie's mother said bitterly. "You don't understand. I tried to help." Lizzy reached out, but the woman recoiled as if afraid of being touched. "I'm doing everything I can to remember," Lizzy insisted. "More than anything, I wanted Sophie to come home safely. She wanted them all to come home, Mary too. She still hadn't found the courage to tell Jessica her sister was dead." Mr. Louis guided Mrs. Madison away, murmuring that Lizzy was also a victim, that none of this was her fault. But the woman's accusations had already taken root, feeding Lizzie's doubts. Maybe they were all right. Her mother had fled their family and friends because of what happened, because of Lizzie's mistakes. If she had obeyed her father, if she hadn't lied, they might still be together. Her father might still speak to her. She and her sister might still be close, if only she had been better. The lights dimmed as Jard finally forced the reporter and cameraman outside. Lizzy scanned the crowded gym. Where had all these people come from? She stretched out a hand, pleading with anyone who would listen. "I only wanted to help. I never meant to hurt anyone. I'm sorry. I'm so, so sorry." Friday, February 19, 2010, 6:26 p.m. Kathy listened as the tutor outlined his plan to help Brittany with math. Mr. Gilman preferred teaching conceptual understanding, whatever that meant, rather than repetitive drills. He focused on foundational skills like whole numbers and fractions. Since he tutored many students from Brittany's school, he was familiar with their curriculum. Kathy struggled to maintain eye contact with Mr. Gilman, distracted by his crooked nose and prominent ears. His rapid speech blurred into incomprehensible jargon, especially when he veered into topics like computational fluency, far beyond her grasp of math. Her focus wandered to his oddly silent house, which smelled faintly of mold despite its freshly painted walls. The only sounds were the flag snapping in the wind outside and an occasional hollow thud from the backyard or basement. Brittany flipped through her math book, showing Mr. Gilman the current chapter. The living room, though neat, carried that unsettling odor. When Kathy caught Brittany's raised eyebrow, their silent signal to wait in the car, she seized the opportunity. "Nice meeting you," Kathy said. "I'll let you two get started." Mr. Gilman seemed pleasant, yet something about him unsettled her. "I'll wait in my car," she added, gesturing outside. His eyes widened. "It's freezing out there. Grab a magazine and stay in the family room if you're not heading home." "I'll be fine," she assured him. "I've got a book, and the heater works." His offer made her more comfortable with leaving, though a spider darting across the floor sent her jumping with a startled squeak. Brittany rolled her eyes. "Just a bug, Mom." As the spider vanished into a crack, Mr. Gilman remarked, "Time to call pest control." Kathy forced a smile and stepped outside, the cold air sharp against her face. The scent of freshly cut grass grounded her momentarily. Under the bright moon, she scanned the shadows, half expecting Lizzie's tormentor to be lurking. The thought sent shivers down her spine. Was this how Lizzie had felt all those years? Across the street, a TV flickered in a neighbor's window. Kathy glanced back at Mr. Gilman's house, relieved to see Brittany's silhouette through the kitchen light. She slid into her car, locked the door, and waited. Friday, February 19, 2010, 7:48 p.m. Haley Hansen watched as Lizzie was escorted away by the man who had shielded her from the media in the gym. They drove off before Haley could speak to her. She had wanted to apologize for leaving abruptly the other night and to thank Lizzie for helping kids like her. Good people were rare. Haley knew that better than most. The ignorant boy's words to Lizzie had stung, though even the reporter had shown more tact. No one in that gym understood what Lizzie had endured. Haley didn't know the full story either, but she recognized a wounded soul when she saw one she perched on the curb, elbows resting on her knees, observing the media crew dismantle their setup. They loaded cameras and lighting gear into vans with careless efficiency, oblivious to the disruption they'd caused. Some students might have actually learned something tonight if they'd gotten the chance to hear Lizzie speak. Haley had heard Lizzie's stories before, but no one else could reach her the way Lizzie did. Lizzie spoke to the kids as equals, someone who'd truly been through hell and survived. You didn't need to be kidnapped to understand playing with fire. Haley lit a Marlboro and inhaled deeply, the toxic mix of chemicals filling her lungs. As the news truck roared to life and the last vehicles exited the parking lot, the reporter in the passenger seat rolled down her window. Haley exhaled smoke, watching the woman's glossy brown hair whip around her delicate face in the fierce wind. The smoke vanished instantly in the gusts. No chance of blowing rings tonight. "You need a ride," the reporter called. Friday night. Where would she go? Home to endure another assault by one of her mother's drunken friends. "No, thanks, I'm good." Haley took another drag. "You sure? Someone picking you up?" "Yeah, any minute now." One more lie wouldn't keep her out of hell. The reporter hesitated before wrestling the window back up, an older truck, judging by the effort it took. Haley smirked, wondering if that was the hardest the woman had worked all week. A pang of guilt followed. She knew better than to judge by appearances. She'd learned that lesson at 8 when she was sent to live with her grandfather. He'd seemed harmless. Even as the truck pulled away, the reporter kept watching, concern etched on her face. Haley waved, trying to reassure her. Perfect hair, flawless teeth, expensive jewelry. She didn't resent the woman for her luck. She crushed the cigarette under her boot. The wind could easily spread a fire, but she wasn't the type to destroy things for fun. The lot was empty now, darkness settling as thick clouds rolled in. The temperature had plummeted since she arrived. She considered leaving, then felt his gaze. He was here, watching Lizzie. The media had reported his note to Lizzie, his return. Sophie Madison had taken Lizzie's self-defense classes, proving he was targeting anyone connected to her. With Lizzie speaking tonight, he had to be nearby. The psycho wanted Lizzie, but maybe tonight he'd settle for someone younger, tougher. She knew enough about him to doubt he'd take the bait, but here she was, alone in the dark. How could he resist? Cops used bait for drug busts and stings. It worked on fish, on desperate people. She'd studied Spider-Man. She knew his patterns. And she was ready. Haley likely understood more about him than he did about Lizzie. He meticulously studied his victims, uncovering their deepest fears, preferences, and aversions. Yet Haley Hansen remained an enigma to him. He had no clue that the most terrifying thing he could do was take her home. A faint smile curled on her lips as she checked her coat pocket, confirming the presence of her 3-inch knife with its gut hook. Strapped to her boot was a double-edged blade, a simple but effective survival tool, and hidden beneath her jeans, tucked into her nylon gym shorts, was a sleek tactical folding knife, her last resort. She had expected his arrival. What baffled her was why the FBI hadn't anticipated it too. If she had deduced he'd be watching Lizzy, why hadn't they? Where were the agents in black when they were needed? Days ago, she had devised a plan, the real reason she'd visited Lizzy. She intended to discuss luring Spider-Man out of hiding, but the exhaustion etched on Lizzy's face had made her hesitate, until tonight, when Lizzy's image flooded every news channel. That was the moment Haley resolved to hunt the killer alone. She and Lizzy shared more than she'd realized. Both carried misplaced guilt like a burden, absorbing it as if it sustained them. Why else would Spider-Man have sent Channel 10 that letter, blaming Lizzy for his crimes? Because he knew she'd crumble under the weight of guilt, and he reveled in her suffering. The idea of Lizzy growing stronger infuriated him. Just in case things went wrong, Haley pulled out the letter she'd written to Lizzy and wedged it between the damp grass and the concrete curb. She didn't want Spider-Man to notice, nor did she want the wind to snatch it away. If he came for her, she planned to kill him. But if she failed, she needed evidence left behind. Countless children waited on this curb daily. Someone would find it eventually. The thunder and howling wind couldn't mask his footsteps. She longed for another cigarette, but instead reached down, freeing the knife from her boot. Killing him, unleashing her rage on a monster, seemed infinitely better than returning home to face one of her mother's drug-dealing boyfriends. He was close now. She could smell his aftershave, a killer who bothered with hygiene. Who would have guessed? The instant his hand closed around her neck, she arched her body and drove the knife backward over her shoulder. The blade sank deep. A grunt and a wet, sucking noise followed as she yanked it free. Despite the blood spraying across her neck and face, he didn't collapse. What the hell? He grabbed for her again. She slashed with the knife, but he dodged, seizing her face. A damp cloth pressed against her nose and mouth. Twisting, she caught a glimpse of him, his grip unyielding, his strength overwhelming. She stabbed wildly, but her arms barely responded. He smirked, the same vulgar grin Brian wore whenever he unzipped his pants. The only difference, Spider-Man wasn't drugged or drunk. He was fully aware, his eyes sharp and alert. With his thick hair and strong jaw, he could have passed for a teacher or lawyer, someone respectable. Her body weakened, limbs turning to lead. He kept the cloth clamped over her face, relentless. Was this the end? Her muscles slackened, her movements fading. With her last ounce of strength, she opened her mouth and bit down like a pit bull, tasting his blood, savoring his shriek as he recalled before he realized her intention. She spat mouthfuls of his blood onto the sidewalk near the letter, praying someone would notice before the rain washed it away. Enraged, he seized her by the hair and hauled her across the lawn, moving so quickly her hips slammed against the curb before hitting the pavement. Her body had gone numb, but her mind remained sharp. She screamed with all her strength, just as Lizzy Gardner had advised, yet no sound escaped. Friday, February 19, 2010, 8:24 p.m. Lizzy stood in front of the bathroom mirror, wrapped in an oversized t-shirt and sweatpants, toweling her damp hair. Her left eye twitched. She jabbed a finger at her reflection. Come on, do it. Cry, damn you, feel something. The whole world's blaming you, and you still can't shed a tear. She snatched her toothbrush from the drawer, squeezed toothpaste onto the bristles, and scrubbed harder than necessary. After rinsing, she dragged a comb through her tangled hair. Finished, she found Jard in the kitchen brewing tea. He wore slacks and a crisp white button-down, sleeves rolled above his elbows, his tie slung over a canvas bag by the door. After last night's incident with Maggie, he'd announced he was staying for a while. Her gaze flicked to the empty space where Maggie's dishes had been, now tidied away. Their eyes met. "Showers free," she said. "Thanks." Flipping through phone messages, she forced herself to focus on mundane details, breathing, the hum of the fridge, anything to avoid crumbling. Another reminder of why she couldn't live with anyone. She fought to keep her composure, flinching at every car horn or creaking tree branch. A wreck, damaged goods. She couldn't cry, couldn't feel, but hell, she could startle at the slightest noise. "You've got 2 calls from Nancy Morno, the Channel 10 anchor," Jard said, pouring hot water into an ugly brown mug. "Probably wants an interview," Lizzy muttered. No chance she'd call back. Restless, she watched him prepare his tea, wondering if he remembered their night together years ago. She was wired, exhausted, certain sleep wouldn't come. His polished demeanor, so composed, so proper, irritated her. She wanted to ruffle his hair, tear off his shirt, uncover what simmered beneath that calm facade. Taste him, feel him. She yanked a beer from the fridge's depths. "Want one?" "You've been hiding these." Abandoning his tea, he opened both bottles and handed one to her. She took a swig, the cold liquid tasteless as it slid down her throat. Sinking onto the couch, she drank again. Nothing. No tears, no flavor, just numbness. Jard joined her. "Tell me about Peggy," she said. "Your ex-fiancée." Was that her name? "You want to hear about Peggy?" Yes and no. Yes. He settled on the opposite end of the couch, just out of reach. What if she stretched her leg, pressed her foot against his lap? Would he react? He leaned back, beer cradled between his thighs. "Peggy was sweet. We met in college. She studied law, I did psych. Seen her since." He took a slow sip. "No. Miss her. Sometimes." Shit, not even a polite lie. What goes through your mind when you think about her? Jard turned to face Lizzy, his striking blue eyes pulling her in like an irresistible tide. "When I think of her, I just hope she's happy." Lizzy took another sip, chasing the numbing warmth of alcohol. "None of this is your fault," he said, reading her turmoil. "You understand that, right?" "Intellectually, sure, but my heart won't accept it," she exhaled. "So tell me, what's Peggy like?" Why the sudden interest in Peggy? She shrugged. "Indulge me. She's married with 2 kids." "Ah, so she's got wide hips and dark circles under her eyes." He smirked. She downed another gulp of beer before setting the bottle aside decisively. Then she shifted closer, moving his drink out of the way before climbing onto his lap, her knees pressing into the couch on either side of him. Face to face, chest to chest, she leaned in, her lips grazing his ear. "I feel nothing," she whispered. "Just cold and empty. Make me feel alive again." His stubbled jaw tensed slightly as she kissed his neck, breathing in the scent of soap, beer, and sandalwood. "Do your parents still despise me?" "They never did. No one does." "Sometimes I do." She pressed her lips to his jaw. "I have nightmares." A kiss to his ear. "I see terrible things. Every morning I wake up wondering if I'll ever escape him." "You deserve to be free," he murmured. "You've suffered enough." He spoke, but his hands remained still. Frustrated, she traced his jawline before capturing his lips. His mouth was warm, inviting. "Remember our first time?" At last he moved. His hands cradled her face, his gaze locking onto hers with an intensity that sent her pulse racing. Finally, a spark of feeling. "I could never forget," he said. She gripped the hem of her shirt, yanking it off and tossing it aside. She wanted his mouth on her, his tongue tracing her skin, but he seemed content just to look. Running her fingers through his hair, she whispered, "I can't recall the last time I cried. Touch me, Jard. Kiss me like you used to, when exams were our biggest worry." She needed him to transport her back to simpler days, when sunlight warmed her bones and laughter came easily. Slowly, she undid the buttons of his shirt, revealing his firm chest and sculpted arms. "Lizzy," he murmured, "maybe this isn't the right moment." "There may never be one. I need you. Don't make me beg." He brushed damp hair from her face and pulled her into a searing kiss, deep, urgent, intoxicating. Pressing against him, she realized he'd been restraining himself. He was already hard. Desire surged through her, demanding action. Time felt fleeting as she stripped off his shirt and fumbled with his belt. But as she unzipped his pants, he caught her wrists, stopping her. In one fluid motion, he lifted her into his arms and carried her down the hall to the bedroom. "We have all night," he said. "I've waited too long for this to rush." He laid her gently on the bed, peeling off her sweats in one swift motion. Shedding his own clothes, he stood before her, letting her admire him. The way he looked at her, hungry, deliberate, ignited a longing she hadn't felt in years. A tightness coiled in her chest, heat pooling between her thighs. He crawled over her, his lips tracing a slow path down her neck, across her collarbone. She arched into him, gasping as he finally took her breast into his mouth, her fingers tangled in his hair as she pulled him closer, savoring the rough scrape of his stubble against her skin. Hazy images flashed through her mind, threatening to pull her under, but Jard's lips returned to her ear, his whispered words anchoring her to the present. "You're beautiful," he murmured, sensing her need to stay grounded. "I've missed you." His mouth found hers again, his body pressing against her with just enough weight to envelop her without smothering. "You have no idea how much." "I've missed you too," she breathed, inhaling the faint trace of aftershave before claiming his lips once more. The heat of his arousal pressed insistently against her thigh, and with a desperate arch of her hips, she urged him closer, afraid time was slipping away. He didn't hesitate, didn't question her urgency, just met her need with his own, filling her completely, their movements perfectly in sync. When the climax crashed over them, they clung to each other, trembling, everything flawless, until he relaxed against her and whispered, "I love you, Lizzy." Friday, February 19, 2010, 8:53 p.m. Karen Crowley paced the hotel room, dialing the number again. On the fifth ring, her mother finally answered. "Thank God." "Mom, I can't find him anywhere. Are you sure he's working in Sacramento?" "Karen, it's late. Why are you so desperate to track down your brother after all this time?" She exhaled sharply, barely registering the time difference. Sleep had been impossible since she'd arrived in the US. She needed to find Sam, needed to unburden herself before the guilt consumed her. "Mom, remember when you and Dad went to Europe and left me in charge of Sam?" "Are you still hung up on that?" Her mother's voice dripped with exasperation. "How many times do I have to apologize for living my life? You were almost 17. We thought you could handle it. You practically shoved us out the door." Karen squeezed her eyes shut. It was true. She and her friends had planned it all, the party at the Joneses' place, the booze, the fireworks. "You're right," she admitted. "I wanted you gone, but that's not why I'm calling. This isn't about us. It's about Sam. Something happened that summer while you were away. Karen, you need to let it go. Obsessing over the past isn't healthy. Sam's happy, married, successful, living in a gorgeous house with Cynthia. Did I ever tell you he never would have met her if not for me? She was my neighbor and—" "Mom, stop." Karen's grip tightened on the phone. "I've heard it 1,000 times. Sam's perfect, Sam's brilliant, Sam this, Sam that." Nothing had changed. It was exactly why she'd done what she had back then. But it wasn't Sam's fault their mother idolized him. "I don't know what you want from me, Karen." "I want you to help me find him. I went to his house. No one's there. I've called every hour. Today I knocked on neighbors' doors. No one even knows what he does for a living. None of this makes sense, Mom. Where are they?" "Maybe they're on vacation." Karen nearly laughed in disbelief. Denial or indifference, her mother had mastered both. All these years, she'd assumed her mother favored Sam over her, but maybe the truth was worse. Maybe her mother didn't care about either of them. Her parents were selfish to the core. She inhaled slowly, fighting for control. Mom, I need you to remember where he works. That's all I need from you, and then I'll leave you alone. I told you he was a doctor. Do you have any idea how many Dr. Joneses there are just in Sacramento? Hundreds, maybe even thousands. You know, now that I think about it, Cynthia did send me a postcard when Sam joined another doctor's practice a few years ago. Karen's pulse quickened. When? Where? Wait, no. He didn't move offices. He just partnered with someone else. Karen gave her mother a moment to think. Pressing too hard would only upset her and lead to another argument. I can't recall the partner's name. Mm, I might still have the postcard, but it'll take forever to dig it out. The garage is packed with boxes. I'm not sure. Just call me if you find anything. You have my number. All right, sweetheart. Try to get some rest. You sound exhausted. Good night, Mom. Karen snapped her phone shut and sank onto the edge of the hotel bed. The morning newspaper's bold headline marked her, "Killer on the Loose. Lizzy Gardner caught in his web once again." Sam, she thought, where are you? The last time her brother had reached out was 14 years ago, when he'd called to ask about the names of the 3 girls who had stayed at their house that summer while their parents were away. She had lied, claiming she didn't remember. A month later, an old friend told her one of those girls had died in a horrific car accident, her car plunging off a bridge she crossed daily. Months after that, another of the 3 lost her home in a fire. The last girl had a younger sister, Jordan Marriott, Spider-Man's first victim. Karen had been living in Italy at the time, where she still resided. She never would have known about Spider-Man if her brother hadn't mailed her an envelope stuffed with clippings about the accident, the fire, and the murders. Scrawled on the bottom of the envelope was a chilling note. Good you moved far away from this place where evil lurks around every corner and death awaits those who deserve it most. She hadn't told her husband. Instead, she'd hidden the envelope in a shoebox in her closet, trying to forget. Her brother had always been strange, but lately those clippings and his eerie words haunted her, demanding action. Watching her own children grow, loving them so fiercely, made her realize she could no longer ignore the gnawing guilt. She needed to talk to Sam, not just to apologize and beg forgiveness, but to understand why he'd sent those clippings in the first place. She had to know the truth, once and for all. Saturday, February 20, 8:30 a.m. They were nearing the federal building on Marconi when Jard glanced away from the road to study Lizzy. She'd been silent all morning. Was it the omelet? He teased. The omelet was fine. Something I said. No. Ever since I told you I loved you, you've been quiet. She turned to him sharply, her expression dark. Bingo. How can you love me when you don't even know me anymore? I'm not whole. My mind is a mess, not for lack of trying. I have tried to move past what happened. I've fought for years to get better, and I won't ever stop. But I'm broken, Jard. I'm not relationship material. He turned into the parking lot, cut the engine, and took her hand. I love you, Lizzy. I always have. I'm sorry if that upsets you so damn much. Her eyes narrowed. Then why did you leave me? The question sliced deep. Because if I'd stayed, if I kept coming back, you'd have spent all your energy worrying about me instead of healing. You never put yourself first, Lizzy. You never have, and you never will. But you should. That's why you've been fighting your demons for so long. You constantly prioritize everyone else above yourself. You've shouldered the blame for your parents' divorce, your sister's struggles, and your father's inability to handle life's challenges. Now you're attempting to carry the weight of the entire world on your shoulders. Absurd. Do you remember one of the first things you did when you started emerging from the darkness you'd been trapped in? He didn't wait for her reply. You dedicated yourself to helping others. You joined the missing and exploited children's organization and volunteered to teach young girls self-defense. You got involved, Lizzy, and whether you acknowledge it or not, you've made an impact. You haven't harmed anyone, only helped. That's just one small reason I love you. That's why I've always loved you. And that's why I'll never stop. I won't apologize for it, and I won't deny it anymore. You were right. I never should have left you alone, not for a single day, not even for a minute. She turned toward the window, arms crossed, her hand no longer in his. She wasn't ready for declarations of love. Clearly, she didn't believe she deserved love, not from anyone, not even herself. But he didn't care. She could ignore him all she wanted. He wasn't fooled, and he wasn't leaving, no matter how hard she pushed this time. Saturday, February 20, 2010, 8:52 a.m. Jimmy Martin's office door stood open when Lizzy and Jard walked in. Perfect timing, Jimmy said, motioning to the chairs in front of his desk. I just got off the phone with Betsy Reburn's brother. Jard pulled out a chair for Lizzy before sitting beside her. Does he know where Betsy is? She's practically next door, Jimmy replied. After her third Dewey in less than a year, Betsy Reburn is locked up in Sacramento County Main Jail. Has anyone spoken to her yet? I thought you two could head over there after this. Jimmy shuffled through papers on his desk. Sean Davis doesn't have much love for his sister. He was more than happy to tell me she's been drinking and driving for as long as he can remember, including the day she found Lizzy. Lizzy's attention drifted to Jimmy's watch, a Rolex Sea Dweller. Sean mentioned Betsy, admitted she had no idea where she was when she picked Lizzy up. Jimmy finished. Lizzy, Jard touched her arm. That means you were right. The house isn't where they've been searching all these years. But Lizzy wasn't listening. She was fixated on Jimmy's watch. It was distinctive, and she was certain she'd seen it before. But where? The realization struck her like lightning. Can I see your watch? Jimmy slipped it off and handed it to her. That's what he meant, she murmured, turning it over in her hands, when he called me a thief and accused me of taking what wasn't mine. Who? Jimmy asked. The killer, Jard answered. Spider-Man. When he called me, Lizzy said, he said I never should have escaped, never should have taken something that didn't belong to me. He called me a thief, but until now, I didn't understand what he was referring to. Both men stayed silent. He was talking about his watch, she continued. Before I got away, I saw it on the bathroom counter. I grabbed it, climbed onto the tub, and squeezed through the window. Where is the watch now? Jimmy pressed. It was a Rolex just like this one, she said, trying to recall what she'd done with it after her escape. He never took it off. He'd touch it constantly like it was something precious. She closed her eyes. I had a dream the other night. I was escaping. I fell from the window and had to climb out of the bushes that broke my fall. I was bleeding, but the pain barely registered. My only thought was escape. I had to get away. I sprinted as fast as my legs would carry me, the watch bouncing loosely against my wrist. Rubbing my temple, I struggled to piece together the memory. I was terrified I'd lose it, I admitted. I'd lost so much weight, it barely stayed on. Even now, I questioned why I'd cared so much about keeping it until the memory surfaced. That fierce satisfaction when I'd snatched it, knowing I'd taken something precious from him. Take your time, Jard encouraged. The images sharpened, running down the street, spotting a dry-cleaning truck parked outside a house. Betsy Reburn had just hung plastic-wrapped clothes on the door when I cried out and grabbed her coat. She'd been kind, soothing me as she helped me into the truck. Then she took the watch. My pulse had hammered as she slipped it into her pocket, promising to keep it safe. Jimmy's voice cut in. Guess we've got another reason to visit Betsy Reburn. Judd's phone rang. He answered, listened, then snapped it shut. Someone recognized the photo we left at Casam's River College. The student who delivered the money agreed to talk. Judd stood. Let's go. He's meeting us at the Starbucks downtown near the campus. After that, we'll swing by the jail to chat with Betsy. Jimmy rose too. Odds are the watch is gone by now. I'm heading to the Walker house to check on the excavation. As I stepped out, Jimmy pulled Judd aside. The me found spider bites on Sophie Madison, thigh and right arm. The wire around the cat's neck matches the marks on her wrists. Lizzy mentioned Spider-Man's obsession with tarantulas, Judd mused. They rarely bite, even when provoked. If we id the species, we can track where they're sold. A field biologist, examining the bites, Jimmy said. I've also got a tool examiner checking the wire used on both the cat and Sophie. Judd nodded. If our witness got a good look at the man who hired him, I'll need a forensic sketch artist. Jimmy's jaw tightened. If Betsy was drunk on deliveries, I might owe your girlfriend an apology. From the doorway, I interjected, I'm not his girlfriend, but I'll take the apology. Jimmy shook his head, retreating to his desk. Judd guided me through the maze of cubicles and outside. The wind had eased, though dark clouds still loomed. Fallen trees littered the streets. Last night's storm had left entire neighborhoods without power. We walked in silence to his car. He unlocked it with a chirp, settled me inside, then slid behind the wheel. What? He asked, catching my expression. You're not my girlfriend. I rolled my eyes. Until Monday, I hadn't seen you in years. Last night was great, but one night doesn't make me your girlfriend. Ouch, you really know how to wound a man. Years of practice, I sighed. Besides, you only called because of the note. I called because we needed your help, but I was always going to reach out. The engine rumbled to life. So how long, or what, until I can call you mine? Just drive, I said Saturday, February 20, 2010, 9:08 a.m. So who are you? Haley demanded as the man peered into the bedroom. Just some creep who gets off on terrifying girls with spiders. Her arms were stretched painfully above her head, wrists bound to the bedpost with layers of duct tape and wire. The ache in her shoulders throbbed with every movement. He didn't answer, just shut the door again. Pathetic, she yelled after him. He'd stripped her of her shoes, socks, and pants, but left her in her snug nylon shorts and favorite t-shirt, the one with the Grim Reaper playing a flute made from a human bone. She'd worn it for a reason. A dull nausea lingered from whatever he'd drugged her with, and fragmented memories of fighting him off swirled in her mind. She must have put up one hell of a struggle. The small folding knife tucked beneath her was still there, but reaching it with her arms immobilized seemed impossible. She strained against the restraints, the wire biting deeper into her skin. Blood trickled down her forearm, sticky and warm. The idiot wore a cheap Batman mask and used some ridiculous voice modulator that made him sound like a malfunctioning robot. The cramped bedroom reeked of mothballs, unpleasant, but she'd smelled worse. Then again, maybe not. She listened. His footsteps paced the hallway outside, punctuated by occasional pauses when he'd peek in, as if to confirm she hadn't vanished. Earlier, she'd spat in his eye and laughed when he flinched. He hadn't liked that. The way he hesitated around her, almost nervous, made it clear he hadn't planned this. She was an inconvenience. Good. The door creaked open again. This time, he dropped another grotesque spider near her bare feet. The last one had scurried under the bed. Through the mask's eye holes, she caught the gleam of anticipation in his gaze. Pathetic. The spider, about the size of a golf ball, skittered toward her. She could hear the faint tap of its legs on the wooden floor. Closer, just a little closer. When one hairy limb brushed her toe, the man let out an eager gasp. She faked a shudder, playing along. Then, bracing herself, she lifted both feet and slammed them down, hard. Her heel crushed the spider with a sickening pop, splattering its remains across the floor. "Oops," she said sweetly, raising her foot to show him the mess. "Mind grabbing a rag and cleaning this up?" He activated the voice modulator, the robotic tone dripping with menace. "You're going to regret that." Sure, heard that before," she smirked. "So what's your deal, copycat or the real thing?" Ignoring her, he left and returned moments later with a broom and dustpan. He tidied up the mess, returning moments later with a damp cloth. Kneeling in his crisp beige slacks, he started cleaning her feet. She jerked away. "That tickles." The mask obscured any hint of his emotions, anger, amusement, or otherwise. It didn't actually tickle, but she had hoped to lure him closer so she could kick him in the face. Unfortunately, he wasn't as foolish as he appeared. Maintaining his distance, he finished wiping her heels, gripping her toes firmly when she tried to pull back. Stronger than she'd assumed, too. Last night's stab wound clearly hadn't slowed him down. "So what's your deal?" she taunted. "Did Mommy and Daddy mess with you when you were little, or did your creepy uncles like playing doctor?" "Shut up," his synthesized voice snapped. "Why not take off the mask?" she pressed. "If you're just going to kill me and turn my skin into a pillowcase or whatever, you might as well show me your face. Come on, let's see what a real monster looks like." Ignoring her, he stood. At the door, he paused, staring back at her. She wouldn't admit it, but the mask unsettled her. "Is this some mommy issues thing?" she continued. "You know, where you torture women because your own mother was a psycho who—" The door slammed before she could finish. She exhaled sharply, resting her head against the bedpost. Then she resumed struggling against the wire binding her wrists, gritting her teeth as it bit deeper into her flesh. Saturday, February 20, 2010, 9:32 a.m. Judd and Lizzy waited at a coffee shop table, watching for the college student. Judd took a sip of his drink and winced. "Good thing you didn't order anything. This is terrible." "Always this picky?" Lizzy asked. He ignored her. She checked her phone. "He's 2 minutes late. Speaking of which, does our guy even have a name?" Judd shook his head. The caller said he was scared, didn't want to give his name yet. Lizzy fell silent, anxiety for Brittany gnawing at her. Judd leaned forward, locking eyes with her. "We're getting closer, Lizzy. We'll find him." She prayed he was right. "There," she said, nodding toward the door. "That's him." The curly-haired young man entering matched the photo Jessica had taken. Lizzy waved him over. Tall and lanky, he looked barely 17. Judd stood and pulled out a chair. "I'm Judd Shane. This is Lizzy Gardner." The student glanced at Lizzy, his grim expression confirming this wasn't a social call. He sat, eyes darting around the shop before checking the parking lot. "I don't have much time." "We got you a latte," Judd said, sliding the cup toward him. "Thanks." His hand trembled as he lifted the drink. "What do you need to know?" Judd went first. "Who hired you to deliver that package to Lizzie's office?" "I don't know his name. A guy in his mid-40s, maybe." "How'd he find you?" "He was hanging around campus when I pulled up on my bike. Offered me $300 to run an errand. Said it had to be done right then or no deal." "Why so nervous?" "The guy was off. Said he'd come after me if I talked." Lizzy exchanged a glance with Judd. A thrill shot through her. This kid might have seen Spider-Man. They needed his help. She leaned closer, urgency in her voice. "Describe him. Was he thin, heavy, Any distinguishing marks like scars or tattoos? The boy let out a slow breath. White guy, thick beard, mostly grey, almost looked fake, but I didn't see any glue. Average build. How tall? He glanced at Jard, sizing him up. About your height, I'd say. Lizzy pressed, desperation creeping in. His eyes were they big, narrow. That's all I remember, he muttered, his expression tightening under the weight of their questions. Jard cut in. $300 cash if you'll sit with a sketch artist. Why? We need you to describe him in detail. The artist will create a composite so we can circulate his image. The boy frowned. Who is this guy? A killer, Lizzy said bluntly, willing him to grasp the gravity of the situation. Jard added, he's already murdered one little girl. We have to stop him before he hurts anyone else. The kid's hand flew to his chest, eyes widening. What about me? He'll come after me. Jard handed him a card. You're tough. He'd be stupid to try. But the boy shoved his chair back, standing abruptly. I need time. If I do this, it'll cost you 1,000. Call me when you decide, Jard said. Lizzy shot to her feet, stunned Jard was letting him leave. He was their only lead, and they didn't even know his name. Do you have sisters? She called. He paused, then nodded. Think about them when you decide, she said. What would you want someone to do if this monster went after someone you love? I'll think about it, he muttered before striding out. Saturday, February 20, 2010, 1:42 p.m. Lizzy clapped as Brittany Warner's name echoed over the loudspeaker. Pride swelled in her chest as the gold medal settled around her niece's neck. 8 days apart had felt like months. She waved, but Brittany, swamped in a sea of towel-clad kids, didn't notice. Turning to Jard on the bleachers, Lizzy asked, I'm going to say hi before we leave. Coming. I'll stay. Your sister's already shooting daggers at me. Brittany's face brightened the second she spotted Lizzy. Dropping her towel and bag, she sprinted over, wrapping her in a tight hug. You were incredible, Lizzy said, stepping back to admire her. Brittany beamed. Thanks. Weight braces, Lizzy grinned. Got 'em last week. Only a year to go. Lizzy tucked a stray lock of dark hair behind Brittany's ear, marveling at how quickly she'd grown. Brittany glanced around. You alone? With a friend. Lizzy pointed to Jard, who waved. He's cute. Who is he? We're working together now, but we dated in high school. Before Brittany could reply, Kathy's sharp call cut through the noise. Lizzy waved, but her sister ignored her, beckoning Brittany instead. Mom's mad at you again, Brittany asked. She'll get over it. We always do. How's school? Brittany shrugged. Okay, but I'm wiped. Had a late-night math tutor session. Lizzy teased. My poor baby. Math wasn't my favorite subject either. Is your tutor making a difference? Hard to say yet. I was only supposed to have an hour, but Mr. Gilman got so caught up in equations he lost track of time. Total nerd. Bummer, Lizzy said, genuinely sympathetic. She glanced toward the pool. Is that your new swim coach? Brittany followed her gaze to the cluster of girls in matching red suits gathered around a man Lizzy guessed was in his early 40s. He wore beige slacks, a white polo, and a baseball cap with a dolphin logo. Didn't I mention him? Brittany asked. A chill ran down Lizzy's spine. No, what's the deal? Don't tell Mom, she'd freak, but he's kind of creepy. How? He stares at me and some of the other girls sometimes. She shuddered for effect. Gives me the creeps. Lizzy's frown deepened. Has he ever crossed the line? No, I promised Mom I'd tell her if any coach or teacher did. Lizzy studied the man, trying to imagine him with a beard. What's his name? Henry Sullivan. Is he local? Not sure. One of the girls called Brittany's name. They were taking a team photo. You should go, Lizzy said, hugging her niece. Love you. Keep me posted on math and that coach. I will. Thanks for coming, Brittany said, heading off. Next time, I want to meet your boyfriend. Lizzy opened her mouth to correct her, but Brittany turned back. Oh, Lizzy, one more thing. What? How'd you like your new ringtone? Cute, very cute. She watched Brittany walk away, humming Louie Louie. Lizzy considered talking to Kathy, but her sister's rigid posture made it clear now wasn't the time. She took a deep breath and refocused on the coach, Henry Sullivan. Nothing about him seemed familiar, but that didn't matter. He just shot to the top of her suspect list. Saturday, February 20, 2010, 3:10 p.m. I don't trust Coach Sullivan, Lizzy told Jard again as they left the aquatic center. Jard drove while she fidgeted. We need a warrant to search his place. Your dad's a judge. Couldn't you get one fast? Lizzy, slow down. Let's do this right. We don't want to spook him before we've dug deeper. You said he didn't look familiar. It's been 14 years. Spider-Man could have changed completely. What if he had plastic surgery? The thought unnerved her. He could have altered everything in over a decade. How many of Spider-Man's victims were swimmers? 3, 4. I'll call Jimmy and have someone tail Sullivan. Meanwhile, let's visit the county jail and talk to Betsy about that watch she promised to hold for you. If she was drunk, it won't matter what she saw. Jared sighed. What if something happens to Brittany? Lizzy pressed, unable to shake the fear that Spider-Man could be anyone. I'd never forgive myself if he hurt her, and I did nothing. Want to check him out ourselves. Follow him, see where he lives. Yes. Jard pulled over and made a U-turn. We'll tail him home, see what he's up to. Thanks, I'll feel better keeping an eye on him, though Kathy wasn't thrilled we stayed to talk to him after the meet. Your sister should be grateful you're looking out for Brittany. In a perfect world, maybe. Your sister's never been happy. Seriously, that's news to me. Judd kept his eyes on the road. Kathy has been jealous of you since high school. Kathy, jealous? Lizzy scoffed. What are you talking about? My sister doesn't have a jealous bone in her body. Are we talking about the same Kathy Gardner who graduated with me? Name one time she was ever jealous of me. How about your first car? Lizzy let out a disbelieving laugh. Kathy was jealous of Old Yeller. No, your actual first car. Kathy was driving that Honda your parents gave her, but she kept borrowing your Little Red sports car. Little Red was ancient, Lizzy cut in. It had over 100,000 miles on it. Didn't matter, Jard said. I still remember Kathy's face when everyone went on about how adorable Lizzy looked in her shiny red convertible. Lizzy's mind spun. She had no clue where Jard was going with this. So what happened? When Kathy returned Little Red, the car was totaled, completely undrivable. That wasn't her fault, Lizzy said quickly. Her friend backed into it with his truck. Annie Smith saw the whole thing. She said Kathy just stood there and let it happen. Annie Smith told plenty of lies. You've always been blind when it comes to your sister, Jard said. That's not true. What about that white lace dress you saved up for, only to find it ruined with ink stains in your closet? Lizzy frowned, struggling to recall. Lace dress, ink stains. I thought women remembered things like that. You're wrong about Kathy. She's never been jealous of me. It's not who she is. And while most women might remember a favorite dress, I'm not most women remember. Now it was Jard's turn to look confused. You used to say that's what you liked most about me, that I wasn't like other girls. Ah, so you do remember some things, she teased. I remember plenty, like how my stomach twisted and my heart shattered when you kissed Amanda Rocher at Winter Ball. You had broken up with me, he defended. She held up 7 fingers. For 1 week. 7 days, and in that time, not only did you ask Amanda to the ball, you kissed her right there on the dance floor in front of everyone. A slow smile spread across his face. I only kissed her to make you jealous. Well, it didn't work. He laughed, and she loved the sound of it. We made a lot of plans back then, didn't we? We did, he said softly. The sudden ring of Lizzie's phone snapped her out of the memory. She answered, immediately regretting it when she recognized Nancy Mornow's voice, the Channel 10 news anchor. I'm not interested, Lizzie said, before Nancy could get more than 2 words out. The thought of the media prioritizing sensationalism over decency turned her stomach. Please don't hang up. Lizzie was about to do exactly that when Nancy added, I'm calling about Spider-Man. No surprise there. He's been following me. How do you know? Because I have something he wants. Lizzie couldn't believe the extremes Nancy would go to for a story. What could you possibly have that he'd want? Your file. My file. Your file from Linda Gates's office, Nancy said. Lizzie's breath caught. You stole my file from my therapist. She'd heard rumors that Nancy was one of Linda's clients, but Linda would never hand over confidential records without permission. When I took your file, I thought I could help the FBI by getting information from the killer. None of this made sense. What did you find out? Only that he'll stop at nothing to get what he wants. Nancy sounded genuinely afraid. Where are you now? Lizzie asked. I'm at home. He's out there right now. I know he is. Did you call the authorities? I needed to talk to you first. Now Lizzie understood why Nancy had been calling. I was supposed to meet him this morning to give him your file, Nancy continued, but I changed my mind. As I was leaving for work, I heard a noise outside my front door. I keep hearing things, but I can't see anyone. There it is again. Please, come quickly. I live at 3516 Skyview in Rolling Hills. Lizzie checked her watch. It would take 10 to 15 minutes to reach her. Nancy, hang up and call 911 right now. Do you understand? I can't. I'll be a national joke. They'll replay my 911 call endlessly once they find out I stole your file. Covering the receiver, Lizzie quickly filled Jard in. They had to get to 3516 Skyview in Rolling Hills, an affluent suburb near Sacramento. Hurry, Nancy pleaded repeatedly. We're on our way, Lizzie assured her. Jard pulled a teardrop-shaped beacon from under his seat, rolled down his window, and attached the flashing light to the roof. What should I do? Nancy asked, her voice frantic. Call the police now, then find somewhere safe to hide until we arrive. The line crackled with movement, soft footsteps, the clatter of dishes, a sharp click, then silence. Nancy, are you there? Can you hear me? Damn it. Saturday, February 20, 2010, 3:22 p.m. Only 2 doctors from Lizzie and Jessica's suspect list worked Saturdays. Jessica dismissed the first one immediately. He was Indian, with a slender face and long neck. The second, Dr. Harold Long, an ophthalmologist, was a maybe. He matched the right height and age, and while some might call his ears large, he lacked the strong jaw and high forehead Lizzie had described. Jessica walked back to her car, murmuring, "Don't worry, Mary. I'll visit every doctor in Northern California if I have to. I'll find him, and then I'll find you. We'll be together again." After her battered Volkswagen bus was towed, she'd borrowed her mother's Honda Civic. Sitting inside, she scrolled through voicemails and reviewed the suspect list again. Lizzy had left a message adding two more names: a math tutor, Mr. Gilman, and Henry Sullivan, a swim coach. A cold shiver ran down Jessica's spine as she repeated Sullivan's name aloud. Why hadn't she considered him before? She dialed Lizzie's number immediately. The phone rang and rang. "Pick up, Lizzy." Starting the engine, she decided to head back to the office. When the voicemail clicked on, she left a hurried message. "Lizzy, it's Jessica. I think we've finally found the connection we've been looking for. Call me back ASAP." Saturday, February 20, 2010, 3:23 p.m. Lizzy knocked on Nancy Mornow's front door for the third time. "Nancy, it's Lizzy Gardner and George Shane from the FBI. Open up. Everything's going to be okay." Liar, liar, pants on fire. When no one answered, Lizzy moved to the window and peered inside. The living room was tastefully decorated, warm and undisturbed, but something felt off. She squinted past the furniture toward the dining area. The table was set with a cloth and silverware, but part of the cloth was tugged unevenly to one side. A wineglass lay overturned. "Jard," she said, "we need to check the back." The side gate stood open. She followed Jard through, stepping into a backyard with a peanut-shaped pool, a trickling fountain, and neatly trimmed grass. The peaceful sound of water spilling from a mermaid statue clashed with the frantic pounding of her heart. The French doors stood wide open, inviting the warm air inside. With his gun drawn, Jard motioned for Lizzy to stay back, but she ignored him, stepping cautiously behind him as they entered. The scene was unsettling. A wineglass lay overturned, and a shattered porcelain bowl littered the floor. The kitchen to their left was immaculate, the stainless steel sink gleaming, granite counters spotless, everything in perfect order. Jard moved down the hallway while Lizzy took the stairs, gripping her Glock with damp hands. She climbed 2 steps at a time, then flung open the first door she reached. The room was dim, shades drawn, but flipping on the lights revealed nothing amiss. Methodically, she checked every corner, sliding open the mirrored closet door to find only neatly stacked plastic bins and a few winter coats. No intruders, no bodies. Her pulse hammered in her throat. She hadn't realized she was holding her breath until she exhaled sharply, stepping back into the hallway. "Nancy," she called, her voice tight. "It's Lizzy. You can come out now." Silence. She hated the quiet almost as much as the dark. They'd arrived in just 11 minutes. Had Nancy hidden in time, or was she curled up somewhere, waiting for help? The open doors and broken bowl suggested otherwise. Then she saw it. Tiny droplets of blood stuck against the plush white carpet, leading straight to the master bedroom. "Lizzy, down here!" Jard's shout echoed through the house. She wanted to call back to ask what he'd found, but her voice stuck in her throat. The blood trail stretched across the bedroom floor, disappearing into the master bath. The killer could be just feet away, maybe wounded, maybe desperate. She'd never fired her gun outside the range, but she wouldn't hesitate now. Steady, ready. Had he heard her? Did he know she was there, just outside the door? "Now, Lizzy, now." One final step, gun raised, fingers on the trigger, and she froze. Nancy Morneau stared back at her. Shit. Saturday, February 20, 2010, 4:21 p.m. Jessica walked into her mother's house to find her brother rummaging through the fridge. She sat at the picnic table that served as their kitchen table while Scott gave up with a sigh. "I'm gonna grab something to eat. You coming?" "Where's Mom?" "Same as always. passed out on the couch. She hadn't expected to see him. He and their mother had been fighting non-stop, so he'd been crashing at a friend's place. Next week, he was leaving for Jersey. Jessica had come for the guns stashed in an empty Tide box above the washing machine. She hadn't planned on telling him, but the words slipped out. "I think I know who took Mary." His expression darkened as he dragged a hand through his hair. "Wow." He turned toward the sink, staring out at the dead lawn. Silence stretched between them until he finally spoke. "When are you gonna let this go?" "When I find her." "After all this time, you're still in denial." "I had no idea." "It's happened before," Jessica insisted. "What?" "Missing people turning up alive. Elizabeth Smart, for one. Sean Hornbeck." Her brother approached the picnic table and sat across from her. He seemed taller now, his shoulders broader, as if he'd aged years in what felt like moments. The resemblance to their absent father, whose face had been erased from every photo album and frame after Mary vanished, was unsettling. He reached across the table, covering her hand with his own. "You need to let this go, Jess." "I can't." "I loved her too, but Mary wouldn't have just run away. What if whoever took her manipulated her, made her believe we didn't care? After years of that, she might have started believing it. Maybe he even changed her name. I've been researching. It happens." He withdrew his hand, shaking his head. "Never mind. You sound just like Mom." He stood abruptly. She stiffened. "What's that supposed to mean?" Leaning forward, he planted his palms on the table. "If you're not careful, Jess, you'll turn into her. After Mary disappeared, she fell apart. She gave up on herself on us." He jerked his chin toward the house. "Look at her. She's been stuck in limbo for years, drowning in alcohol. If you don't move on, that'll be you." Before she could tell him about Lizzy Gardner, about the connection they'd uncovered, the key to finding Mary, he was gone, the door slamming behind him. Jessica had already visited Lizzie's office and made calls. The man had a record, indecent exposure, selling tapes of underage porn. She'd hoped her brother would join her, but now she was alone. Lizzie hadn't returned her call, which gnawed at her. Had Lizzie gone to his house already? No time for the police. They'd need warrants. She hurried to the laundry room, grabbing the gun from its usual spot. She shoved aside detergent and fabric softener, snatching the Tupperware of bullets. Her mother's voice startled her. "Mary." Mom lay sprawled on the couch, eyes half-lidded, a pale hand outstretched. An empty gin bottle rolled on the floor. "Mary, is that you?" Jessica took her icy hand. "Yes, it's me. It's Mary." A faint smile touched Mom's lips. "You came home." Squeezing her frail fingers, Jessica remembered her mother as she once was, vibrant, alive. "I have to go, but I'll be back. Everything's going to be okay." Saturday, February 20, 2010, 4:33 p.m. Judd, Jimmy, and Lizzie stood by Nancy Mornow's pool, watching as 2 body bags were loaded for the crime lab. Every trace, blood, hair, fibers, prints, would be scrutinized. Judd had found Mornow's body stuffed in the laundry hamper. Lizzie had discovered her head in the bathroom sink. If Morno had cared more about survival than reputation, Lizzie thought she might still be alive. Lizzie held her phone to her ear, then snapped it shut. Still no answer from Jessica. "We'll check your office after this," Judd said. Jimmy stood beside him, immaculate in his dark suit and polished shoes. His expression as cynical as every crime scene technician, had just handed Jimmy a plastic evidence bag containing the bloodstained note found in Nancy Mornow's mouth. A page torn from one of Lizzie's therapy sessions with Dr. Linda Gates. How would Nancy Morno have gotten into Linda's office? Jimmy asked. Lizzie replied, Nancy was one of Linda's long-term clients. Then she added, "Has anyone spoken to Dr. Gates yet?" "I called her at home," Lizzy said. "She was horrified when she heard what happened. She called me back 10 minutes ago to confirm that my file was missing from her office." Jimmy frowned. How did Morno even get her hands on it? "Dr. Gates thinks Nancy took it during her last appointment a few days ago. She also mentioned seeing a suspicious man loitering near the bus stop, watching them from the street corner while Nancy was inside. Linda called the police as soon as she noticed him, but he vanished before they got there." "We need a full report from her," Jimmy said. "Already handled," Jard cut in. "Hank's on his way." "What about the kid you met at the coffee shop earlier?" Jimmy asked. "He's terrified," Jard said. "Of what?" "The man who paid him to deliver the money to Lizzie's office threatened him if he talked, but I had someone tail him after he left." Lizzy raised an eyebrow. She hadn't known about that. "He lives near Carsomnes River College," she said. "His name's Russell Parker." Lizzy turned to Jimmy. "He said he'd think about meeting with a forensic artist." "Does he understand? We're dealing with a serial killer." Lizzy nodded. "We told him." "He's scared," Jard repeated, not thinking clearly, "but I think he'll cooperate eventually." Jimmy stopped a passing detective. "Anything from the neighbors?" "Nothing useful. No one saw anything unusual. No strange cars, no suspicious activity. The woman across the street, a stay-at-home mom, said her kitchen window faces Morno's house. She was doing dishes around the time Morno was on the phone and didn't notice anything out of place." The detective excused himself and walked off. Jimmy rubbed the back of his neck in frustration. This guy leaves no trace. How does he pull that off? There's nowhere to hide around here, no fields, no parks. How does he get in and out without being seen? He pressed his fingers to his temples. And why target a news anchor? "She had something he wanted," Jard said. "Once he got Lizzie's file from her, he was done." "And now?" They all knew the message scrawled in blood on the bathroom mirror, but Lizzy repeated it anyway. "Darkness awaits. What do you think it means?" "He has my file," Lizzy said quietly. "He obsesses over knowing everything about his victims before he strikes." "How does darkness awaits fit in?" Lizzy didn't hesitate. "I'm afraid of the dark." She didn't elaborate, but Jimmy understood immediately. So did Jard. Spider-Man was getting close. Jimmy's phone rang, and he stepped away to answer. Lizzy hadn't told him the full extent of her fear, that darkness paralyzed her, that she hadn't cried since her escape, that spiders now made it hard to breathe, and that she relived the horrors every night. Wrapping her arms around herself, she shivered. "Come on," Jard said gently. "Let's go." Saturday, February 20, 2010, 5:05 p.m. At the California Department of Corrections facility, Lizzy was instructed to leave her cell phone, gun, and backpack at the front desk. She was then searched for weapons, pepper spray, and explosives before being escorted, along with Jard, to the appointment-only non-contact visiting room. The officers reminded them repeatedly that aiding an inmate was a crime. They were questioned about carrying any cameras or recording devices, which both denied. After passing through a metal detector, they entered the CDCR non-contact visiting room, where they would have 20 minutes with Betsy Reburn. The space was hushed, divided into 4 sections for inmate visits, each accommodating up to 2 visitors. A security officer directed them to the first 2 chairs in a glass-partitioned booth equipped with speakers for conversation. As Jard sat beside Lizzy, Betsy Reburn was escorted to the opposite side of the glass. The woman was tall and muscular, her brown hair pulled back. Her hazel eyes were wide-set, her face full and round, her mouth fixed in a perpetual frown. Betsy sat down, and the guard stepped back, setting his wristwatch timer. "Ms. Reburn," Jard began. "I'm Jard Shane, and this is Lizzy Gardner." Betsy leaned forward until her face nearly touched the glass. "You're not Lizzy." "I am Lizzy," she replied, her voice thick with sudden emotion. "I remember you. I can never thank you enough for what you did." "I didn't do anything," Betsy said. "You were the friendly face when I needed one. You helped me into your truck. You got me out of there." "Well, I'm glad you're okay." An uneasy silence settled until Jard spoke again. "We're here for a couple of reasons, Betsy. We need to know if you saw anything unusual the day you helped Lizzy." "No," she said, shaking her head. "The feds ask me the same thing 100 times. My answer hasn't changed." "What about the watch Lizzy had with her that morning?" Betsy's face flushed. "I don't know anything about any watch," she snapped. "You didn't have one, did you, Lizzy honey?" Her defensiveness was obvious. Lizzy pressed a hand to the glass. "It's okay, Betsy. You're not in trouble. Nothing changes how grateful I am for what you did. But we need to ask about the watch because the sick bastard is back." Betsy's eyes widened. "No shit." "No shit," Lizzy echoed. "We need to know what happened to it. We don't care if you sold it, pawned it, or threw it away. We just need to find it. The watch might have a serial number, something to help us identify the killer." Betsy chewed her lip, hesitating. It was impossible to tell whether she was debating whether to answer or simply didn't recall the watch at all. She leaned in again, as if sharing a secret. Lizzy mirrored her. "Did you bring me any cigarettes?" Lizzy glanced at Jard. "I saw a vending machine in the lobby," he said, standing. "What kind do you smoke?" "2 packs of Marlboros." "Inmates are only allowed 1 pack through the glass," the guard interjected. "Come on, man," Betsy protested over her shoulder. "Cut me some slack." The guard ignored her. Jard returned in under 5 minutes, placing a pack in the metal tray. Betsy pulled a lever to retrieve it, then took her time tapping the pack against her palm before unwrapping it. She placed a cigarette between her lips and glanced back at the guard, who lit it for her. She inhaled deeply, exhaling smoke with a sigh. "Thanks." Jard nodded. Lizzy checked the clock. "We need your help, Betsy." Betsy took another drag. "The last thing I need is giving these assholes another reason to keep me locked up." "You did nothing wrong," Lizzy insisted. "I gave you the watch, remember?" Betsy's expression shifted, her eyes brightening. "You're right. I remember now. You gave it to me, did you? I have nothing to worry about." "That's right," Lizzy assured her. "You did nothing wrong, Betsy." Betsy took a deep drag from her cigarette. "I'd love to help you," she admitted. "But here's the thing. I tried selling that watch and couldn't get more than $200 for it because of the engraving. Really ticked me off, considering my brother swore it was a Rolex worth thousands." Jard barely reacted. Lizzy admired his professionalism. His patience seemed endless. Meanwhile, she wanted to shake the words out of Betsy herself. But now that the woman had her cigarettes, she was in no rush. She had all the time in the world. "You wouldn't happen to remember what the engraving said, would you?" Lizzy pressed. Betsy exhaled a cloud of smoke that fogged the glass between them. "If I tell you, will you send me another pack of these?" She held up the Marlboros. Lizzy nodded. "Tell me, and I'll send you an entire carton the second the post office opens." A crooked grin revealed Betsy's yellowed teeth. "Like I said, that engraving really pissed me off. Who ruins a perfectly good watch like that? It had the initials SJ, then a tiny heart, followed by SW. A chill shot through Lizzy. She didn't know if this detail would lead anywhere, but the mere possibility sent a surge of excitement through her. "You're sure it was SJ and SW?" "Yeah," Betsy snorted. "That was it. I remember joking with my brother that it stood for Stupid Jackass Loves Stupid Whore." Her laughter echoed off the walls. "If that idiot hadn't ruined the watch, I could have made serious cash. Speaking of which," she added, taking another puff, "either of you got any money?" Lizzy glanced at the guard. "Up to 50 in singles," he said. Judd pulled out 16 crumpled dollar bills, and Lizzy added 9 more. They slid the money through the tray. Betsy yanked it toward her, cackling like she'd hit the jackpot. The guard stepped forward. "Time to head back to your cell." Judd and Lizzy stood. "Thanks for everything," Lizzy said. "Yeah, anytime. Just don't forget those cigarettes." "I won't." Lizzy watched as Betsy hauled herself up and followed the guard away. Once she was gone, Lizzy and Judd moved through the facility, retrieved their belongings in the lobby, and stepped outside. Judd's phone rang immediately. His expression darkened as he listened. He hung up with a grim nod. "What's going on?" Lizzy asked. "We need to get to the high school where you spoke last night." "Why?" "They think he might have struck again." Her stomach lurched. "They found a letter and blood." "This can't be happening." She gripped Judd's sleeve, searching his eyes as realization hit. "The letter, was it addressed to me?" "Yes," Judd confirmed, "but this one was signed by Haley Hansen." "Saturday, February 20, 2010, 6:00 p.m. "It's Lizzy Gardner's fault you're here. You know that, don't you?" Haley's stomach twisted with hunger. She hadn't eaten in over a day. The blinds were drawn tight. Spider-Man had dragged in a rickety wooden chair and sat in the corner, watching her for what felt like hours. "What are you going to do?" she demanded. "Just sit there staring at me forever?" He didn't answer. His mask was on, but something was off. He looked unwell. His usually crisp collared shirt and beige pants were wrinkled, his posture slumped. His usual intensity was missing. When he turned his head, she spotted bits of gauze peeking out from under his collar. The memory of stabbing him the previous night had nearly slipped her mind. Had he sought medical attention? The blade had plunged deep. The house had remained eerily silent for hours before he finally appeared in her room. His mask obscured the center of his face, eyes, nose, and upper cheeks, but his exposed forehead, jaw, and chin had an unsettling pallor, likely from blood loss. He was unnerving in a way Brian never had been. Brian never just sat and stared. He got straight to the point. But this man, Spider-Man, lingered, his masked gaze unsettling. "What are you staring at, asshole?" she snapped. "You." Her confidence surged at the thought of his possible pain. "The only reason I'm here," she said, "is because I let you take me." His head tilted slightly. "Explain." He wasn't using the voice modulator, which might be a bad sign. Had he listened to her earlier and accepted the truth? If he planned to kill her anyway, why bother hiding his voice? Yet the mask remained. "I didn't need to be a genius," she said, "to figure out you had a grudge against Lizzy Gardner." She also knew her only slim chance of escape was to gain his trust and convince him to untie her from the bedpost, though she wasn't naive enough to think it would be easy. "After watching the news, I guessed you were stalking her," she continued when he stayed silent. "And if you were watching Lizzy, you'd probably show up at the high school. So I waited there last night after everyone left." "Why?" "Because I was bored." He let out a weak, bitter laugh. "You could have spent your time getting another tattoo. Seems like you enjoy turning your body into an art project. That could kill you, you know." She scoffed. "That's rich. You're a killer, aren't you?" "A seeker of justice," he corrected. His voice was deep, controlled. Nothing like the slurring idiots her mother associated with. A seeker of justice, she echoed mockingly. How so? I remove useless teenagers from the world, the ones who seduce and torment young men, disrespect their elders, poison their lungs, and deface their bodies with meaningless ink. His eyes flicked to her tattoo. Did you know the metal in tattoos can burn your skin during an MRI, like being cooked alive? She bent her knees, lifting her ankle so he could see the tattoo above the tape. She had others, an angel on her collarbone, barbed wire around her finger. I like them, she said with a shrug. His lip curled in disgust. She nodded toward her ankle. That was my first. It says Brian. He talked me into it years ago, back when I still trusted him. Her tone was casual, almost detached. Brian's my mom's dealer. Started as her boyfriend, then got her hooked on meth. When she couldn't pay him back, she handed me over. I was 14. After that, I was fair game for him and all his friends, mostly mornings, sometimes nights. She met his gaze. If you're really about justice, why not go after men like that instead of girls like me who never had a chance? He considered this before replying, I doubt you were innocent. She didn't bother telling him she was a straighter student or that she worked nights and weekends at a smoothie shop, handing every dollar to her mother for rent in her free time. She devoured books, countless stories that transported her far from reality. Classics held as much appeal as gripping romances or suspenseful mysteries. A compelling narrative had the power to make her troubles fade, if only temporarily. You're right, she admitted after a pause. I was far from perfect. His eyes gleamed behind the mask. What did you do? He pressed. Sometimes when those men forced me to suck them off, she said flatly, I gagged. They hated that. His response was disturbingly casual. What did they do about it? She kept her tone dry, though he seemed oblivious to her bitterness. It didn't matter. If she wanted to manipulate him, she had to keep talking, distract him long enough to find a way out. Most of the junkies didn't care, she continued. But one dealer, this fat, hairy bastard, would dig his fingers into me every time I choked. The pinching hurt worse than the gagging, so I learned to open my throat wider, like a damn sword swallower. He nodded as if it made perfect sense. Sick bastard. A few guys waited until they finished before beating the hell out of me. Ahem. She tilted her head slightly. See my nose. What about it? It's crooked, broken 3 times by different assholes. Her stomach growled loudly. Sounds like you're hungry. She shrugged, as much as the restraints allowed. Tomorrow we're making a call, he said, rising stiffly. Do what I say, and maybe you'll get fed as a reward. Haley watched him limp toward the door. Good. He should be in pain. He should be dead. This time he left the door open. She hoped he'd go to bed. Earlier, she'd felt the bindings around her wrists finally loosening. The skin beneath the tape was raw, but the sharp pain had dulled to a steady throb. Hunger gnawed at her, but the more pressing need was the bathroom. She'd already wet herself once, though her shorts had dried. If she soiled herself now, he might clean her up and find the knife. The pocket knife hidden in her underwear dug uncomfortably into her skin, but it was her only chance. 1,000 thoughts raced through her mind, including the dark fantasies she used to entertain about ending her own life. Back home, she'd lie beneath the ceiling fan, watching the scarred wooden blades spin, imagining her lifeless body swaying from it, eyes bulging, face drained of color, tongue slack. Those thoughts had grown stronger lately, which was why she hadn't feared the maniac catching her. She'd gone after him intending to kill him, but she'd also accepted she might die trying. She wasn't naive. Shit happened. Now, 24 hours later, she was half naked, starving, and tied to a bedpost with a knife wedged under her. Yet, despite everything, one truth burned brighter than ever. She wanted to live. Saturday, February 20, 2010. 6:17 p.m. Camera flashes blinded Lizzy despite Jard's attempts to shield her. Reporters swarmed the school, their vans lining the street, while patrol cars with flashing lights encircled the building. "Lizzy," a reporter shouted, "is it true Spider-Man has been contacting you?" She kept her gaze fixed ahead. Jard lifted the crime scene tape, guiding her past the chaos. "Did he kill Nancy Morneau to get to you?" another voice demanded. "What about Sophie? Did he leave another note? Did you know the girl taken last night?" "You're doing great," Jard murmured. "Just ignore them. We're almost there." Lizzy fought to ignore the words, but the pain still coiled around her heart, squeezing with relentless pressure. Nearby, Jimmy Martin was hunched over a crime scene technician, carefully scraping dried blood samples into sterile containers with a scalpel. Portable floodlights illuminated the area, allowing investigators to work quickly before the predicted rain arrived. Closer to the gym, Lizzy spotted the same reporter from the other night, the one who had interrupted her class, speaking with an agent. The woman wore jeans and a t-shirt, her expression grim. "Is she being interviewed?" Lizzy asked. Jimmy stepped away from the technician. Apparently, she saw Haley Hansen sitting alone last night and offered her a ride. Haley told her someone was coming to pick her up. He glanced back at the reporter. "She's taking it hard." "Where was the letter found?" Jard asked. "Right here," Jimmy said, gesturing to the spot where the reporter had seen Haley waiting. Lizzy scanned the area. "Where is it now?" "They're waiting for the blood to dry before bagging it. We won't get a good look at it for at least another hour." "Any theories?" Jard pressed. "I have one," Lizzy said. "Haley used herself as bait. She mentioned doing that when she came to my place. All she had to do was watch the news to know Spider-Man was watching me. So she came to the school, knowing I'd be here, and waited, making it easy for him." "That's insane," Jimmy snapped. "What kid gets abducted on purpose?" "She was lonely and lost," Lizzy said, wishing she'd had more time to talk sense into Haley. "Has anyone contacted her parents?" "Eric Holden, with her mother now. She didn't even know Haley was missing, said it wasn't unusual for her to disappear for days." Lizzy recoiled. What kind of mother let her child vanish like that? "If this is the same guy who killed Morneau," Jimmy muttered, "how the hell is he moving around without anyone noticing?" The technician finished collecting samples and began packing up. Jimmy pointed at him. "I want those results ASAP, and compare every sample from here to the ones from Morneau's place." The man nodded and walked off. "At this rate," Jimmy grumbled, "I'll run out of technicians. Who is this guy? What happened to sticking to an Mo?" "He doesn't have one anymore," Jard said. Jimmy frowned. "What do you mean?" "This is personal now. The media's right. Spider-Man's playing us, watching us scramble from one scene to the next. He's angry, and that rage is pushing him off course. Serial killers plan, fantasize. Spider-Man used to feel like he had all the time in the world. Not anymore." "Who's he angry with?" Jimmy asked. "Me," Lizzy said. Jard didn't disagree. Spider-Man was gearing up for an encore when Frank Lyle confessed to being him, the killer of those 4 girls. That set him off. These killers want credit. Then Lizzie's father did interviews on national TV. "Why would Spider-Man care?" Jimmy asked skeptically. "I don't believe he truly cared. He was more curious about what Lizzie's father would reveal. Lizzy, after all, was likely the reason he stopped killing, at least initially. He must have feared she could identify him or lead authorities to his location." "And then my father said too much," Lizzy added, "and Spider-Man must have snapped." Jard agreed. He probably spiraled into a rage once he realized he'd been deceived. Jimmy struggled to follow. Deceived by who? By me, Lizzy admitted. I made him believe I cared for him, even loved him like a daughter would. It didn't take long for me to see that he understood his victims, but not me. He thought he was purging the world of bad girls. I had to convince him I wasn't one of them if I wanted to survive. That was his pattern, Jard said. He'd find a girl who fit his idea of bad, then observe and learn. But now he's furious over Lizzy's betrayal, and he's getting careless. Haley Hanson was onto something, Jimmy murmured. Lizzy studied him, sensing for the first time that they might share the same goal. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? I won't allow it, Jard insisted. You don't have a choice, Lizzy countered. Spider-Man's patience is wearing thin, Jimmy said. That could work in our favor. We have to move fast, Lizzy agreed. Jard shook his head. He'll see right through it. He's slipping, but he's not stupid. Bait might have worked for Haley, though I doubt she planned on being taken. I need to know whose blood this is. He won't fall for it again. Jimmy gripped Jard's shoulder. We'll have Lizzy covered. She'll be wired up tighter than a cable box. Jard remained unconvinced. Lizzy took his hand and squeezed. I have to do this. Saturday, February 20, 2010, 7:02 p.m. A loud pop jolted the car forward. Jessica clenched the steering wheel, struggling to guide the Honda to the roadside. Stepping out, she saw the flat back left tire. She looked up as dusk settled, and without warning, tears spilled over. Hands on her hips, she stared at the single star in the sky, unable to stop crying. It wasn't the flat tire. She could handle that. After Mary vanished, her family shattered. Her father left, crushed by guilt every time he looked at them. Soon, her mother turned to drinking, and her brother to drugs. Jessica fought to hold what remained together, working at the mall to help with bills. When she wasn't working or doing chores, she studied. Even then, she knew she wanted to understand human behavior, why some killed while others sacrificed themselves for strangers. She wanted to know what drove people to the unthinkable. Most of all, she needed to understand who took children, because she was certain Mary had been kidnapped. Mary would never have run away, yet the police insisted she had, claiming kids often fled troubled homes. Jessica wiped her tears. She and Mary weren't just sisters, they were best friends, sworn to protect each other. When their parents fought, they built blanket forts in their shared room and escaped into make-believe. Maybe Mary had grown weary of the shouting, but she would never have left. She might have drifted off to sleep at night, lost in dreams of happier days when her parents still got along. But Mary would never have disappeared without saying goodbye. Saturday, February 20, 2010, 7:22 p.m. Back in the apartment, Jard and Lizzy checked the phone. Still no messages on her main line. Lizzy dialed Jessica's number again, frowning when it went unanswered. She still isn't picking up, she told Jard. She left me a voicemail at 3:30 this afternoon. She sounded excited about the two new names I gave her, potential suspects. She wanted me to call her back immediately. That was 4 hours ago. Lizzy grabbed her laptop from the coffee table and powered it on. Jard moved to the kitchen, rummaging through the cupboards. Do you have her home number? I already tried it. No answer. The sound of running water and clinking dishes filled the brief silence before he asked, How long have you known Jessica? A few months. I thought you said you couldn't afford an assistant. She was persistent, wouldn't take no for an answer. It didn't make sense until yesterday, when I found out her sister is one of the girls who disappeared 14 years ago. Jard leaned around the kitchen wall, his expression sharp with surprise. What? Lizzie's fingers flew across the keyboard before she glanced up at him. I just found out yesterday. We've been a little busy since then. She scribbled an address in her notebook and stood. Jessica believes her sister is still alive. If she ran away, it's possible. Lizzy shook her head. She showed me a photo. It was Mary, the girl I almost saved. Did you tell her? I couldn't. Lizzy grabbed her coat and headed for the door, pausing to look back at him. Are you coming? Where? I need to find Jessica, make sure she's okay. I was hoping you could check Gilman's place while I go to Coach Sullivan. S. Where does Gilman live? Not far from here. Jard frowned. I don't like this. We should stick together. It's sweet that you want to protect me, but I can handle myself. We're running out of time. I'll call you when I get there. You do the same. He exhaled, glancing at his watch. Fine, I'll take Sullivan. I have his address. You check Gilman. S. What's Jessica driving? Her mom's silver Honda Civic. If you see her car, call me. I'll do the same. She nodded. Don't do anything reckless. They stepped outside, and Jard waited as she locked the door. Then, unexpectedly, he kissed her, just a quick, warm press of his lips against hers. She hadn't even had time to process what had happened between them the night before, let alone what it meant. What was that for? Promise me you won't knock on any doors, or go inside if something looks off. She rolled her eyes. He didn't budge. Seriously, what's wrong with you? When he still didn't answer, she sighed. Fine, I promise. I'll be a good girl and call you if I see anything suspicious. Saturday, February 20, 2010, 7:36 p.m. Jessica parked outside Gilman's house and killed the engine. She glanced at her dead phone on the seat. If the battery hadn't died, she could have called for a tow. Instead, she'd had to change the flat tire herself. No wonder Lizzy hadn't called back. Her phone was useless now. Jessica stepped out of the car, shoving her hands into her pockets as she walked toward the house. The wind howled through the trees, dark clouds swallowing the moon. Her fingers tightened around her mother's Keltec P3 tucked in her pocket. She'd found the gun by accident 18 months ago and hadn't thought much of it until today. The cracked walkway led to a neglected front yard. Overgrown hedges scraped against the siding, and dead leaves skittered across the ground. The wind whipped the flag against its pole with sharp snaps as she approached the door. A sudden doubt crept in. Maybe she should have gone to Lizzy's apartment instead of coming here alone. But patience had never been her strong suit. Once an idea took root, she couldn't just sit and wait. Action came first, consequences later. She glanced behind her, surveying the empty street. A single light glowed in the house across the way. With no plan for what to say if someone answered, she lifted her hand and knocked. When no response came, she rapped again, harder this time. Then her fingers slipped into her pocket, curling around the cold metal of the gun. She'd never fired one before. How difficult could it be? Saturday, February 20, 2010, 7:55 p.m. Lizzy peered through the Honda's front window, spotting Jessica's bag on the passenger seat and her glitter-covered phone. Damn. She hurried across the lawn and pressed her face to the kitchen window. The house was dark except for a sliver of light spilling from a doorway down the hall. Music thumped inside, but there was no sign of Jessica. Her hand flew to her pocket. Her phone was still in the car. Just as she turned to leave, a crash erupted from within, followed by shouts and heavy thuds. Jessica! She yelled, rushing back to the window. Through the glass, she saw a naked man emerge from the hallway door, hesitate, then vanish into another room. Then she spotted Jessica. Jessica! She screamed, but the music drowned her out. Shit! She yanked her gun free and sprinted to the front door, pounding and ringing the bell to no avail. Desperate, she dashed to the side gate, flipped the latch, and raced past garbage cans toward the backyard. The sliding glass door stood wide open. Saturday, February 20, 2010, 8:01 p.m. Snakes had arrived the day before, 6 in total. 2 Eastern Diamondbacks, 3 Mojave Rattlers, and his personal favorite, a puff adder with a vicious temper. He leaned close to the aquarium glass, jerking back when the snake struck with terrifying speed. Heart pounding, he clutched his chest and sank into a chair, fury simmering inside him. The urge to dump the snakes into the bedroom with the bound girl and watch her suffer was almost overwhelming. But a cooler voice reminded him to stay focused. The plan mattered more than impulse. His anger ebbed. Sophie's death had been premature. She'd bored him to the point of no return. But Haley had to stay alive for now. The thought of Lizzy witnessing the girl's torment thrilled him beyond measure. Closing his eyes, he let the fantasy fuel him, pushing through the sharp pain gnawing at his shoulder and side. Last night, he'd stitched his wounds with sewing thread, alcohol, and a needle, but the antibiotics were gone. He couldn't risk looking weak at the office. Those nosy nurses noticed everything. Not even his partner knew the truth, that he worked alongside a true seeker of justice. Most people were blind to the reality right in front of them. Some things never changed. Standing before the mirror, he unbuttoned his shirt to inspect the wound. The gash was deep, too deep. A hospital visit might be unavoidable. He could always claim he'd been mugged. The skin around the wound had turned an angry red, swollen, and oozing foul-smelling pus. Furious at what the woman had done to him, he pushed himself up and walked over to the aquarium housing the diamondback rattlesnakes. After pulling on a protective glove, he reached inside and seized the biggest snake. A single bite might not be fatal, but it would certainly give him some satisfaction. Saturday, February 20, 2010, 8:03 p.m. Jessica didn't waste time chasing the naked man. Instead, she stepped into the bedroom and took in the chaotic scene. Thick marijuana smoke hung in the air, and the blaring music made it hard to think. The sight before her was almost unreal. A person bound spread-eagle to the king-size bed, wrists and ankles secured to each post. At first glance, the figure appeared to be a woman, with striking long lashes and cascading red hair framing high cheekbones. But the dark trail of hair peeking from beneath a leopard print speedo revealed the truth. This was a man. His mouth was gagged, his eyes wide with terror. Jessica had no idea what she just walked into, but she knew it was wrong. The deafening music made it impossible to hear the man's muffled pleas. There had been 3 men when she'd burst in. Where was the third? Gun raised, her hand trembled as she edged toward the closet, where heavy metal music thundered from a massive speaker. Inside, a video camera sat on a tripod, its red recording light blinking. What kind of twisted game was this? Closer now, she noticed bruises on the bound man's body, streaks of blood staining his skin. She bent to turn off the music, and that's when she spotted the third man, shirtless and slithering across the floor toward the half-open window. "Stop!" she shouted. He spun and fired. PSSS. The gunshot sounded more like a hiss than a bang. If she'd known he was armed, she would have shot first. The weapon slipped from her fingers as she staggered back against the wall. A sharp, burning pain exploded in her left side, spreading like wildfire. "Where's Mary?" she demanded, turning to the man on the bed. He shook his head frantically, his eyes impossibly wide, dark pupils floating in pale moons. His vivid red hair made his face look ghostly white. Jessica wanted to free him, to rip off the gag, but her legs refused to move. His face blurred at the edges as her vision swam. The shooter vanished through the window. There was nothing she could do now. She pulled her hand away from her side. Blood coated her fingers. Images of Mary flickered through her mind. Was she dying? The room tilted violently and her legs buckled. She collapsed to the floor. Saturday, February 20, 2010, 10:30 p.m. Brittany was halfway through downloading a song when Itahati's message finally appeared. Relief washed over her. She'd started to think he'd forgotten her. Feeling bold, she typed back, Brit 35. What took you so long? Ita Hearty. What do you mean? Brit 35. I haven't talked to you for a million years. Ita Hearty. 3 days. Brit 35. Too long. Ita Hearty. Sorry, been busy. Brit 35. Doing what? Ita Hearty. Things. Brit 35. What's wrong? You seem different. Ita Hearty. I need to see you. Her heart fluttered, and she smiled. Brit 35. I was worried you didn't like me anymore. Ita Hearty. You joking? I think I've fallen madly in love, W.U. Brit 35. Stop teasing. Ita Hearty. Serious. Brit 35. I need to see you too. Ita Hearty. I thought you might never ask. Brit 35. How? My mom's watching me 24/7 because of that stupid killer, and the house is being watched. Ita Hearty. Tell her your wire broke, and you need to go to the orthodontist. Brit 35. Good idea, and then what? Ita Hearty. Get out of school early on Monday. I'll pick you up. Brit 35. Car. Brittany stared at the message on her screen. Ita Hearty. Black BMW, and couldn't help but feel a thrill. He must have wealthy parents or an amazing job, she thought, imagining herself the luckiest girl alive. Ita Hearty. Are you there? Brit 35. Yes. I am excited to finally meet face to face. Ita Hearty. Not as excited as me. Brit 35. Mom coming, gotta go. Ita Hearty. See you soon. Brit 35. Not soon enough. Ita Hearty. 3U. Sunday, February 21, 2010, 12:55 a.m. Lizzy paced the hospital waiting room, her footsteps echoing as she willed the doctor to appear with news about Jessica. The door swung open, letting in a gust of cold air, and jarred. "You're okay," he said, relief flooding his voice. "I meant to call earlier," Lizzy replied, "but everything spiraled out of control. I don't even know where my phone is." "You're okay," he repeated, pulling her into a tight embrace. "That's all that matters." When he finally stepped back, Jard updated her. "Coach Sullivan checks out. He moved here after a messy divorce and didn't hesitate to let me look around. What happened at Gilman S?" Lizzy exhaled sharply. "Gilman isn't just Brittany's math tutor. He's in the porn business. His films are unique. He lures men into his home, ties them to the bed, then his partner steps out of the closet. They dress their victims as transvestites and film themselves performing degrading acts. They call their videos shameless shemels. The man they were working on when Jessica showed up was terrified. He's upstairs on the 5th floor in shock." Jard's jaw tightened. "Where's Jessica?" Gilman's partner shot her before escaping through the window. Just then, the doctor entered. "You can see her now, but only for a few minutes. She needs rest." "How bad is it?" Jard asked. "Low velocity gunshot to her left side. No major arteries were hit. We removed the bullet and gave her a sedative." Lizzy's shoulders relaxed slightly. "How long will she be here?" "At least a few days. We'll know more tomorrow." Inside Jessica's room, a nurse adjusted the Roman 4 while Lizzy took Jessica's limp hand. The girl looked ghostly pale, a tube in her nose. "I'm sorry," Jessica whispered. "My phone died." "Don't worry about that," Lizzy said gently. "Just focus on getting better." "Gilman isn't our guy, is he?" Lizzy shook her head. "No, but he's far from innocent." Part of her wanted to scold Jessica. Why had she gone into that house alone? And where had she gotten a gun? She could have been killed. The door creaked open, and a young man with bloodshot eyes entered. My brother, Scott, Jessica murmured. Scott's face darkened as he approached. What the hell were you doing at that creep's house? I told you he was a weirdo. Jessica licked her dry lips. He was a suspect. I wanted to find Mary. Scott's face flushed crimson. Mary's dead. If she were alive, she'd have come home by now. How many times do we have to go through this? He dragged his hands down his face in frustration. I can't believe you do this to me. Mary vanishes. Dad leaves. Mom drinks herself into a stupor. And now you're breaking into strangers' houses with a gun, trying to get yourself killed. Lizzy opened her mouth to intervene, but Jessica raised a weak hand to stop her. We'll give you privacy, Lizzy said softly. I'll check on you in the morning, okay? Jessica nodded. Scott's shoulders slumped in defeat. Lizzy wanted to tell them the truth about their sister, to give them closure, but Jessica looked too fragile to handle another shock tonight. It would have to wait Sunday, February 21, 2010, 3:03 a.m. Something thick and damp slid across her legs. Haley jolted awake. She'd drifted off, and now he'd taken advantage. Another one of his twisted pets set loose in the dark. Her pulse hammered as she strained to see in the suffocating blackness. For 2 days, she'd fought against the wires binding her wrists, but this time, when she yanked hard, her right hand broke free. Her fingers closed around the thick, writhing body of the snake just as it hissed and struck, fangs sinking into her thigh. A sharp gasp escaped her as she clenched the creature tighter and hurled it across the room. It hit the wall with a dull thud. Frantic, she reached up with her free hand, clawing at the wire still coiled around her left wrist. The metal bit into her skin as she twisted and pulled, unraveling it inch by agonizing inch. Finally free, she tore the duct tape from her mouth with her teeth, the sting of ripped skin barely registering. Adrenaline pushed her forward. She dropped to her knees, groping through the filth beneath her for the knife she'd been sitting on for 2 days. Panic clawed at her until her fingers brushed the handle. Gripping it tightly, she unfolded the blade and sawed through the wires and tape around her ankles. The last strip tore away, and she shoved herself upright, legs trembling. The knife in hand, she staggered toward the door, arms outstretched in the darkness. She nearly fell, her weakened muscles betraying her, but she caught herself. She was free. The realization hit her like a shock. She could move, she could walk. No more abuse from her mother's addict friends. No more looking back. Her fingers found the wall, tracing it until they curled around the icy doorknob. She twisted, locked. Bastard! The window, she had to find it. Pressing against the wall, she inched forward, careful not to make a sound. If it was locked, she'd break it. She'd done it before, wrap the sheet around her hand, punch through the glass, and run. She would run. For the first time, she felt purpose. She wanted to live, to go to college, to escape just like Lizzy Gardner. Her knee bumped into a chair. She froze, praying he hadn't heard. Stepping around it, her bare foot brushed the snake's limp body. She kicked it aside in disgust. Stay calm. Don't make noise. Don't wake him. If he caught her, he'd punish her worse than before. She still didn't understand his hatred, but she knew the rules. Escaping was defiance, and defiance meant pain. Where was the window? There had to be a lamp nearby. A sharp click. Light flooded the room. She whirled. He sat on the edge of the bed, watching her. No mask, no beard. How had he gotten back inside without her hearing? She'd only closed her eyes for a second, waiting for him to fall asleep. Did you honestly believe I was that foolish? He questioned. She snatched her knife, flicked the blade open, and aimed it directly at him. I'll admit, I didn't realize you were still carrying a weapon. You're sharper than I gave you credit for. I don't want to hurt you with this, but I will if you force my hand, she warned. You look awful. That knife wound should have been treated at a hospital. Just look at the state of this room. His gaze swept over the chaos on the floor, seemingly unfazed by the glint of her blade, more irritated by the disarray. She studied his chest. If she wanted to survive, she had to act decisively, drive the knife deep into his heart. Even the devil had a beating, vulnerable heart. "This place reeks," he muttered, clicking his tongue. "Disgraceful." "Let me walk away," she pleaded, "and I'll disappear. I won't breathe a word about what you've done. You can still leave this behind. They'll never find you if you stop now." His grin sent a shiver down her spine. There was no chance he'd let her go. He raised his hands, revealing short, stubby fingers. A wedding ring glinted on his left hand, something she hadn't noticed before. "I believe in justice, the American way," he declared. "Fairness and respect above all. Without respect for your peers and elders, you're nothing." He wore slacks and a running jacket. When his hand dipped into his pocket, she lunged, but the distance was too great. Her blade sank into the mattress instead of his chest. Before she could strike again, he pressed a cold metal device against her side. Zap! A jolt like lightning tore through her. Her body seized, muscles locking in agony. She couldn't move, couldn't scream. The pain was excruciating. Collapsing to the floor, she gasped for air as he loomed over her. His dull, lifeless eyes stared down. He pried the knife from her grip and, without hesitation, sliced off her right pinky. She couldn't see it, but she felt every second of it. He held up the bloody digit. "Tattoos are dangerous, you know. They can kill you." Her muscles slowly relaxed as blood pooled from her hand. He placed her severed finger on the bedside table before retrieving a syringe from his pocket. Without a word, he plunged the needle into her arm. Sunday, February 21, 2010, 9:02 a.m. The next morning, Lizzy and Jard sat in an FBI conference room in Sacramento. 3 men were already seated when they arrived, one of whom Lizzy recognized, Ronald Holt, seated beside Jard. The other 2 agents were unfamiliar. Jimmy lingered in the hallway, speaking with a woman before finally joining them and shutting the door. Without a word, he slid 2 sketches across the table toward Lizzy. She lifted the first image, a pencil drawing of a masked man. The second depicted the same man with a beard. His eyes, drawn with a light hue, bore into her. In her nightmares, Spider-Man's eyes were always dark. The artist had captured something unnervingly precise: the high forehead, strong jaw, slightly oversized ears. A chill crawled up her arms. "This looks like him," Lizzy confirmed, studying the eerily accurate sketch. The artist spent the last 2 days working with the student from Carson's River College and your therapist, Linda Gates, Jimmy explained. They both agreed this is a close match. "Except for the eyes," Lizzy said. "Didn't both witnesses mention he wore sunglasses? That would mean they never actually saw his eyes." "Exactly why the sketches don't show them too wide or narrow," Jard replied. He grabbed one of the images from the table and studied it closely. "Have these been circulated yet?" Jimmy checked his watch. Since 6 this morning, both sketches aired nationwide on every major news network. Jard seemed satisfied, but Lizzy felt conflicted. While she was relieved the public had been alerted, she knew the likeness wasn't perfect. The entire team looked exhausted, their faces drawn from relentless work. Jimmy scanned the room, his tone impatient. "All right, let's hear some updates. Anything. Surprise me. Throw me a bone." He pointed toward the burly man at the far end. "Matt, what's the latest on the phone surveillance?" Matt cleared his throat. "Unsubs using burners, single-use disposables paid for in cash. No trail." Lizzy frowned. "Don't you need id to buy a phone?" "Not with prepaid," Jard cut in. "No contracts, no names. He uses it once and dumps it." Jimmy shifted focus. "Holt, what about the Warner house? Any movement?" "Cameron's on watch today. Quiet street, nothing out of the ordinary. Lizzy exhaled, relieved. She'd been waking up in cold sweats lately, terrified for Brittany and Kathy. "We've got 2 notes now," Jimmy pressed. "Prints, anything." Matt shook his head. "Gloves. He's careful. No prints at Morno's place or on either note." The conference room door creaked open. A young woman leaned in, informing Jimmy of an urgent call on line 7. He snatched the receiver, his expression darkening as he listened. When he hung up, his eyes held a hollow, haunted look, as if he'd just been handed a death warrant. He took a steadying breath before speaking again, fingers laced together as he stared at the masked man's sketch. "I want him. Today. Haley's been missing for 2 nights. Time's running out." Judd turned to the group. "What about Frank Lyle? Any changes to his story?" Matt answered, sticking to his original confession. Claims he killed all the girls 14 years ago, even the missing ones. But he won't give up burial sites, no proof. Most think he's lying, just loves the spotlight. Jimmy's frustration boiled over. And the house of horrors, the excavation, the Rolex, the spiders, the bite marks. Tom removed his glasses, polishing them with a cloth from his pocket. Excavation came up clean, just dirt and rocks. Tracked down the pawn shop where Betsy Reburn sold the Rolex, but owner's sales records only go back 7 years. No trace of where it went after purchase. Lizzy leaned forward. "What if we go public with the Rolex details? The inscription, SJ loves SW. Maybe someone recognizes the initials." "Not bad," Jimmy said as Ronald jotted it down. Matt frowned. If this is Spider-Man, why the shift? Random reporters, girls snatched off the street. Where's the careful planning we always heard about? Judd's voice was grim. Because Spider-Man isn't the same. He's desperate. He's switched from methodical serial killer to spree killer. My guess. He found a way to live without killing for 14 years. For a time, whatever he was doing seemed effective, until Frank Lyle entered the scene. Serial killers thrive on claiming their crimes. The repeated ability to evade justice fuels their sense of superiority. But when Lyle murders a young girl using Spider-Man's signature methods, and then, upon capture, boasts that he's responsible for at least 6 killings, it ignites Spider-Man's fury. The audacity drives him out of hiding. Though older, he hasn't grown wiser. His rage toward Lyle consumes him. He craves recognition, needing the world to know he's still active. Consuming every news report and newspaper article, he discovers Lizzy wasn't who he believed. His simmering anger shifts from Lyle, now imprisoned, to the one who escaped, the girl who slipped through his grasp. Lizzy rubbed her arms as Jimmy cut to the chase. "All right, let's focus. Lizzie's here because she's volunteered to act as bait." All eyes turned to Judd, who shook his head. "I don't like it. Spider-Man won't fall for this, not after Haley set him up. But Lizzie's made up her mind. She's as stubborn as they come." Lizzy nodded in agreement. "Okay," Jimmy said. "Then the only questions left are when, where, and how." Sunday, February 21, 2010, 5:07 p.m. "Hey," Lizzy said softly, as Jessica's eyes fluttered open. "Hey," Jessica replied weakly. "How are you feeling?" "Great." Lizzy smiled at the absurdity of the question. Jessica was hooked to tubes, her body battered, her face pale. "I never expected him to have a gun," Jessica rasped. "Why did you think Gilman was our guy?" "He was my brother's math teacher and his tutor. One day, Scott stayed late because Gilman offered to help him study for a test." Jessica swallowed, her lips parched. "I'll never forget the night Scott came home. He wasn't himself. I teased him like usual, but this time he snapped. I started crying, and then he did too. Before I knew it, he was telling our parents that his teacher had touched him. It tore our family apart. The next day, Dad stormed into the school demanding justice." "Was Gilman arrested?" I don't remember what happened after that. Days later, Mary vanished, and everything else faded into the background. Lizzy reached over the railing and squeezed Jessica's hand. I'm so sorry. When I heard your message, Jessica continued, telling me to add Gilman and Sullivan to the list, I was convinced Gilman was Spider-Man, or at least the one who took Mary. It made sense. 2 days after Dad reported him, Mary disappeared. I can't believe I never connected it before, and I still can't believe I was wrong. Lizzy handed her a tube of Vaseline, letting Jessica coat her cracked lips. You know something about Mary, don't you? Jessica asked suddenly. Though surprised, Lizzy nodded. I thought so. You had this look when I showed you her picture. You saw her, didn't you? Lizzie's throat tightened. I'm so sorry. Tell me, I need to know. Was she like the others? Lizzy hesitated, the words lodged in her chest. But Jessica deserved the truth. 2 nights after I was taken, I woke up in a strange house. I was tied up, but I managed to free myself. My leg was injured. I was at the back door ready to run when I heard a cry from inside. The cries reached me, and I knew I had to help. I found your sister immediately. The details of untying her are hazy, but I'll never forget cradling her in my arms. Lizzie's grip tightened on the railing as she remembered how fragile Mary had felt. Her voice wavered. We were so close to getting out. Mary and I almost made it. Jessica placed a comforting hand over Lizzie's. It's not your fault. You risked everything to save my sister. You did everything anyone could have. Lizzie's eyes stung with unshed tears. I wanted to save her more than anything. All I wanted was to bring Mary home to her family. Sunday, February 21, 2010, 11:23 p.m. The day stretched endlessly, like a child counting the hours until Christmas morning. Lizzy ached for tomorrow to arrive. She had a feeling their plan might actually work. Finally, facing Spider-Man would give her the chance to say what she'd longed to. Go to hell where you belong. Motionless in front of the television, Lizzy replayed the coming confrontation in her mind while Jard worked on paperwork beside her. Her interview with Detective Holt had already flooded local news stations, airing hourly with warnings for parents to stay vigilant. The media believed the tape had been leaked by an FBI insider, unaware they'd been manipulated. Not that they'd care, Lizzy thought. A story was a story. After the morning's meeting, Holt had questioned her in a closed room, deliberately provoking responses designed to enrage Spider-Man. Losing Sophie had convinced Jimmy that Lizzie's plan, to goad their enemy, was worth the risk. If it bought Haley another day, it was a gamble they had to take. Lizzy watched the screen, praying she made the right choice. Holt's deep voice filled the room. What do you know about Spider-Man? Unshaken, Lizzy answered as planned. He's a coward, a sniveling, gutless coward. She aimed straight for his pride. Where do you think he is now? Holt pressed. Hiding, cowards hide. You think he'll come after you? No. Why not? Because he's afraid of me. I'm the one who got away. I'm smarter than he is, and he knows it. Holt leaned in. Did he ever reveal anything about himself? His motives? He had father issues, wanted love he never got. Lizzie's tone turned sharp. He wore a Rolex, a perpetual sea dweller, just like his father's. He treated it like a pet, always touching it. That's why I took it when I escaped. What did you do with the watch? She shrugged, gave it away. It meant nothing to me. I just didn't want him to have it. Any idea what his name is? No, but the watch was engraved. SJ loves SW. Could be Sean, Sebastian, Simon. Who knows? Lizzy clicked off the TV. She'd seen enough. Jard set aside his papers. You should rest. Tomorrow will be long. She leaned into him, resting her head on his shoulder. The apartment was too quiet. She missed Maggie. After a pause, she asked, "Do you think we would have stayed together if I hadn't been taken that night?" "Without question," he replied. "Truly. Absolutely. Would we have gotten married?" "Without a doubt. And children. 2 daughters and a son. You'd still be grumbling about those stubborn pregnancy pounds." A quiet smile formed as she let herself sink into their imagined world. What would we have called them? Our eldest would be Catherine Elizabeth, Kate for short. "That's lovely." She intertwined her fingers with his, savoring the warmth of his hand. "And the others?" "Savannah Ruth for our second, and Adonis for our boy, because that name deserves more attention." She laughed softly. "Kate, Savannah, and Adonis. How would we have managed all 3? We'd take them hiking in Yosemite, bike around Lake Natoma, and sometimes Adonis and I would fish, while you and the girls read by the shore." She arched an eyebrow. "Why can't the girls fish?" "They're too noisy. Fish prefer quiet." With a playful nudge, she grinned. It felt freeing to joke like this. "What would you do with the girls when Adonis and I went on our outings?" He considered it, his hand tracing slow circles on her back. "I'd take them to lunch first, then dress shopping, but never in that order. Clothes never fit right after eating." "An expert shopper, are you?" "Let's just say I have a talent." She ran her thumb over his knuckles, her smile fading as her thoughts darkened. "I never thought I'd see you again. And when I did, the guilt over what happened to the others made me feel undeserving of happiness. That's been the hardest part." He stayed silent, his hand still moving soothingly across her back. "I told Jessica about Mary today." "How did she react?" "Better than I feared. I should have told her sooner. She won't have real closure until we find Mary, but it's a start." He nodded. "Not knowing is what destroys families." "Lizzy." She pressed a finger to his lips, stopping him. She knew his fears about tomorrow, about her being used as bait. "Don't say it, Jard. I have to do this. I know I've put you and everyone else through hell, but for the first time in years, I'm not afraid. This is what I need to do." Monday, February 22, 2010, 2:45 a.m. Sleep wouldn't come. Haley's face haunted her, and time dragged as if resisting the dawn. Nothing new. Beside her, Jard slept soundly, his breathing steady. Surreal. That was the word she'd been searching for earlier, when they had talked as if the world held no dangers. It was hard to believe he was back in her life, lying beside her, guarding her as if his own survival depended on it. She reached out, resting her fingers lightly on his arm. For the first time since childhood, she felt safe. Her gaze drifted to the ceiling. She needed rest, but closing her eyes meant slipping back into memories where minutes stretched endlessly and death blurred with life. She hadn't believed in evil until the night she was snatched away like prey in a predator's grasp. Losing all innocence in an instant was a cruel fate. No one escaped this world unharmed. No one. She thought of calling her sister to check on Brittany, but Kathy still refused to speak to her. Lizzy closed her eyes, only for the phone to ring. Jard moved swiftly to Lizzie's side as she headed toward the bedroom door, trailing her into the kitchen. When she lifted the phone receiver, she gave Jard a knowing nod. It was him, just as she'd anticipated, though the timing had been uncertain. "I saw the interview," the voice on the other end said. "They edited out all the best parts," Lizzy replied dryly. His laughter crackled through the strange device he always used, distorted yet familiar. She had expected this call, knowing it signaled he was walking right into their trap, but exhaustion left her with little energy to feign enthusiasm. "I thought your interview was explosive," he remarked. "Why do you say that?" I can't quite explain it, he mused. Seeing you on TV like that, Lizzy, so close, so real, made me miss what we once had. We never had anything, she snapped, and we never will. You're wrong, he countered smoothly. Even now, we both want the same thing, a perfect world. My perfect world has you dead, she shot back. See, we do think alike. I'm tired, she lied, hoping reverse psychology would keep him talking. I have to go. You're not going to ask about Haley. Was that desperation in his voice? Lizzy clenched her jaw. Haley was all she cared about, and he knew it. She was done playing his twisted games. You're finished, she hissed. We're closing in. We know everything, every dirty secret from the last 14 years. We're coming for you. Jard stiffened in surprise. This wasn't the plan. If Spider-Man called, Lizzy was supposed to stay composed. She'd just blown it. Spider-Man despised loose tongues and foul language. No amount of therapy will save you now, Lizzy, he said, eerily calm despite her outburst. It can't hurt, she muttered bitterly. I disagree. Why is that? No reason, he replied smoothly. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Likewise. Before I go, he added, his tone dripping with malice, tell your boyfriend how much I enjoyed speaking with his mother. She has a lovely smile. Judd snatched the phone from Lizzie's hand, but the line had already gone dead. Monday, February 22, 2010, 1:00 p.m. From his vantage point across the street, Judd peered through binoculars, watching Lizzy and her therapist, Linda Gates, through the window. They had been talking, taking notes, and sipping tea for the past hour. His focus shifted to Lizzie's face. Her lips curved into a faint smile, a rare break from her usual stern expression. So far, no sign of Spider-Man. Lizzy visited Linda every other Monday for therapy. Spider-Man had her file. He knew her schedule. If he was the same man Linda had spotted at the bus stop the past 2 weeks, he was already familiar with the area. Lizzy was stubborn. Nothing new there. Once Jimmy had joined their side, Jard couldn't convince her to skip this session. Why not wait until someone identified the sketch? But Lizzy refused to delay. She was certain they could draw Spider-Man away from Haley, and that was all that mattered. Haley needed time without her captor watching her every move. Music drifted from the neighboring hotel room. Sinatra, his mother's favorite. Ever since Spider-Man's taunt about speaking with her last night, Jard couldn't shake the thought of her. He tried calling this morning, but she hadn't answered. His sister had then called the hotel where their mother was staying, only to learn Mrs. Jacqueline Shane had checked out the same night she'd arrived. Neither of them knew what to make of it. Jard's life was unraveling. Rules, order, organization. The foundations he'd always relied on were crumbling around him. His father had always taught him that every problem had a solution. But when Lizzy vanished, those lessons shattered, leaving Jard scrambling to make sense of the chaos ever since. It was unsettling how a single man, a deranged lunatic, could tear through so many lives, leaving devastation not just for the victims, but for everyone connected to them. Now, 14 years later, the monster had returned like a phantom, unseen yet undeniable, repeating his cruel cycle of destruction. And no one could stop him. Since the sketch of Spider-Man had gone public, the agency had been flooded with tips, too many to process without more manpower. Jard clenched his jaw, scanning the quiet street, the parking lot, the bus stop, the corner coffee shop. Nothing seemed out of place. An agent watched from the rooftop, another monitored Lizzy's parked car, and 2 more blended into the crowd inside the building. Every angle was covered. So why did he feel like they were missing something? If Spider-Man was nearby, they should have spotted him by now. The truth was simpler and more unsettling. Spider-Man was toying with them. They had walked right into his trap, positioned exactly where he wanted them. A delivery truck rolled to a stop in front of the building where Jard had just seen Lizzy through the third-floor window. He tensed, eyes locking onto the driver as the man stepped out and moved toward the back. "Matt," Jard spoke into his transmitter, "check out the driver of that truck." "On it," Matt replied. Inside the building, Jimmy, stationed on the top floor with a clear view of the rear, crackled through Jard's earpiece. "What's happening?" "Express delivery truck out front. Matt's handling it." Monday, February 22, 2010, 1:06 p.m. Karen rolled down the window, letting the crisp air wash over her. In 5 minutes, she'd reached the rental car drop-off near the airport. 12 hours after that, she'd be home, hugging her husband and kids. It was time to leave. She had come to the U.S. searching for her brother, but he had vanished without a trace, and no one seemed to care. Poor Sam. She inhaled deeply, trying to steady herself. After her mother failed to call back with the name of Sam's partner, Karen had decided to pack up and go. Her family needed her, but an uneasy feeling clung to her, refusing to fade. Something was wrong, deeply wrong. The radio offered no distraction, so she flipped through stations until a soothing voice filled the car. Tammy Spencer, a how-to author known for books on parenting and gardening, was advising listeners on scrubbing kitchen floors the old-fashioned way. Back home, cleaning had always been Karen's stress relief, the sharp scent of disinfectant, the rhythmic motion of scrubbing. Maybe she hoped she could wash away her worries, if only it were that simple. "Mops and brooms can't reach the tight spots like hands and knees can," Tammy said. Karen nodded absently as she parked the rental car. Next, Tammy moved on to pantry organization and eliminating lingering odors from forgotten food. You don't want guests thinking you've got a body buried in the basement, do you? No, Karen thought as she stepped out of the car. Nobody wants that. The scent in her brother's kitchen was unmistakable. With no one offering assistance, Karen gathered her things from the car and entered the building. Standing behind a man engrossed in his newspaper, her eyes locked onto the bold headline. "Is Spider-Man back? A young girl and a news anchor dead. Another girl missing. Have you seen this man?" Below the text were two sketches of the suspected Spider-Man. Karen's breath caught as she studied the images. "Oh my God," she whispered, covering her mouth with her hand. "No." Monday, February 22, 2010, 1:21 p.m. The delivery driver was cleared to enter the building with his package. "Just got word from the office," Jard told Jimmy. "A woman named Karen called. She thinks her brother might be our guy, but she won't give his name unless we promise he won't be harmed." Jimmy scoffed. "What's wrong with these people? There's a killer on the loose, and they're worried about his safety." "Who knows?" Jard muttered. His instincts prickled as he scanned the building. "We've been set up, Jimmy." "What makes you say that?" "Lizzy isn't the only bait today. We are too. He's playing us, keeping us distracted." "Why?" "Because it's a game to him." Jard tensed as movement flickered inside Linda Gates's office, where Lizzy had been waiting. "Something's happening. I'll update you." Raising his binoculars, he focused on the office. "Matt," he barked into his receiver, "who was the package addressed to?" "Some Linda. I don't remember the last name." "Linda Gates." "Yeah, that's it." "Every word of your interview was explosive, Lizzy. All the therapy in the world won't save you. Matt, get in there and stop anyone from opening that package." The driver checked out. "The store's legit." "If you're so sure, then go open it yourself." "On it." "What's happening?" Jimmy's voice crackled in Jard's earpiece. Jard's jaw clenched as he peered through the viewfinder. The truck driver just delivered a package to Linda Gates. Coincidence? I don't think so. Through the binoculars, both women turned toward the door simultaneously. Linda stood, gesturing across the room. Lizzy hesitated, glanced at the window, then vanished from sight. Jard's pulse pounded. Don't open that door. Where the hell was Matt? Linda signed for the package and carried it to her desk. Jard swept the room with his binoculars, adrenaline surging. Where are you, Lizzy? The driver was gone. Lizzy was gone. The office door gaped open. Zooming in on Linda, Jard saw her calmly inspecting the box. Matt! No response. Abandoning his gear, Jard vaulted over a ledge and bolted down the stairs. Within seconds, he was sprinting across the street and into the building. The elevator was occupied. He took the stairs 3 at a time. Bursting onto the 3rd floor, he followed the sound of screams. People spilled into the hallway, alarmed. Jard shoved into Linda's office and found Lizzy, alive. His relief shattered as his gaze dropped to the open box and the blood pooling at Linda's feet. Inside lay the gruesome contents, a severed finger, undoubtedly Haley Hansen's. Monday, February 22, 2010, 2:48 p.m. Kathy checked her watch. She had waited in the hotel lobby for almost 3 hours. Sex with her husband never lasted more than 5 minutes, 10 at most. Yet Richard had been holed up in that room with another woman for hours. Kathy reached into her purse for her phone, only to remember she'd left it in the car. Brittany needed to be picked up from school soon. She glanced between her watch and the elevator, torn. She couldn't miss Richard stepping out with his mistress. She needed to confront him here, where he couldn't lie his way out of it. But Brittany had another orthodontist appointment after school. Another wire had snapped. The answer came quickly. She had to call Lizzy. The thought twisted her stomach. After everything, the way she'd treated Lizzy at the house, at the swim meet, after swearing never to speak to her again, she still knew Lizzy would help. Lizzy was naive sometimes, but her heart was always in the right place. That was exactly why Kathy worried about her, why she treated her more like a child than a sister. Deep down, Kathy had always known she couldn't stay angry at Lizzy forever. No matter how much she blamed her for everything wrong in her life, she knew it wasn't true. Lizzy had a good heart. She didn't deserve their father's scorn or hers. Yet that was all Lizzy had ever gotten. Every time Kathy was in trouble, every time she needed support, it was Lizzy who came through. Never her father, never Richard. Always Lizzy. And yet Kathy had never told her how much she meant to her, how she couldn't imagine life without her. Swallowing her pride, she approached the front desk. "Can I make a local call?" The woman nodded, instructing her to dial 9 first. Hands trembling, Kathy punched in Lizzy's number and prayed she'd answer. Monday, February 22, 2010, 2:49 p.m. Jard followed Lizzy up the stairs to her apartment, entering first to sweep the place. Once satisfied, he motioned her inside. After leaving Jimmy and his men to deal with the severed finger, they'd taken Linda to the where the doctor diagnosed a severe panic attack. Jard had just settled Lizzy on the couch when his phone rang. He hung up minutes later. "I need to step out for an hour or two. Do you want tea before you go?" "I'm fine. What was that about?" "We've got leads. A couple in Citrus Heights, Dan and Renee Winters, recognized the sketch. They think it's the same boy who stalked their daughter, Shannon, in high school. She died choking on a jawbreaker. The initials on the watch match his. How could he be responsible for that? They believe he watched her die and did nothing." "What's his name?" "Samuel Jones. Went by Sam back then. SJ loves SW." Jard nodded, studying her. "You've done good, Lizzy. Because of you, we'll catch him." She stayed silent. He leaned down, pressing a kiss to her forehead. "I'll be back soon." Monday, February 22, 2010, 2:53 p.m. The moment Jard left, Lizzy locked the door. She was about to research Samuel Jones when her phone rang. Hello. It's me, Kathy. Lizzie's pulse quickened. Kathy only called in emergencies. Is everything okay? Everything's fine. I need a favor, Lizzy. Can you pick Brittany up from school and take her to her orthodontist appointment? Are you free? I can get her. Sorry for the short notice, but you'll need to be at the school by 3:30. Lizzy didn't mention her bleeding finger. No need to upset Kathy. Truthfully, she was relieved her sister trusted her with Brittany. She wanted to check on her niece to see for herself that she was all right. A quick glance at the clock told her it was almost 3. She had just enough time. The orthodontist is on Eureka Road in Roseville. I don't have the exact address with me. Kathy's frustration was obvious. She sounded frazzled, probably in the middle of confronting Richard. It's fine, Lizzy reassured her. I took Brittany to her consultation. I know where Dr. McMullen's office is. Don't worry about a thing. Monday, February 22, 2010, 3:07 p.m. Kathy watched as Richard stepped out of the elevator, a stunning woman clinging to his arm. His mistress had thick, chocolate-brown hair, almond-shaped eyes, high cheekbones, and full lips. She couldn't have been older than 25. Kathy blocked their path and jabbed a finger into Richard's chest. You made me hate my own sister. You blamed Lizzy for everything, and the whole time you were sleeping with someone else. Richard barely reacted, calmly helping the woman with her coat before promising to call her later. He didn't even bother hiding his affair. The woman remained indifferent, refusing to acknowledge Kathy. What a bitch. You're a homewrecker, Kathy shouted as the woman tried to slip away. You're a whore, and I'll make sure everyone in your life knows it. The woman strode across the lobby, her heels clicking sharply against the marble floor before she vanished through the revolving doors. You won't tell a soul, Richard warned. If you slander Valerie in any way, I'll make sure you're left with nothing when I leave you. Kathy scoffed. I can't believe I let you destroy my life. You destroyed it yourself. You've never taken responsibility for anything. Look at you, you've gained 50 pounds since we met. Have you ever stepped foot in a gym, gone for a walk? No, you even blamed your own daughter for your weight. I never cared about the extra pounds. I thought you were beautiful, more of you to love, remember. But when someone keeps calling themselves fat, guess what? You start believing it. Eventually, you see nothing else. That's rich, coming from a man who doesn't see anything. Do you even know what's been happening at home? Enlighten me. I bet you didn't know a serial killer's been following you, the same one who hired Lizzy to track you and your girlfriend. He wanted Lizzy to see your affair, so I'd blame her instead of you. And it worked perfectly. Richard went still. What are you talking about? If you weren't so busy screwing Valerie Hunt, maybe you'd know Frank Lyle isn't the man who kidnapped Lizzy 14 years ago. He's a copycat. The real killer's been stalking you. And because of you, the FBI thinks he might be targeting our daughter now. Richard closed the distance between them, his face twisted in fury as he grabbed her shoulders and shook her. This better be some twisted lie, because if it's true, Kathy, and you kept it from me, you're dead to me from this moment on. She flinched. She was furious, but she wasn't ready to give up on their marriage. Standing there in the lobby, she had imagined Richard begging for forgiveness. But this wasn't part of the plan. Please tell me you're making this up, Kathy. Tell me our daughter isn't in danger. She wished she could lie, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. She hadn't been the perfect wife, but she had never lied to him. Where is she? His face drained of color. Where's Brittany? Lizzy is picking her up from school. He grabbed his phone from the clip on his waistband. I have 2 missed calls from Brittany. Why would she call you? She only calls me, he said, voice tight, when she can't reach you. A wave of dread crashed over Kathy as she rummaged through her purse before remembering her phone was still in the car. She met Richard's gaze. "Why didn't you answer?" He stood frozen, not a single muscle moving. They both knew exactly what he'd been doing when their daughter called. In that instant, his face transformed before her eyes. The man she'd married 15 years ago was gone. She didn't want his apologies. She didn't want him at all. Monday, February 22, 2010, 3:25 p.m. Lizzy inched forward in the slow-moving line of cars, snaking into the school parking lot. The sight of kids laughing and running took her back to when she and Jard would meet at the quad for lunch. They'd had so many friends, so much fun. From the beginning, their connection had been undeniable. Her father had hated the idea of her dating an older boy, and he'd been relieved when Jard left for college, always telling her there were plenty of other fish in the sea. But Lizzy had never wanted anyone else. Jard was different, kind, compassionate. He deserved more than she could give. He deserved happiness. Her fingers drummed against the steering wheel as she scanned the parking area. Once she pulled into a spot, she dialed Brittany's number. 3 rings, then voicemail. "This is Brittany Warner. Please leave a message." "Hey, it's Aunt Lizzy. Not sure if your mom told you, but I'm picking you up today. I'm here at the school." She checked her watch. 3:31. Class had let out 6 minutes ago. She couldn't have missed her. "I'll wait by the bear statue out front." 5 minutes later, she called again. "Where are you, kiddo? And why aren't you answering? Your orthodontist appointment is in 10 minutes. Call me back." She snapped the phone shut, forcing down panic. She's fine. She's with friends. Teenagers are always late. She rolled her shoulders, scanning the lot. She couldn't let herself think about what was inside the box delivered to Dr. Gates's office. Haley. The name slipped out in a whisper before she caught her breath. She couldn't go there. Not now. Linda Gates was okay. That was something to hold on to. Linda had been in her life for 14 years, the one who'd shown her the light at the end of the tunnel. Linda was safe. But Haley. At the sound of laughter, Lizzy had had enough. She climbed out of the car and strode toward the gym. "Can I help you?" a woman asked. "I'm looking for my niece, Brittany Warner. She's not on the team, but you might check the front office. She could be waiting there." "Good idea." Lizzy thanked her and left. After finding the office empty, she raced from building to building, room to room. No sign of Brittany. Every muscle tensed as panic took full hold. She stopped anyone still in the halls, but no one had seen her. Back in her car, she called Kathy's cell and left a message. Then she tried Brittany's phone a 3rd time before dialing Jard. He answered immediately. "Thank God," she breathed. "What's happening?" "I got a call from Kathy after you left the apartment. She needed me to pick up Brittany from school. I've been waiting here for 20 minutes, and she's nowhere to be found. I don't know what to do." "Take it easy, Lizzy. Breathe. Were you supposed to bring her home after school?" "Number Kathy asked me to take her to her orthodontist appointment. It was scheduled for 3:45. That was 5 minutes ago." "Do you think Brittany might have gotten another ride there?" "I don't know. I just don't know." "Lizzy," he said firmly, "don't panic. That won't help." Her hands trembled, her breath shallow. "Should I call the dentist's office?" Lizzy forced herself to inhale deeply. "The office is 5 minutes away. I'm heading there now," she said, already rushing toward the parking lot. "Keep your phone nearby." "Got it. Call me when you find her." Lizzy sprinted across the pavement, her mind racing. "Breathe, Lizzy, breathe." She flung herself into the car, started the engine, and sped off. Who would Brittany accept a ride from? She'd never get into a car with a stranger. Lizzy had made sure of that. Maybe a friend had offered her a lift. Maybe she'd forgotten about the appointment. Lizzy barely slowed for a yellow light before forcing herself to steady at 40 miles per hour. Her hands shook as she turned right, then right again. Moments later, she swerved into the handicapped spot outside the orthodontist's office and leaped out. She burst through the door. The receptionist smiled. "How can I help you?" "I'm Brittany Warner's aunt. Is she here?" "We haven't seen her. Diane was just asking about her." "Is the doctor in?" Dr. McMullen splits his time between this office and Auburn. Diane Givens covers when he's not here. She's in the back. Lizzy strode into the treatment area, scanning for any sign of Brittany. The receptionist trailed her, concern etched on her face, then guided Lizzy back outside. She pointed across the parking lot. "See that coffee shop? A lot of kids from the school go there. Maybe you should." Lizzy didn't wait for her to finish. She jogged toward the shop, the cold air stinging her nose. Pushing through the door, relief surged through her when she spotted a brown-haired girl sitting with two boys. "Brittany," she said, tapping the girl's shoulder. "You nearly gave me a heart." The girl turned, but it wasn't Brittany. Lizzy circled the table for a better look. "Sorry, I thought you were my niece. Do any of you know Brittany Warner?" They shook their heads, eyeing her like she was crazy. With her bruised forehead and frazzled appearance, she knew she looked unhinged, but she didn't care. She checked every table, spoke to the manager, even searched the restroom before returning to the orthodontist's office. Her body was failing her head pounded, thoughts scrambled, knees weak. "Don't stop now, Lizzy. Stay calm." Images of a masked man flashed in her mind, cold eyes, robotic voice. Everything from the past week had led to this moment. Deja vu. "Brittany wasn't at the coffee shop," Lizzy told the receptionist. "Your sister just called. She wants you to wait here. She's on her way." Lizzy nodded. "I'll be outside if you hear anything." A sharp squeal and a whine echoed from another room. Lizzy froze, listening. What's that sound? The woman eyed Lizzy with suspicion, but answered anyway. "It's a high-speed drill. Dentists use them for orthodontic implant procedures." Lizzy listened, recognizing the sharp whir. They use those when they need a solid anchor for wires or springs. The drilling lasted only seconds, but the noise grated on her nerves, making her teeth ache and her head pound. Mumbling a quick thanks, Lizzy stepped outside to wait for Kathy. She slumped onto the curb, clutching her phone, willing it to ring. Monday, February 22, 2010. 4:11 p.m. By the time she finished updating Jard and hung up, Kathy's car rolled to the curb. Lizzy slid into the passenger seat. "What happened to your forehead?" Kathy asked. "It's a long story," Lizzy muttered. "Let's just get to your house and find Brittany." Kathy pulled onto the main road, her grip tight on the wheel. "She's not answering her phone. Brittany always answers." "Jard's meeting us at your place," Lizzy said. Kathy's voice trembled. "It's him, isn't it? Spider-Man. He has her, doesn't he?" Lizzy's mind went blank, refusing to process the possibility. "No, he can't have her." "This is my fault," Kathy said, pressing harder on the gas. "No, it's not," Lizzy snapped. "This isn't anyone's fault, damn it." Kathy's knuckles whitened around the steering wheel. "I should have never let her out of my sight. I should have moved in with Dad. I should have listened to you. You were right about Richard, too. After I got that call telling me where to find him and his mistress, I went to the Hyatt and waited. Sure enough, he walked out of the elevator with her on his arm." Lizzy's pulse spiked. "Who called you?" The light ahead turned red, but Kathy didn't notice immediately. She slammed the brakes, tires screeching as her body jerked forward. Lizzy braced herself against the dashboard. "You okay?" Kathy asked once the car stopped. "I'm fine. Want me to drive?" No, we're almost there. The light turned green, and Kathy accelerated sharply. Lizzy tightened her seatbelt. Who do you think called me? Kathy said. The same man who hired me to follow Valerie Hunt. He wanted you out of the house, out of your routine. Lizzy gripped the door handle as Kathy sped up. Slow down. We won't help Brittany if we wreck. Kathy eased off slightly, but the trees and houses still blurred past. What if he has her, Lizzy? What do we do? She'll be home, Lizzy insisted. She has to be. Kathy took a sharp right at the stop sign, racing down the residential street until a child playing with a dog forced her to slow. She screeched to a halt in the driveway, bolting from the car before Lizzy could unbuckle. Lizzy stepped out, scanning the quiet neighborhood. The air was bitingly cold, smoke curling from chimneys nearby. Across the street, the government-issued sedan sat parked. She wanted to question the agent inside. Had he seen anything? Ronald Holt sat in the driver's seat, newspaper in hand. But something was off. His head tilted unnaturally. Then she saw the blood. Her stomach dropped. It was over. He'd won. Spider-Man knew her. Knew the only way to break her was to take everything she cared about. Holt's skin was ghostly gray. His neck had been slit clean through, blood soaking the newspaper in his lap. Lizzy yanked open the passenger door, pressing fingers to his wrist. No pulse. Dead. She shut the door and strode toward the house, pulling out her phone with shaking hands. Her whole body trembled as she crossed the street before Lizzy could dial Judd's number. Her phone buzzed to life. Lizzy. Brittany, relief flooded Lizzie's voice as she pressed a hand to her pounding heart. We've been searching everywhere. Where are you? I'm scared, Brittany whispered. Through the open front door, Lizzy spotted her sister darting frantically through the house. The terror in Brittany's tiny voice sent Lizzy collapsing onto the sidewalk. He's got you. Please help me, Brittany begged. Is he there right now? Yes. Lizzie's mind raced. Where are you? I'm... The line went dead, but not silent. Someone remained connected, listening. Brittany, Lizzy called out desperately. A faint yes came through. Listen carefully, Lizzy urged, words tumbling out. Keep him talking. About anything, everything. Don't stop until I can. The line cut out completely. Kathy appeared above her, face ghostly pale, eyes wide with panic. She grabbed for the phone. Is that Brittany? Let me talk to her. The device slipped from Lizzie's numb fingers onto the grass. He's taken her. Oh God, Kathy, he's got our Brittany. Monday, February 22, 2010, 6:14 p.m. Yellow crime scene tape cordoned off the property as investigators from multiple agencies combed through the Warner family's yard. Ronald Holt's abandoned vehicle underwent fingerprint analysis while his body, now zipped in a bag, headed to the lab. Inside the house, Detective Jimmy Martin questioned Kathy about Brittany's habits and social circles. The search of Brittany's bedroom quickly revealed her heavy internet activity. I don't know who Itahati is, Kathy sobbed, her face swollen from crying. She rocked anxiously on the couch when Richard burst through the door. What the hell happened to my daughter? He demanded, jabbing a finger at Lizzy. Back off, Judd ordered, stepping between them. Who the hell are you? Judd flashed his badge as Kathy's voice cut through the tension. Spider-Man took Brittany. Richard's fist clenched, poised to strike Lizzy. Judd intercepted, twisting Richard's arm behind his back. You calming down, or do I need the cuffs? Richard sagged in defeat. I'm sorry. Once released, he collapsed beside Kathy on the couch. Will someone please explain what's happening? Tuesday, February 23, 2010, 1:15 a.m. Brittany's eyelids fluttered open to a disorienting blur. She blinked against the dizziness and nausea. "Awake now?" a voice asked. Her pulse spiked as she struggled to locate the speaker. "Down here." Fragmented memories surfaced. That morning, she'd forged her orthodontist note to leave school early, planning to meet Itahati. She'd intended to leave her mom a voicemail canceling the real appointment. But instead of her online crush, Dr. McMullen had pulled up, claiming Kathy asked him to collect Brittany. Nothing added up. Why would her mom call him? Why was he so early? Torn between suspicion and fear of punishment, losing her computer, never meeting Itahati, she'd reluctantly climbed into his car. Now here she was, trapped in a nightmare. Brittany hesitated before getting into Dr. McMullen's SUV, so he suggested she call her parents. She tried her mom first, then her dad. No answer from either. With little choice, she buckled up. After all, he wasn't a complete stranger, and her mom trusted him. She relaxed until he drove past the turn to his office. That's when the unease set in. The last thing she recalled was the car stopping, the flash of a white cloth, and the suffocating pressure as he pressed it over her face. "Can you hear me?" Brittany jerked her head up, blinking away the grogginess. "Yes," she murmured, "but everything's blurry." She tested her arms, but the metal cuffs chaining her to the wall didn't budge. Movement